Be coming back. He's been doing better.
Hmm.
He's got a really good guitar of mine too that he's had for a long time. My Gibson. Can't wait to get that back.
I think that's also the reason why I have no girlfriend, so to say, because I really do not like. It's not like girls have no interest in me or whatever it is, but I personally have no interest in having a girlfriend that I can't share any deep conversations with. I'd rather walk alone instead of having deep conversations with, instead of having no deep conversations with someone I know supposed to love.
Yeah, it's hard to find a chick like that.
Right. So I just rather walk alone. I'll be right back.
It's good to see Chocolate on here lately.
So, brother, what's going on?
Not much, man. I know you're probably busy. I just wanted to shout out. You were absent from here for a while, so it's good to hear you back on lately.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man.
Thanks. Kind of all in it. We're kind of all in this together, aren't we?
Yeah, bro. I mean,
Yeah.
even when I wasn't coming in here every day, I still would listen every once
Yeah.
in a while. It's not like
Mm-hmm.
I went far.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I take several hours out of my day to like be away from all devices except the one that I'm balancing writing on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's unbelievable. How could a toy that small actually carry an
You took
entire
your hair into that helmet, Sonny.
What's that?
You took your long hair up into that helmet.
All right, I'm back. So, any new Globy?
Yes, there's someone here named Despacito. Let's unmute them. Hey, Despacito, can you say hi? Are you there?
Hey, Despacito.
Despacito. ¿Cómo está, Despacito? Okay. If you don't speak up in a couple of seconds here, I'm just going to have to mute you again. What a shame.
Letty.
Okay. Wait a minute. Let me ask before I mute you. Does anyone know if that means desperate?
I don't know.
I'll look it up.
Despacito, I think, means slowly.
Despacio is slow. Despacio.
Same with Despacito. It's just like
Despacito,
really slowly. Yeah,
same
just adding a
base.
cito. Yeah.
That's right. Same base word. Despacito. In the process of going slow. Like I never really learned that well in Spanish how to say words like are, like A-R-E, like you are so slow. Like that, those connecting words sometimes I never really learned very well, some of those. Is that more like a S or are? Ustedes are despacio. Muy despacio. You all are so slow.
Ustedes son.
Ustedes?
Ustedes son or just son Despacios.
Son. That's right. See?
Yeah.
Ustedes son. Son. It's kind of like the what? The prefix con, right? C-O-N. Con. Like meaning with
Yeah, yeah.
and son.
I like how they pluralize the adjectives too. That's interesting to me.
Example.
You're all
please.
slow. Like they say, you're all slows, Despacios.
Slows.
Yeah.
You're all slows. Slows mobile.
Sonny, I have a question. You live in the US, right?
Yes.
How is it with the availability of like let's say organic foods, like something that has like literally like we have some certain steps in Germany where you can find something that has literally like the most organic kind of
Yes.
yeah.
There are organic food co-ops here, but they're not close by. There's other places like in the mall that have large organic grocery stores and things like that, but they've moved all of those out of the city right now. So there's nothing very close to me, and I don't travel on buses, especially not shopping. I'd rather do it on a bicycle, but it's hard. I can't carry that much stuff on my bicycle unless I hook a trailer to it. And I'm
Right.
talking about like a 10-mile ride with a 40 or 50-pound trailer behind me.
Wow.
It's like it would be a long day. So
Right.
What, you lose your license, Sonny? What the hell?
I haven't driven in like 7 or 8 years. 6 years, I think.
You
Yeah.
got revoked or something? What happened, bro?
Well, a certain department that has to do with my ex took away my license for a long time. Yeah, for me not paying what they demand I pay. So that's taken care of now. So that's all being worked out. By next year, I'll probably have some kind of motor vehicle, whether it be a motorcycle, scooter, something I can travel around. But I don't know, probably ultimately a car or a small RV is what I'm thinking. I want to like travel around the country. That's what I would like to do.
Isn't it? I just realized that the thickness of vacuum insulators, like where you put your tea in and stuff, is way thicker than the supposed spaceship they used to land on the moon.
Are you saying my French press is probably thicker walled than the spaceships?
Yeah.
And it's stainless, so mine's stronger.
Crazy. Can you just explain me how with something that is as thick as 2 tinfoil sheets, you can go through the so-called not existing atmosphere, right? I'm just using this word because it's actually not really something existent, but how can it penetrate the atmosphere and fly out with a lot of speed while maintaining something within it that just is basically as thick as 2 tinfoil sheets, like that, like
real good engineering.
Oh man, imagine finding the people. Yeah, you're gonna sit down, you're gonna explain them everything about the technique behind the craft, and guys, you're basically sitting in this thing, and right next to you is a vacuum of space, and you have like like two tinfoil sheets of thickness between you and the vacuum of space. I mean, there could be danger, but we sent some apes up, so there should be no problem with you guys. You're gonna save
And a
them.
dog. And a dog. Got the good old dog. Wasn't that the Russians that did the dog?
I don't know, but man, I would never sit myself into a rocket never, because I don't think that on any rocket there is anyone ever been.
You would if your mom was named Moon.
Okay.
You would if your family had been tragically killed in an accident in the most freak way ever.
Right, and if I would
look into the childhood and young adult stories of those astronauts, and look at the family members that they lost to the most really weird things.
Yeah, you gotta sacrifice things in order to get a 33-degree Mason, right?
Well,
Some
I'm not
bloodshed
saying
must be done.
I'm not saying that they did it to their own family.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, weird things going on within their lodges. It's just weird that I guess his mom died, right? And she was named after the moon.
Her maiden name was Moon, I believe.
Yeah. So, I mean, pretty weird coincidence.
Why don't they have a chamber? Why do they have to train in water? Why can't they train in a vacuum chamber, right? Well, why is that not a thing? Because see, air can get places water cannot. So you can't test these shit.
Because they tried to put a guy in a vacuum chamber and it almost killed him.
Yeah, I remember that. You see what I'm saying? But it's like no one knows about that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's ridiculous. Why would you train for something in a different medium? You're training in a different medium. That is insanity.
Almost like an opposite medium.
I mean, don't you learn how to fly a plane in a race car? Same shit.
Yeah, a race car underwater. That's how you fly a plane. If you drive a
Literally.
race car underwater, and you'll learn exactly how to fly the airplane in air.
I mean, it's two different types of pressure. I mean, one is air is trying to escape and fill a void. The other is trying to crush. You know, you're in water, so I mean, it's like there's pressure up on you. It's like it's a
Yeah.
total different thing. It's so crazy.
Positive pressure of the water medium versus zero pressure from some vacuum around you. What? Like, uh,
And nobody sees that and says, well, how does that make sense? You know, like
that would,
it makes no sense.
that would make kindergartners, first graders laugh out loud.
Oh, yeah, this is a good list. You guys know about A Plain Truth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a good list. Everybody's like, the astronauts wouldn't lie. Well, why did 10 of them die before the moon mission?
No.
Now, I'm just
Coincidence.
I'm just going to throw this in there at this moment. So it's interesting to take note of how the actors in, like, let's say Hollywood, they kind of like have a bunch of devastation and death around them too. And so did the astronauts. Someone should check and see if the astronauts have a Hollywood star. Someone might want to check that out. Could be connections.
What was the name of the one that died who was supposed to be the first,
Yeah.
like the first crew that got freaking barbecued in that module or whatever?
Gus Grissom.
Gus Grissom. There you go. Yeah, I
Mm-hmm.
forgot that name. When we said, oh, we won't be able to communicate between these buildings. How are we communicating on the moon? Next thing you
Yeah,
know, he's barbecued.
yeah. And
2 years later,
one of the
barbecued.
early one of the early astronauts in the Apollo, the early ones after Grissom, of course, because he was Apollo 1, got hit by a train. Just so happens that the train was owned by NASA. He got stuck on the train tracks, and got hit by a freaking train that was owned by NASA. Let that sink in.
If you believe
Yeah,
that, I got a bridge to tell you.
that sounds like some good coincidence story, you know. Pretty easy to explain. You know, it's just a coincidence. Don't we love coincidences?
Yep.
Man, that's not a religion at all. That's just a coincidence. Whoever sent that picture. And I think the thing in the middle doesn't represent the pyramid.
Yeah.
But honestly, I'm thinking about taking that 8 mile ride to the health food store down in Ocean Beach and getting some pure local honey for my coffee in the morning, which I'm going to switch to
And that's nice. Honey is very, very
instead of
healthy.
sugar. Yeah, I was using brown sugar. I just got to stop all the sugar.
Ah,
So if I could if I could go start with honey, try to say it's expensive, but if I go get it by like the half gallon or quart or something from this store, that'll last quite a bit. That'd be better. Plus, they have all the organic produce and stuff too.
mm-hmm. I lately saw documentation where they had like rats trained to either consume strong heroin or crystal meth, some kind of very addictive drug. They could choose between the heroin or a typical lemonade or soft drink, I think, like Coca
Yeah.
Cola or Fanta or whatever. And guess what? The rat that was so addicted to this heavy drug changed
Oh.
to getting always the dose of lemonade or whatever soft drink that was in.
Hmm.
Yeah,
So they were triggered by that.
I guess the soft drink is more addictive than heroin or any other type of
Okay.
drug.
Yeah. Why do they put phosphates in all soft drinks?
I don't
Think about
know.
that.
I
Phosphate.
mean,
You
in
know what?
America.
Phosphate is a product of phosphorus. Like they use
Yeah.
phosphorus grenades. It's a
Mm,
it's a nerve agent.
yeah, silent
So
war.
is fluoride.
Mm. Yeah, you
As
can
much as they try
literally
to tell you it's not.
you can literally kill your brain by just consuming all this trash. It's crazy actually how much, like, if you look at these energy drinks or some soft drinks, how many different types of sugars they already put in here, and even here in Germany. I mean, America, I think I think GMO corn syrup or something like that is not allowed in the EU, but in America they also put it in almost everything, I guess, because it's such a cheap sugar. But I could be wrong. I'm not sure if it was like this corn syrup thingy or something else. But there's definitely some kind of sugar that you guys can use in America, but not in Europe. I mean, it's just weird. Why do they want us to consume so much sugar? You know, literally get us hooked up on it. Like in everything is almost sugar, even like tomato sauce and almost all products that are created by the industry. Anyways,
Hmm. Neat graphic. Oh wow, that song is originally in Australian.
You know, it's actually crazy when you go on Facebook and you see some random post like this here is like um some cooking wild uh group or whatever it is, like something all about cooking, posted a video of, you know, some astronaut making a tortilla in space, and like almost every comment underneath is amazing what they can do in a Hollywood basement, or I can see the strings, or definitely not in space, and like 12 likes, 10 likes, 3 likes. I really have the feeling we're, you know, we're not we're definitely not alone. A lot of people already know that's just a bunch of crap. And I see this a lot, you know.
Hey, yo, Sonny, can you hear me? Are you here? Earth calling Sonny.
Yeah, I was just across the room making some food. What's up, man?
I was just curious about what you live in California, right?
Yeah.
What, Southern Cal? Oh. Anyway,
Right near the border.
I can't hear you.
Right near the border.
There he goes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, 17 miles away. If that's pretty close.
There's a place I used to go to all the time down there. It's a camshaft manufacturer called Crower Cams. They live, their company's right in, what's that town right near the border down there?
San Ysidro?
Excuse me?
San Ysidro?
No, probably not right on the border. Probably
San Diego.
No, not that. It's closer.
Chula Vista.
Yeah, maybe Chula Vista. Yeah, maybe that's it.
Sounds like one of the what is it? Crower Cams?
Yeah, camshafts for when I had my speed shop. That's I was a warehouse distributor, WD distributor,
Right.
for all their products.
Cool.
And that's what I sold everybody, camshafts and rocker arms and internal engine parts and stuff like that.
There's a lot of manufacturing like that here. Let's see where they're located.
Anyway, I was there at their factory one time. I actually visited them one time.
Daniel
I don't remember
Crower.
what I was doing down there, but I was down in California messing around for a minute. But I used to go to Venice all the time.
What year? Like what years?
1 year once.
What years?
Huh?
What years? What years?
Right around 1985, 86. Long time ago.
Yeah, that's right around the time I joined the Navy in 85 and went active in 86. No, joined in 84 and went active 85. Yep. They're in Orange County. Let's see, Guanga.
I've flown into Orange County Airport a couple times.
Hold on, let me see where they might have moved though. A lot of people moved.
Yeah, I used to love to go down to Venice and just kind of hang out on the boardwalk down there.
Mm-hmm. It was still nice in the 70s, 80s, in the mid 80s. It was still pretty nice in the mid 80s.
Yeah, it's still nice now. A friend of mine just sent me some pictures. He went down with his girlfriend. There's a small airport here in this town I live in, and they just started having commercial airliner flights out of it. It's a really small airport, but it's big enough that you can land can't land a like 747 or anything there, but you can land like a 727 or whatever. And now they got flights out of here,
right,
to like Burbank.
Yeah, that's how the Orange County Airport used to be when I first moved here in California in the mid 70s. There was nothing but literally orange groves all the way across Orange County for miles and miles and miles. Nothing but orange groves, and over by MacArthur Boulevard, which is now completely built up. It's the John Wayne International Airport. It used to only have prop planes landing in that airport. I remember when they went to jet aircraft, and I got certified as a diver right there off MacArthur Boulevard, a place called Corona del Mar in 1977.
Oh, wow.
Got scuba certified it's scuba certified at that very beach right there.
What was wrong with
Man.
your microphones, honey? Did you know that?
Is there something wrong with it? Hold on, let me check settings.
It just sounds really distorted.
I think it was coming through clear for me. Am I coming through robot-y for you?
No, it's not roboting. It's just sounds distorted, like scratchy and.
Okay, how about like this when I back up?
It's a little better.
Nah, dude, it's yours, bro. It's not Sunny because Sunny sounds clear as freaking crystal. Gotta be you.
Yeah, Discord messes up every now and then. It'll just start acting weird, and you have to abuse it. Restart your computer, restart the app, and sometimes you just have to just write it out. I've had problems with Discord that just I couldn't resolve, and they would just go away after a day or two.
Now you sound that. Maybe it's me because now everybody sounds like that. It's probably me now.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna
It's
reconnect.
It's probably the bottleneck, the last bottleneck when it gets you through whatever router you're using, those servers that you're directly connected to.
I'm gonna reconnect and see what happens. Something's not right.
Yep.
But Discord has also been slow in the last couple days as well. I cut, for the most part, I cut pork out of my diet. I think that'll be a good start. But I do confess, I had a piece of pizza with pineapple and ham the other day. It was delicious. So it'll probably be more like that, like sparingly or not hardly at all that I eat it. But I won't be having like bacon and eggs 2 or 3 times a week like I used to do. Now I'm talking about my diet on flat earth. That's right. Everybody's diet happens on a flat earth. This guy Crower Cams LLC is like way out in the freaking boonies now, and he's in northern San Diego County, Temecula area. A lot of those manufacturers were in Orange County though, and they moved to Riverside County. Maybe actually that might be Riverside County. I wonder if the Globers could bring us a demonstration of how plants survive on a spinning water ball in a vacuum with nothing but light, but their gas, burning gas, burning gas ball. Let's see how the plants do.
Oh, can anybody hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Coming in now.
Yeah, you are too. I got to get a new cord, a new cable. I think I've got a cable plugged into the back of my computer into that little panel. The green port output for, and I got it plugged into my
router.
Into my Sony surround sound stereo system.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I have my laptop with a HDMI to my TV. Well, in this part of the room, but in another part of the room, I connect my laptop to my stereo system and put the big screen up on the wall in my kitchen area if I want to switch the studio to over there. But now I found, since I have the better microphone, it's omnidirectional, or rather cardioid, so it's directional, so it doesn't pick up any of the background noise that I had before, which is pretty cool. So I could be in any part of the place without any background noise.
Nice.
And that's just by getting a fairly good mic. That's suspended mic, it's called a Tone is the brand, and I have a USB audio interface with a mic preamplifier. So that plugged in laptop.
Yeah, I got like a cheap studio mic. It's mounted to my computer desk.
I see.
Right in front of me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's good because I'm a musician, what happened is I destroyed the snowball mic I had because it fell over too many times. It's not meant to be moved around on a boom. So I had to get a mic that's plugged in like any performance mic or studio mic is, the same kind of whatever those are called. The standard mic jack. Versus a USB mic. Yeah.
Yeah, mine's both. I got an adapter. I can use the standard mic jack or a USB jack or port if I want. Got a little pigtail I can put on the end of it. And
so does that make it like the mic jack for like a performance mic, like a on stage mic?
No.
Or to quarter-inch jack? Quarter-inch phono jack.
Yeah, well, I don't know what it is.
It goes from mini 1/8-inch phono jack to a quarter-inch phono jack?
No, it's not a quarter-inch jack. No.
Okay.
It's mini jack in the back.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah. Then I got a little pigtail. I can plug into that and then run it to the USB.
I see.
Whichever one I want. I don't use the USB for it because I got a set of headphones right here that I put into my USB port. So if I want to use my headphones,
I could do.
When I plug the headphones in, it takes over, and it takes priority over the studio mic on my desk. And then all I have to do is unplug it, and it goes back to the studio mic. So if I want to use my headphones and somebody's watching TV, or I really don't like using my headphones that much. I don't use them very much, but they're pretty good headphones. They're Jabra. You ever heard of Jabra?
Yes, I have. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Actually, in the hospital, when we were answering phone lines, you put on a Jabra set of headphones and mic.
Yeah, my sister works for Home Depot. She's works out of her house in her basement. She has computers all set up there, and she does customer service for Home Depot.
That's cool.
Yeah, well, and they use Jabra headphones. They send her new ones like every year or whatever. She just gave me one of her old sets. They work great. I mean, they're not wasn't worn out or nothing. So.
Yeah, thanks, Flatty. The XLR cables are the ones I'm talking about for Mike. They're actually like stage.
Yeah.
Like I had to have a stage mic setup because if I knock it over, I can't afford for it to hit the USB connection or the USB connection in the back of the mic. It just broke off.
Right.
Didn't work, so like it has to be rugged around here. It's got to be movable. I got to be able to move the whole to unplug it and move the whole thing over to another area if I need to. So once probably I'll get some kind of a portable desk that's better than this one I have, which is cheap plastic. Metal. Anyway.
What?
Something Flatman can put in at 1 minute after. I didn't even catch it. He says San Diego means whale's vaginal discharge. Where'd you get that from? You Canadian, you? Oh, now he's gone. Oh, okay. That's a sly move. Put something provocative in the voice text and then disappear so you can't be questioned about it. Mm-hmm.
That was a slimy move.
Well, we'll wait till he can defend himself. We don't want
to. That was sort of a slimy example.
Well, we don't. Absent of motive, we don't really know if it's slimy or
just not. Vaginal discharge would seem to be a bit slimy to me.
That seems pretty slimy.
Yeah, that's my point.
I'm kind of slow sometimes. I didn't catch the reference right away.
I got to go to Salt Lake City, I think, here in a little bit. I don't really want to go, but.
How far is that from you?
It's about 30 miles.
Oh, that's not far away. I've been there. I saw those wagon tracks in the mud over there, man. That's a trip.
Wagon tracks in the mud where?
Right outside Salt Lake City, where you had to go to buy liquor because you had to be out of the city limits. Right over there near the liquor store, you could still see wagon tracks going through the Salt Lake.
I don't know. I'm not
dried mud. You could see.
I'm not familiar with that site.
Yeah,
I know. Salt Lake County hasn't been a dry county for forever. For a long, long time.
Oh, it hasn't been?
No.
Wow. See, I'm telling you, I came from a different time and place, man. But yeah, a friend and I drove his Volkswagen van from LA to Salmon, Idaho, and then we went straight up to the Columbia River Gorge and drove the entire Columbia River Gorge from there all the way to the coast, and then went to Vancouver and back to LA. And that was in 1976.
Holy shit.
I remember because
you were like 15 years old or some shit.
No, it was like 17, 18. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So maybe 19. I could have been 19. I remember because Steve Miller, Fly Like an Eagle, had just come out not too long before that. Because we were listening to it. It was a brand new.
I've seen him twice.
Never saw him.
Pretty good.
I always liked his music though.
You've never seen him in concert?
No, never saw Steve Miller. Mm-mm.
He's really quite talented. He sounds just like his records. I mean, he's real professional. Let's put it that way.
I've watched videos of him playing live though, so yeah. And actually, did you see the video of him with having a conversation with Les Paul when he's a little kid?
Oh no, I didn't.
A teenager. Apparently, I guess his father or something knew people like that, so he got to meet people like Les Paul and sit down and play with him, jam with him.
Wow, the first time I ever heard of Steve Miller and was I think I was 12 or 13 years old. My uncle was my mom's brother was in a band, and he had some Steve Miller music.
Right.
And, but it wasn't the same kind of music that he puts out today. It wasn't quite as commercialized. It was more like how would you put it? Like horns and trumpets and
more orchestrated stuff. Yeah.
Well, not real orchestrated, but I don't know what kind of style of music to call it, but it's early stuff. It's way different.
Must be a call.
Hello.
You're hot micing now. Okay, good. Caught it. He caught it. Yay. All right, so one song I like in the early days is Space Cowboy. I like that song. Kind of interesting, huh, that I still like that song. Space Cowboy, I know you know where it's at. Do 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 do. Could do it. Oh, could do a song with that. You know that it's flat. Yeah, 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 yeah. Now I'm sitting on this ground and it's not hurtling through space. I know you all heard the story tell. Told. And I'm just living in the US of A. I don't believe that story about the globe. I'm not a space cowboy.
Do it in your
Not a space cowboy. You know that I learned that's a lie. Yeah, 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 yeah. Told you I'd be singing. Fire for the flat earth. What is it? Fodder for the flat earth fire. Any Globers have evidence of the spinning ball in space without a container, but yet having gas pressure. Probably ought to go out and leave you guys alone for a while. Oh, I was going to play a song by our friend ODD in a moment here. Here, I'll start with Flat Earth 5 minutes. get this party started. Wait a minute. Is it a 29 minutes to ladies' night? I think so. Could be wrong. An hour and 29 minutes.
Water, when unmanipulated, is to find its level, so whether you look at a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or the ocean, it's flat. Of course, natural motion is not considered and doesn't equal a curve. We have 0 authentic pictures of the Earth and they're all composites, and NASA even admits that they Photoshop Earth images.
It is Photoshopped, but it's has to be.
On numerous occasions, NASA admits that we can't go beyond low Earth orbit, which is between 99 miles and 1,200 miles away. The interesting thing is that the moon is said to be 238,000 miles away, which is a difference of 236,800 miles. No matter if you're on the ground, on top of a building, a mountain, a hot air balloon, an airplane, or looking at high-altitude amateur balloon footage, the horizon never fails to rise right to your eyes. Whether you are looking at Toronto's skyline from Niagara-on-the-Lake, 31 miles away, Chicago's skyline from Union Pier, 43 miles away, or even Oahu from Kauai, which is up to 108 miles away from center to center, or 73 miles away from the closest points. You will not see any curvature where it's supposed to be. According to the Pythagorean theorem, which states that the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, Oahu should not be visible whatsoever, but you can see the whole thing. In 1887, Albert Michelson and Edward Morley conducted what's known as the Michelson-Morley experiment. This experiment was attempting to prove the speculated motion of the Earth around the Sun, and when it failed, Albert Einstein was forced to form the theory of relativity to overcome this problem. In fact, anytime mainstream science is faced with undesirable results, they create a workaround, which isn't real science at all. The Sun is claimed to be 93 million miles away, with a radius of over 400,000 miles, but can easily be proven to be much closer and smaller by tracing the crepuscular rays back to its origin in the sky. If the Sun were indeed 93 million miles away, it would simply be impossible to have angled sun rays, as they should all consistently come in straight. According to the globular theory, a lunar eclipse occurs when the Sun, Earth, and Moon are in a direct line, but it is on record that since about the 15th century, over 50 eclipses have occurred while both the Sun and Moon are visible above the horizon. F.H. Cook, The Terrestrial Plane. It's a common misconception that the shadow of the Earth causes moon phases. Even the pastors and priests of the science religion readily admit this fact. The interesting thing about moon phases is that they are always the exact same 8 phases repeated. But if we were circling around the Sun, these 8 phases would inevitably be reversed from the summer to winter seasons. I completely understand that the idea of a flattened stationary Earth seems ridiculous in many ways, but that's only because we are taught the false globe model from the very first time that we enter a school classroom. Not to mention the first time we are introduced to the concept of a flat Earth, it's depicted as a highly laughable world where ships, boats, and water would run off of the edge. So I do get it, but it's all part of the deception. I've spent 30 years of my life believing that we were on a spinning globe. It wasn't until I unbiasedly and scientifically investigated the flat Earth claims that I started to realize that there is more to this theory than I originally gave it credit for. Now, after almost 2 years of research, I'm certain that the Earth is flat. We are told that the Earth spins at 1,040 miles per hour, while the Earth travels around the Sun at 66,000 miles per hour. Meanwhile, the whole solar system is going inside the Milky Way galaxy at a speed of 490,000 miles per hour. And finally, the entire Milky Way galaxy is darting through infinite space at over 1 million miles per hour. Most people believe this. And yet every experiment ever conducted to prove even the simple spin of the Earth has failed. The same thing goes for curvature. It's never been proven, and the only time we see it is in movies, NASA CGI, or when we're looking through a distorted fisheye lens. With all that said, please continue to research critically and don't be afraid to ask reasonable questions and speak out.
ODD TV.
Your cell phone, your wallet, your time, your ideas, no barcode, no party, no ID, no beers, your bank card, your license, your thoughts, your fears, no SIM card, no disco, no photo, not here. Your blood, your sweat, your passions, your regrets, your profits, your time off, your fashions, your sex, your pills, your dress, your tits, your ass, your laughs, your balls. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Your house, your phone, your life, your cash, your house, your phone. We want your soul. Tell us your habits, your fads, your fears. Give us your address, your shoe size, your years, your digits, your plans, your number, your eyes, your schedule, your desktop, your details, your life. Show us your children, your photos, your home. Here, take credit, take insurance, take a loan. Get a job, get a pension, get a haircut, get a suit. Playing the lottery, play football, play the field, snore some toot. We'll show you shrink, we'll show you spook, we'll buy you drink, throw away your book. We'll sell you crap, we'll charge you debt. Wanna buy big guns, we'll want the cash. Your soul, your house, your phone. We want your soul. 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 Your emotions, your love, your dreams, your checkbook, your essence, your sweat, your screams, your security, your sobriety, your innocence, your society, yourself, your place, your distance, your space.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here, watch this. Shut up. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Here's boy bands, here's Mackers, here's Britney, here's Cola, here's pizza, here's TV, here's some rock, and some roller. Watch commercials, more commercials, watch Jerry, not Oprah. Buy a better life, from the comfort of your sofa. Here's popcorn, here's magazines, here's milkshake, here's blue jeans, here's padded bars, here's armpit wax, here's football shirts, here's baseball caps, here's live talk shows, here's video games, here's Cola Light, here's thin morning, here's filter tips, here's collagen lips, here's all night malls, here's plastic hips. Your house, your phone. We want your soul. 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 Your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul, your soul.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again. Here's American Gladiators. Watch this. Shut up. Go back to bed, America. Here is American Gladiators. Here is 56 channels of it. Watch these pituitary retards bang their fucking skulls together and congratulate you on living in the land of freedom. Here you go, America. You are free to do as we tell you. You are free to do as we tell you.
Your soul. We want 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 your soul. Your house, your phone. 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 We want your soul.
'Cause ignorance was bliss, but now I must adjust.
That's funny, Morbus.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther. I'm a flat earther.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She
for sound bites. This is awesome.
is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. Reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try out some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's not existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, paid NASA shill, right on the money.
Yeah,
Paid-
Dan's here.
All right, paid NASA shill, are you there?
All right.
Hey, what's going on, man? Are you a
Not
real
much.
paid NASA shill?
Oh yeah, no, they get thousands of dollars every day from NASA to show the globe Earth.
All right,
in fact, I'm in charge of the program. Unfortunately, all the money's been taken for Biden's inauguration, but that's another story. Sorry about that.
Right, I know. Yeah, probably right. All right, so is the Earth a globe?
Yeah, without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
Here we go. You would say 100% sure, huh? You sound very confident.
99.8 because I say 99.9, but someone objected to 666, so I'll say 99.8.
Oh my god! All right, Jedi, you there?
Oh, we don't need Jedi. I got this.
You got?
Oh, QE.
Okay.
Hello,
Yeah.
sir. I've heard a lot about. I've been listening to your bollocks for years now.
You've heard him, but you haven't experienced him.
No, I've heard enough of
Okay,
him.
well, since I just want to bypass all that and just go right to your science acumen. I'm going to show that your science acumen is less than a fifth grader. How about that? Ready?
No, because you're already there because a fifth grader knows that the Earth is not flat.
Oh, okay. No, well, just wait a second. That's not. I made the claim that your science acumen is less than a fifth grader. We're not listening to your evidence right now. Just
you're not because you
very
can't.
Quick questions. All right.
Sure.
So, can you conduct natural science without experiment?
Oh, and it depends how you define experiment. So you're defining experiment so that only certain little things.
Doesn't depend on. We
Sure it
already
does.
know what an experiment is. We'll get to that in a second. Can we conduct natural science without experiment? Yes or no? Close-ended question.
Okay, so we can't.
Okay, so we can't conduct natural science without experiment. That's correct answer.
Well, to you it is at least.
Say again?
For you, yeah. Now you can define an
No, not
experiment.
for me. No.
So now you're going to define an experiment so that
I'll
only.
define an experiment here in a second. We're going to get to that. We'll get to that. So you said that we can't conduct natural science without experiment, which is the correct answer. So now we have astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics.
Nope, sorry, wrong.
What?
Wrong.
Wrong what?
Well, you're going to define these as not sciences because they can't do an experiment as
You're
defined
gonna
by.
pay NASA show. You're gonna have to, rein it back in, buddy. Relax.
No,
relax.
I'm not going to rein it back
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
I'm not
yeah,
going
you're
to.
gonna.
QE's
okay,
not going to get on.
All right, 1 second. You're not in your own house. This is the flat Earth community. Okay, so buddy, just relax. And if you can't conduct yourself here, then we're just gonna have to show you to the door. I'd rather have you just have a nice conversation and just go through the questions that Quantum is giving you, and that'll be that. But please don't jump in while he's still speaking. Just relax.
No, speak then. Hold on.
Go ahead.
You can speak. You're fine. This is logical. It follows logically, right? I asked the first question: can you conduct natural science without experiment? You said no. That was correct answer. Now I'm going to ask you. It's a follow-on question to that fact that you stated, which was correct. And now I'm going to say, is astronomy and cosmology and astrophysics natural science? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So with your previous fact that you must have experiment to be a natural science, then astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics, with your yes answer, must have experiments. So before you have an experiment, you have to have a hypothesis. So we want one single viable scientific hypothesis in either of those disciplines in their entire history. Just one.
Let's see. There's the orbit of.
Nope, that's
Neptune
not a hypothesis. I asked, objection, Your Honor.
Wait, what happened to letting people talk? Why would that? That was crazy.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm looking for a hypothesis, not a claim. Hypothesis. Do you know what a hypothesis is, sir?
Yeah, it's a guess.
No.
Yes.
Incorrect.
Wrong.
A guess. That's not a science.
It's a guess. Sure it is. So the orbit of Neptune is we observe. You first make an. You and your citations.
Citation, please.
Well,
to
where you get your
support
citations, sir?
claim.
Wait,
Objection,
hold
Your
on.
Honor.
You keep saying not to speak over each other, and then you but.
Objection, Your Honor.
Is there
You
a judge
said, yeah, objection, because that is, I asked you for a hypothesis very specifically, and the hypothesis is
Well, you need
just a guess. It has a little bit more to it.
So we make an observation first.
That's right. To get what?
To see something that you get our hypothesis.
Okay. And then my next question was, what's a hypothesis?
I told you a hypothesis is a guess as to what causes the observation.
Oh, now you said what causes the effect. Before you just said it was a guess.
Well, it is a guess.
Okay. It's an educated guess about a cause and effect relationship. I can deal with that. That is correct. Has an independent and dependent variable. So my question again, can you please post one single viable scientific hypothesis with a dependent variable and a viable independent variable in the entire histories of any of the disciplines? Astronomy,
I told you.
cosmology, and
The
astrophysics.
orbit of Saturn was not following the Copernican as it should. So
That's not a scientific hypothesis, sir.
Sure it is.
Nope. What's the dependent and independent variables, please?
I've seen you do this to other people.
I don't really care.
I'll
What's
answer the
dependent
question.
and independent variable, please, of that hypothesis.
You know, not all science is done in your narrow
Yes, it is.
manner. No, it's not.
All science is done through experiment.
It's not
You stated it.
his.
You said
So
it's
you-
correct.
you
cannot go
orbit-
back
It's
on
not
it now.
his.
It's not
Man,
all
it's
science.
not his.
It
not
is
his.
It is his.
It's
He's
not,
defined
it's
it
not
so
his.
narrowly.
No, it is not. It is not, man. It's scientific method. It's not quantum eraser. I learned that
You're
from
going to give me the
fucking
scientific
books.
hypothesis, Meggie.
So you're defining your scientific hypothesis so narrowly that the only thing
No,
you can
I'm
do.
not. I am
Can
not.
you?
Hold
told
on
you,
a
John.
second.
Sorry, I'm trying to
Hold
tell
on
you
a
that.
second.
So you're saying that the discovery of Neptune because of the
I'm saying that you don't have a
yeah.
hypothesis. That's what I'm
Well, they
saying.
hypothesized that there had to be another mass.
No, they don't hypothesize. Post the hypothesis, please. One.
The orbit of Uranus is being deflected by another mass, another planet.
What's the dependent and independent variable of that hypothesis, please?
Jesus.
Yep. He's not going to help you.
Mm-hmm.
So you have your independent variable would be your dependent variable is the orbit of Uranus, and the independent variable would be there's another mass somewhere, right?
There's another mass somewhere. Independent variables. Can you define what an independent variable is, sir?
I love you when they do this.
Is that you laughing?
No, this is
that's somebody else laughing.
That's Jedi.
That's Jedi giggling in the laughing at background. Fucking Jedi. Sorry, guys.
All right, wait a second. So I'm going to write this down so we're not confused. Your dependent variable is the orbit of what?
Neptune. The orbit of
You said Uranus.
Uranus.
Orbit
Yeah,
of
the other way around.
Uranus. All right, thank you. And your independent
orbit-
variable?
Yeah.
Independent variable is what?
I didn't hear. Is he saying something? I didn't hear what he said. Paid Nats a show. Are you saying something?
I'm not playing your game, Kiwi.
Huh?
He doesn't
Can't
play.
I'm not playing his game. I'm not going to play your game.
Sorry.
So you don't have.
This. Sorry, NASA show. Sorry, NASA show. What's happened is you've basically conceded to the very simple question. You've understood what a natural science experiment is. You know what a hypothesis is. And because you're now being asked this question, it's, I'm not playing this game with you, QE. Yeah. We get that all the time here. It doesn't have to be QE, can be me, can be Miggy. As soon as we get to this point, it's ad hom city. Because it's all you've got, isn't it? You cannot be honest at this point.
I can be honest.
I want you to be honest. Can you be honest? No. If you're honest, it wouldn't have been, I cannot play this game with you, QE. If you'd have been honest, you'd have answered the question honestly, wouldn't you?
All right, we'll let him answer the question honestly. Go ahead and just give him the independent variable. We'll let you answer the question honestly.
You stated the dependent variable was the orbit of Uranus. I wrote it all down. I'm going to be posting this to everyone in the chat and everyone watching in the audience. So,
Yeah.
And he said the independent variable was whether or not there's a mass there.
No, he didn't say that. I think he was thinking of what he was going to say. He hasn't said the independent variable yet. At least I didn't hear him say it.
I think he said something related to whether the mass was there. I could be mistaken.
No, we're holding right now for that. So he hasn't said it yet. I'm giving him some time to actually
Google it, yeah.
Or not too much time, but yeah, just give him a little bit of time.
So you're saying the fact that Neptune was where they thought it would be is just by luck now?
No, well, no. That's not the independent. That's not the independent variable, though. Is it?
Well, I have to admit that this planetary, I'm not in my field, so.
Okay.
I do know that they discovered it because of the eccentricities in their Uranus.
No, you don't. No, you just conceded that it's not your field, sir. You just said it's not my.
No, but I know enough to it that it has been done. I know.
Well, you either know or you don't know.
Oh, I think you want to talk to a planetary scientist when I'm dealing with people that think the Earth is flat?
So you either know or you don't know, right?
Oh my God! With nothing, you are again attacking.
Relax.
Oh no! I mean, I'm not attacking.
It doesn't matter. I really, honestly,
you're talking.
1 second.
You're talking about cosmology.
Relax.
Yeah,
relax, guys. 1 second. 1 second. It doesn't matter who you think you are. Right now, if you can't produce the evidence,
you can't produce the evidence. You
are right now. Right now, your name is mud because you can't provide any evidence of the independent variable. So we're waiting on.
I wanted to pause it there for 1 second. Isn't it funny how Jedi told him exactly what he would do next with the ad homs, and he just did exactly that? I'll restart it. I mean, I'll unpause it. Comments? Comments, suggestions, statements.
I don't know what to say.
The independent control variable, right? That would be the phenomenon you're observing is an effect. You're going to have to change that one in order to show a change in the effect that you're observing, correct? So how do you look into the sky? Whatever you're looking at, doesn't matter. Are you gonna change? A lot of times the Globers will say time. The time that it took for this to happen, they try to say that's the independent control. So they would need to show how they changed time, i.e., slowed it down, sped it up, or stopped it, or any variation thereof, or all the above, in order to show that they manipulated the effect, the independent control, to show an effect with the dependent, right? Or hold on, I'm probably screwing it up.
that. It doesn't seem like we're going to get there. So we don't need obfuscation. We need the independent variable. And we're giving you ample time to do it. But it doesn't seem like you're going to be able to do that, right?
Not to your satisfaction, I'm sure.
Well, that's a problem then. That's a problem, Show.
Perhaps why is it a problem?
It's what is required right now.
But required by you as your definition of what is needed.
No, not his definition. No, that's incorrect.
What is exactly your background in science, Mr. QE?
It's fucking extensive, but
it is, yeah. Yeah, please get into it. I'd like to know.
It's irrelevant.
No, why is it irrelevant? You mean you don't? You know, you're an expert. You're an expert in science.
He's going to education.
About experiments.
Yeah, he's expecting science.
Listen.
No, he's not expecting science. He's expecting the definition of it.
Hey, NASA Show. Okay, 1 second, guys. Hey, NASA Show. We don't need to go into a peeing contest and see who can pee the farthest. I don't care about that. All that matters. No, I don't care. All that matters. Okay.
Okay, you see how immediately he conceded by going to credentials of somebody, which is a logical fallacy when you're not even talking about somebody's credentials. What does that have to do with the information at hand? I'll continue.
Relax, dude. All that matters in this conversation is if you're able to provide the evidence that is needed. And right now, it's the independent variable.
Done.
So if you can't do that, I don't care who you say you are or what you've done. The only thing that matters right now is the independent variable. And if it can be produced. If not, then you need to concede.
So, okay, the dependent variable thing that's changing is the orbit of Neptune. The independent variable then would be the mass necessary to...
Hold on. Mass
Uranus
necessary.
for Neptune. To deviate the orbit of Uranus in a particular fashion as observed.
Deviate, so mass necessary to deviate the orbit of who?
Oh my God.
You got Uranus and Neptune in here.
Mm-hmm.
So the dependent variable, holy shit.
So you're gonna shoot that shit because of your definitions?
The dependent variable is the orbit of Uranus. The independent variable is the mass necessary to deviate the orbit. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. So your hypothesis would be, just hold on, I'm writing this down so everyone can see it.
Hypothesis is that the orbit of Uranus is deviated by another mass outside of the orbit.
So how's he going to manipulate the mass of something that is in some alleged orbit, none of which has been proven to be true? So change the mass of something that only exists in your imagination and cannot be shown in reality. That's what he's saying.
I could tell you a couple of those things. I know lots of things that aren't reality, but people believe in them.
Yeah, you could pretend you're changing the mass of all kinds of things in your mind.
You're out of your mind, man.
I'll let this continue. It shouldn't be too much longer. And ladies' night's coming up in a little more than a half an hour. Let's see here. I'll just let this play out, I guess, here. It's been interesting, though.
An unknown planet.
The necessary mass deviates the orbit of Uranus. I'm sorry, Uranus. Correct?
Almost.
So now why? So tell me why? No, you're not going to shoot that shit because
right
what?
Now, because you said the mass necessary,
and the fact that they found that the fact they found it right where they said it would is secondary, huh?
I already got your hypothesis. You agreed. My next question is: the independent variable is invalid because you cannot manipulate.
You don't need to manipulate the independent variable.
That's correct.
Don't need to. No, sorry.
Oh, really? You don't need to.
No.
I would like to direct everyone's attention to 9:24 or 24 minutes after the hour. I have his dependent variable orbit of Uranus, the effect. I have the independent variable mass necessary to deviate the orbit, the cause. Hypothesis: the necessary mass deviates the orbit of Uranus.
And it was right where they said it was.
Independent variable. Shut up!
No, it was right where they.
I said the necessary mass is your independent variable. You agreed. I said you cannot manipulate the necessary mass, making it invalid. You said you don't have to manipulate the independent variable. Really? So open text. bc.ca. Notice that manipulation of the independent variable must involve the active intervention of the researcher. This is from Boston College. From the Office of Research Integrity, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. We could essentially stop right there, but why do that? Penn State University, independent variable. It is what is varied during the experiment. It is what the investigator thinks will affect the independent variable, or the dependent variable, I'm sorry. Colorado State, the independent manipulated variable changed by the scientist, which he said he doesn't need to. What the investigator is testing from Rutgers University in an experiment, the independent variable is a variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher. From University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, in an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is varied and manipulated by the researcher. You're finished. You'd fail 5th grade general science. Thank you.
Yeah, this isn't 5th grade science, though.
Yeah, but you'd fail it.
No, I didn't fail it.
Yeah, you did.
When you said that Rutgers said that, is that like the whole Rutgers? I mean, the school?
It doesn't matter.
Like the University of North Carolina, the University of North Carolina?
University of North Carolina, that's the reference or citation.
So the whole thing, I mean, the university said that. The school.
The university, that's the reference.
Which building?
You know the difference between references and citations.
Which building said that?
Which building? Buildings don't say anything. They don't
exactly.
Have
so you said the university said that. So which building?
That's right. That's part of the citation.
No. You have to come up with the person that said that, not just the building.
The person that said it will go there and find out.
No, you go there. You tell me.
But
You brought the reference.
He read one citation or four.
You know the whole.
He said Boston College also.
Are there
retard, scientific retards?
So which building on Boston College said that? The university.
You're looking at the wrong. Yeah, you're looking at the wrong thing. Pay not to shill. What you have to look at is the independent variable in which you actually produced here in this conversation.
So
was the mass?
When they found
I'm still actually talking, right?
Oh no, yeah, but you're talking bollocks. So
no,
when they
see, you got to let people finish what they're saying, dude. Independent variable mass necessary to deviate the orbit. Mass necessary to deviate the orbit. How are you going to vary and manipulate that?
So they found it right where they said it would be. By the way, so that just sort
How
of.
How are you going to vary and manipulate that?
You're missing the point here.
No, it's not.
It was exactly where they said it was.
How am I missing the point?
When they pointed their telescopes and said, "Hey, there it is." Ooh.
Okay.
So that was just sort of luck there.
Well,
they said, "Hey, what do you mean it's not science? What do you mean it's just math? Math is a language of science. Math is a language of science.
You said
that's
math.
observation.
Define math, please.
Math is a language of science.
Not math. Math.
Math is just stuff.
M-A-S-S.
Stuff.
Math is just stuff.
Stuff.
Really?
Things. Yep.
Can you provide citation because we think you're full of shit?
Yeah, that's math too, by the way.
Really? Show us.
Can you
hold on?
So I suppose you have citations for this from some 5th grade textbook.
Citation support. I don't answer a question that I don't know the answer to, sir.
Yeah, well, you don't know anything, so how do you answer questions?
I don't know anything. That's an ad hom.
No, it's not an ad hom. It's a thing.
You're spiraling.
Can you
no?
Can
shut
you
up.
provide anyone who's
shut up?
Sorry. He said
Define
massive
the
stuff.
definition right here. with citation. You know, when you provide, have you ever looked at a scientific paper?
Oh yeah. Wow.
You see the works cited page or the bibliography?
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm giving right here.
No, you know, you're just quoting schools, though.
No, that's not quoting their citations.
But you said the school. You didn't tell me which researcher
That's
which.
Right. That's right, from Boston. That's
you didn't tell me
correct.
which books, which book in which school, which author the book said. You just said some school.
Clown show. You're exposing yourself right now.
No, you're exposing yourself.
Yes, you are.
I just love to know you don't. You have to shit.
Squeeze the nuts right off you right now.
If you had nuts to start off with, sir.
Well, no, you're nuts. Not my nuts.
No, you're nuts. You had no nuts to begin with.
Fucking clown.
The resistance to acceleration. How about that? You like that one?
Resistance to acceleration. That's the definition of inertia. How in the hell can we have a definition of mass and inertia being the exact same thing? Can't have that. That's a law of identity violation, sir.
Bankers.
Hello? Law of identity violation, sir.
Mm-hmm.
He
already failed.
That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
He's failed.
Yeah.
Of course I feel.
When
you have QE here, of course everybody's going to fail because
word salad. You're wrong. Ad hom, word salad. You're wrong. That's all I've heard from you. Nothing coherent, just personal attacks. And you're wrong. Nothing substantial. You haven't really done much, have you, NASA Shill? Shame, mate.
Yeah.
Is that the length you're going to go to?
Honestly, don't even care about his credentials right now because it would be sad if he actually even said what he is. I think for him, it's better for him just to keep them hidden because right now it would only bring him shame if he actually said what he was. The way I look at it.
Well, first he said mass was the amount of stuff. I mean, you got to take it easy with the white paper technical language. And then he changed it up and gave us the definition of inertia. Which one is it?
Well, if you're so upset with QE, would you like to speak to someone else then in answer show?
Why doesn't he answer the question first?
I told you what it is. The amount of stuff. Matter,
the amount
substance,
of stuff.
and
And then
object.
you gave me the definition of inertia. Okay, I'd like to direct everyone's attention. We're going to go with the amount of stuff. So at 32 minutes after the hour, from the Royal Society of Chemistry, moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance.
Oh, shoot, and it's 32
is
after
often
right now.
incorrectly identified with mass, and then we'll just kill it to death. From Edwin Taylor and John Wheeler, Space-Time Physics, that's Princeton University. Nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms, that's stuff, or by any other counting method, try to evaluate the amount of matter, that's stuff, that number would not equal mass. You're finished. You don't know what mass is. You don't know what a hypothesis is. You don't know what an experiment is. You don't know what an independent variable is. You'd fail.
Yet I'm smart enough to figure out that the Earth isn't flat.
Great general science.
You call that smart?
My initial claim, and you would fail fifth grade general science.
Well, of course, when you define everything, both with QE's terms, you can't. When you
didn't
accept
make these terms up. NASA Shill?
When
He didn't
you
make these up.
Oh, no, he's just applying them.
He's not even reading the citations, guys. That's the whole thing. He didn't even click on the link. He didn't even look at it. He didn't even hear you, QE.
I heard QE. I've heard QE a lot. Hearing QE is the easy part.
Awesome.
Understanding QE is
So you understand? So you understand these citations then, not QE. This isn't QE's or mine's scientific method. We didn't make this shit up, mate. This is established stuff, and the citations that have been provided are.
Well, no, I mean, so obviously you're the expert.
QE's
You guys are the experts in science, and you get to define what science is and what science is not, right? Because
No, we just follow what the definition is. I'm not defining shit. We're following what the definition is.
No, the definition
we're
written
using
by
the
whom?
definition of natural science, the formulation of a hypothesis, and what the dependent and independent variables are, and how we then carry those forward and conduct a physical scientific experiment to elucidate the hypothesis, demonstrate the cause and effect.
My guess is you've actually never actually done a science
Let him
experiment.
finish.
Again, my guess, you're not listening. Your only retort is to personally attack.
No, it's not personally attack.
That's all you've got.
I know that QE
You
hasn't
don't
done
know.
a scientific experiment.
There we go. You can define these things, can you? Have you got a crystal fucking ball,
Because
my
your
friend?
definitions are not as simple as what you say they are.
They are the definitions. Those are the words that are used. The words clearly defined.
By whom?
Well, if those definitions are not so simple, what are they then?
I told you, they're not that. You don't get to say. You mean you have an experiment that
You get to decide.
I don't get to decide. No.
Right. So it is what it is, and based on what it is, that's what it is. Not my thoughts or feelings, not QE's thoughts or feelings. It is what it is. Simple shit, right? Very simple shit.
Well, maybe if you took science beyond the 5th grade, you'd understand a little bit more, but I don't think so.
Well, at the moment, you haven't been able to take it beyond the 5th grade level because it's been elucidated that you wouldn't pass any 5th grade general science exam.
Yeah, you would be, huh?
Oh, but you failed. You failed very, very simple questions, and your only response was no.
I didn't fail.
And your little, I want to sleep tonight. I didn't fail. I want to sleep tonight.
I know I didn't fail.
Make yourself feel better.
I know how to make myself feel better, sir.
Yeah. I've got a question for you then. Do you know of any direct measurements of the physical curvature of the Earth?
Oh, you get in this one, huh? Okay.
Well, you said flat earthers, my friend, and we've done the sciencey bit.
So why don't you tell me why
let's
the
go
Earth
on to the geometry.
Why is there
any physical? Ask the question again, and you will answer it. We'll see, unless it's an ad hom. So, do you know? And I'll give you for all of recorded history. Do you know of any physical direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth?
Direct measurements, huh? You mean like taking a ruler and going one by one across the whole Earth, right?
That's you being funny, right?
I don't care how you think that it's been done, but we want a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
What do you mean by direct? I want to hear what you mean by direct.
What do you mean? What do you mean? No. How come he has to explain it to you? It's painfully obvious what
you guys are defining terms. You define terms in different ways here. So what is direct?
It's not.
I'm not going to follow this advice.
You know. Hang on a second. You know what he means. No, we're not going to entertain your kind of little obfuscation tactics.
What do you mean by direct? Tell me what you mean by direct.
No,
actually, tell me what you mean by direct.
Actually, you're being really stupid right now. I don't know what
word
I can put to it. Yes, you are.
No,
you
are.
Tell me. You know what he's.
Tell me what you want. What you want.
What he wants is a direct measurement of the Earth's curvature. No, he's not gonna. No, he's not gonna do it. No, he's not gonna do it.
Oh, you're not gonna define what you want?
Listen, you're
gonna ask me for something and not define.
Okay, you're gonna provide it, or you're gonna see yourself out of this chat. I'm not dealing with you anymore because you're gonna do this on every single point he brings up, and I'm not gonna listen to it. So you're gonna either tell him the direct measurement of Earth curvature, or we're gonna move you out of this chat. Simple as that. Your choice.
I'm asking you what you want by direct, and you're telling me that you can't do it.
I'm gonna count from 10
seriously.
down. 10 down. It's up to
tell
you.
Me what you want.
10 down, and then you're gonna provide, or you're gone.
Tell me what you want with a direct measurement.
9, 8.
That's a direct
7.
Measurement. Measuring time backwards.
6,
Measuring time backwards.
4, 3.
What's direct measurement?
Give it your best shot.
1.
Anything.
Measuring time backwards.
Bye, Felicia.
Loser. Oh, excuse me. Boy, it's amazing that Globers are just so full of science, aren't they? Wow. That depends on what the meaning of is. Anyway, ladies' night and 20 minutes. Comments, statements, complaints.
The thing about that was, you know, the guy's like, what's a direct measurement? And it's like, wait a sec, bud. Hold on. Your claim is Earth has measurable curvature. So it doesn't matter what we call a direct measurement. You're the one making the claim.
Yes. But the thing is, look, Glat, you know, he needed to look. So that's another thing this guy didn't know. The definition of
I know nothing.
A definition of measurement includes a physical exchange of energy between the measurer and the measured object. That's
you know what's funny? He's like, do you want me to take a ruler and go piece by piece? I would have said, well, that's more than you've done so far. So maybe, yeah.
Accidentally deafened.
Do something.
Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, one doesn't exist. They can't do it. That's why. I don't know why would they bother.
Here's what it is. When anyone goes out to measure for curvature, they won't find it. So that's why we're never going to see a glober go out and do it how we've done it with laser tests or observations. They're never going to do it.
No.
And if they do it, they're not going to bring their results back here.
It would show flat. Yeah, it would show flat, and they wouldn't tell us.
And then they'd have to, oh no, my pride hurts a little bit because I believed a lie for so long. That's what we call big boy and big girl pants, folks. Put those on, and you can learn something.
They'd rather believe the lie. So that's just that's what the dis-ease is on Earth.
Well, that's why it's called a mental illness.
Exactly. Choosing to believe a lie is they have words for that. We'll be nice
deal
here.
with it.
I know you do.
I fucking deal with it all the time. People are like,
I get it.
Oh, I just don't know what to do. It's like, well, I don't want to be a dick, but you need to quit drinking.
That might be a good start. Holy
like, you know, I don't want to be a dick, but you should probably measure the Earth first before you start defending for it. What do you think?
Well, if you take 3 drinks and you don't remember anything for 3 or 4 weeks afterwards, there could be a little problem there.
There's a problem there. Yep. You're having an allergic reaction.
You're gonna get a clue after a while. You better get the clue early rather than late. Avoid the decades of misery that some of us have experienced.
How about this? I think that this could go over well. Hey, have you ever? Do you know what your wheelbase measurement is for your vehicle that you drive? Oh, I don't know. You know, let's say that they're like, I don't know, what would it be, like 59 inches? I don't know. I just made up a number. Oh, it's 59 inches. It's probably bigger than that or something. I don't know, but whatever.
Yeah, it's like 159 would be more like it, but that's close.
The width?
My Camaro was one of
the width. I'm sorry. The width.
Let him finish his thing.
Sorry.
All right. So you ask what the wheel, okay. You ask what's the measurement, right? What does the manufacturer say that is? Have you ever directly measured it? No, I haven't done that. Go ahead and do that. I'll wait. What, 5 minutes, right? All right. Tick tock. All right, you're back. Fantastic. So is it accurate? It is. Well, that's good. That means they're not lying to you. How about your porch? You might have some building plans. Have you ever directly measured your porch? You haven't? Go do that. I'll wait. Oh, you directly measured your porch. Excellent. Was it accurate? It was. Your builder did a great job. That's fantastic. All right. So what do they say about the Earth? They say this. Okay. Has anyone ever directly measured that? They haven't. They can't.
And the answer does not start with you could or what if.
Yeah, exactly. We got your wheelbase, we got your porch, because those things are measurable.
Yeah, did you directly measure it, or did you just look out of a book and just trust that what the book said was right? That's the difference.
Well, you see, the way that they did it was by looking at stars. Okay. Have you thought about this? Have you thought about this for a moment? I get what you're saying. It's a cool idea. And it could work, but you'd have to have known variables for your presuppositions. They would have to not be presuppositions. They would have to be actual knowledge. Otherwise, it's all a guess.
You can't get direct knowledge of physical objects or surfaces or whatever it may be. You can't get knowledge without directly interacting with said object or shape or surface.
I like this setup. You know, you got to guide people's mind into understanding what you're talking about, provide them context for what direct measurement means, because they don't seem to understand those words.
I think it's a really good point to harp on. Like, just beat it to death because they don't understand it and they'll forget in 30 seconds. You got to remind them again. No, we said direct.
Yeah.
It's a good way to catch the logical.
But I saw a round thing in the sky, and that must be why it has to be.
They said so. They said not even they saw it. They said they saw it. Someone said they saw someone else that saw it.
Yeah, so listen, I look across the street and there's a Cadillac over there parked. That means I drive a Cadillac. That's just how it works. Over there, there's that.
If you just go over there and jump in and drive away.
No, dude, you're not getting it. No, you're just being funny. I know you get it.
Trying to be funny.
Oh, look, a squirrel over there. I must be a squirrel. That's the same logic.
You know, it is kind of the same thing. Look, they're saying, like, one of the last little weird quirks of this
look, I did.
cosmology thing. This cosmology thing is they were saying, like, when quantum physics kind of entered into the field, they started saying that the astronomers were actually creating what they're looking at as they're looking out there. They're creating the billions of light years out there because they're looking at it. I'm serious. This is kind of what they believe, that shit.
Wow. I just got an order with the person's first name is Paradise.
That's interesting.
I'm always coming across.
I like the precious names too.
What? Who's yelling randomly? Is that you, Rookie? Are you yelling
That's me.
again?
I don't have a headset on. I'm sorry.
You're okay, Rookie?
All right, fine. I'm not sorry. Damn it.
Oh, shoot. This is exploringnature.org. They have the actual definitions of experiment. It's called exploringnature.org. I'll put it. They're telling the truth about what these variables are and what they do. It's worthwhile to find a place that you can actually see that. Yeah, with a plant, you can do science. What's wrong with people, man? If you have a variable you can change, such as water, no water, little water, how about fertilizer, no fertilizer, different fertilizer? You could change variables and have a different effect. Change the amount of light. Put a plant in the shade. See how that one does. Not as well as one in the light. Too much light. Oh, it got burnt. Oh, okay. Yep. It's not as difficult as people think. It's just people are stuck on stupid and they think they're all smart. They have nothing to back up their ideas of what they think is knowledge.
Well, they need to prove to themselves that they are smart outside of what the authority says about stuff. People have this misconception that, hey, if I learned it in school and I got straight A's, boy, I'm smart. Boy, I know about stuff. I got a good beat on things, you know?
Here's a good question about science. In the scientific experiment, can you have more than one independent variable in a scientific experiment?
If you have a different experiment, yeah, but not in the same experiment.
We're talking about one experiment. Yeah,
no,
cannot.
No,
right.
You cannot.
You can only have one independent variable. Otherwise, the results are confused. So, for instance, if they were to prove gravity, they would have to take out electrostatics, electromagnetism, and any other electrodynamic forces, ether possibly, like the medium, they would have to remove everything first to determine. That's why it's impossible. It can't be done. So that's why, we looked up at the sky and we sweep. Crazy, man. On a rainy day, we saw the eclipse. We were inside the tent, though. We never went out, actually. We were looking at the roof of the tent. Because it was raining outside. Like that dude. Who was that? Eddington? No, who was it? Who was the one that did that, like, after Einstein? What was that freaking effect they saw? They think they saw.
Sagnac?
No. He's an astronomer. He's an astronomer. That was a test, actually. The Sagnac was done with light interferometers.
One of my favorite gibberish words is astronomer and astrophysicist. Those are two gibberish words I love.
Hey everybody, ladies' night soon. Let's get hyped.
Yeah. Yep.
I think that was a good little interlude about what direct is and about the scientific method. That was pretty cool. So anyway, I'm going to have to, speaking of paradise, I have to go out to paradise for a while. I'll probably miss the first part of ladies' night, but I'll be back a little later.
That's okay. I'll do the listening for you.
Thanks. A lot of times I'm late because I go out in the day, because I have to go out when it's light.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
It's almost 2 p.m. there, bud. You better get your shit going.
Yeah, it's time.
I'm just kidding. I don't want to tell you what to do.
No, but you're right. It is.
No, but really get to it. Get to stepping. Okay. Great. Yeah, ladies' night. 9 minutes, guys. For all of you listening who don't want to talk to us belligerent men, the stand-up ladies are coming in shortly. They are stand-up individuals. Compared to me, at least. I don't know. I'll speak for myself.
Alrighty. Somebody said eclipse. And of course, I had to go look up Bonnie Tyler. Total eclipse on the high. And I was looking at the music video. And
that's the music video? No. Wow. That's really bad.
That is in the music video. Oh boy.
It's Ghost. It's never mind. I was going to say some stuff. Go ahead, Bonnie Tyler. Yeah, it's a sweet song. Wow, that can't be in the video. Why is that in the video?
I time-stamped it. I don't know. I don't know.
Man,
there's
that's bad.
Stuff. It's so weird. There's a lot of stuff in that. I was really and truly, I was just looking to see if I could find a globe in the music video, because globes are everywhere. But I didn't see a globe, but I saw a lot of demon stuff, and obviously these crazy. I don't know what you call that. Glowing-eyed, robed people. It's uncomfortable.
That's their Halloween costumes, obviously.
Yeah, there's a lot of yeah, it's just there's a lot going on in that. No surprise.
Well, it's that entertainment business.
The lyrics, the turnaround bright eyes. Yeah, that's the
Oh,
there.
Bright Eyes. I get it now.
Yeah, but it's still super.
Turn around. Risen from the dead.
Aye, aye, aye. Has anybody ever found another artist that sings like Dolores O'Riordan? I'm not Irish enough to say her name. From the Cranberries.
Oh, no. She was one of a kind.
I'm always looking for more like Gaelic or Irish or or Scottish
Gotta love
singers.
Zombie, dude.
What?
Zombie,
Yeah.
zombie.
She was definitely
Good
murdered, by the way. There's no doubt in my mind that she was murdered. But I know, no doubt in my mind. I know, but
I'm with you there, and
I find it incredibly hard. I find it incredibly hard that somebody would drown to death in alcohol 30 minutes before they were supposed to do one of the most important songs of their entire career in a politically charged environment, and you're finally having an opportunity to perform a song that was banned by these same people, and now you're getting to perform it for them. And 30 minutes before your recording slash presentation, performance, or whatever, you drowned to death in alcohol.
It takes a while to drown to death in alcohol, too. It takes a couple hours for you to totally die from that. So, yeah, somebody would have noticed and helped her out and taken her to the emergency room for sure. It's not like, oh, I'm going to drink 2 bottles of vodka right now and then die. Like, there's no, and plus 30 minutes before a show, there's so many people working on you before you go out and perform.
Yeah.
It's like, there's no fucking way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've watched people literally just consume alcohol for days on end and not even drink water before they needed to go to the hospital. You know, it's just like, it's not. You know, you'd probably have to just sit there and down like a few liters, like consistently back to back.
And your body would reject it. You'd throw right up anyway.
Yeah.
Right then and there.
I mean, alcohol poisoning exists. That's not.
It does, but like I said, it takes forever to actually poison your body with it. It takes a while. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. And it's just in the behavior. It's not consistent with the behavior that she would have. Like, I get it. There's a lot of musicians that like down a thing before they go perform. I get that, but like, it's too absurd. And here's the other reason is precedence. Find me another case where somebody drowned to death right before a performance. Drowned to death on alcohol. I mean, drowned to death, period, but drowned to death on alcohol. It's unprecedented, and that's what makes it so absurd.
Sometimes they need more alcohol while they're performing, but
yeah. But anyway, I would love to find. I'm always looking for more. It's just one of my favorite vocal qualities in singing is that Irish twang, for lack of a better word. There's probably a better word. I really like it. Vibrato? Is it you would call it a dialectical vibrato? I don't know. No music majors, I guess, in the room.
Did you say no music majors?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, you know, there's like music geeks that like know all
Yeah.
of the technical terms for.
What was
I
the
got a
term you're looking
degree
for?
I got a degree in music.
I do too, but that doesn't mean I'm an expert.
What you would call that Irish dialect as it like modulates the tone in their sing, like it's not quite a vibrato, but there's something special to that dialect.
Staccato.
I don't know if it's staccato, but yeah. I know what you're talking about. I don't know if it has a name. Probably does, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea. My education failed me on this one.
Yeah, I got you. Shortened duration. No, yeah, I don't think it's staccato. It's all good. No big deal.
All right, ladies, have a wonderful ladies' night. Fellas, keep your mouths closed and your ears open. Come on, chat with the ladies, folks. Flat earthers, anti-flat earthers, globers, anything you got. Let's have a good ladies' night. They are eager to chat with you. Yep. Just rule number 1, be respectful. That's it.
Yeah, it looks like I'm the only one here right now. Oh well.
The only one?
The only lady.
The only lady. Well, you know me. I'm cool with that.
What
But
about me? Who was that?
I think it was Rookie.
What about me? I'm a lady. Oh. Sure. I identify as a lady. Don't that count?
Some men are trying to disrespect the ladies by putting on a dress and calling themselves one.
Yeah. That's true.
Hello, Level Up. Good to see you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm only a couple minutes late, but had end of the month stuff to do. So where's everybody else?
Not sure. Haven't seen too many ladies around lately. Past few days.
We keep saying nice weather. I hope that's it.
Maybe.
Well, we'll have to think of something to talk about, huh?
Yeah. Usually I'd go to the YouTube chat, but there isn't one.
Yeah, and that's okay. I think pretty much any 24/7 channel, the people who are there are just using it as a social media account. You know what I mean? Not really paying attention to the video.
True. Yeah. I would be in there and a lot of people would just be like saying that they're on mute, like the video's on mute. They just go there to chat with people.
Yeah.
Especially the Globers. They don't want to listen to the evidence presented, so.
That's true. Did somebody make a nice audio intro or something one time?
You mean like a custom one for Ladies' Night?
Yeah, I thought they were either talking about it or somebody had one. I forget what they did last week.
I brought it up that we should have one, but I don't think there is one.
Oh, okay. There were some GIFs on the voice text, but don't even have those yet.
Yeah,
We'll
I forgot the
think-
for the
Okay.
post.
What's that?
I forgot the commands for the posters to come up on the screen, so I can't post them. I don't have them on my phone either.
Can't help you there. Well, usually somebody goes through and looks for names they don't know on the list to ask them if they want to say anything, but I don't know who's a baller, who isn't.
We got a Globe Skeptic.
Yeah, then I have to click on each. Have to click on each name and go, what are you? What are you? What are you? See, I'm all the way up to K and haven't found anybody yet. KFX doesn't have any roles.
I remember the name. I thought he was VC verified. Must be a new account.
Could be.
Hey Job, good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I come back in every once in a while.
Welcome to the Ladies' Night.
Yeah.
I'll have to pick something to talk about, I guess. I don't know. We could consider the plight of trolls who can't go to the YouTube chat anymore.
Right. Well, there is Roger's live stream, but I don't have the link to that.
I don't either. I don't know who that is.
He's one of the moderators here.
Oh, okay. I'm terrible with names.
I'll get.
Oh, not that picture again. Who made that picture a meme?
Oh man.
They're trying to get us all nauseated before we start.
Yeah. And I did record my cuckoo clock and set it to Helio. I don't know if he got the message yet, but so if they wanted to make it a sound you can play in the live stream, then there it is. That would be fun. Yeah.
Yeah, Helio has it. I don't know where he's been, but maybe on a different schedule or something. Somebody's got to join who has a question. I could bring up something Faulkner said once in one of our conversations, but I don't know if anybody's interested because those kind of things are better done with images, and I don't have them handy. Because one of the things he said, since we got to talk about something, is that the sun's motion overhead over the day, on a given day, must prove that Earth is a spinning ball. And of course, I disagreed. But I had been thinking about how it might prove that the flat surface of Earth might have to be a circle, because it never occurred to him, I don't think, that the rationale he gave for Earth spin as to sun motion works equally well on a flat circle. Meaning how it's the problem is east and west, right? If you're on a circle, east and west aren't straight lines. North and south can be, like spokes on a wheel, but east and west are circles. And so if something is coming from the east, it's going to be a circle around you, and it won't be straight. If you hold out your hand, if you're facing south and you hold out your left hand, it would be pointing east, but east keeps curving up and away from you, north and away from you. So if that explains why the sun can be at a certain azimuth when it's, at sunrise, and it goes south when it gets to its zenith and then goes north again when it goes to sunset, does that prove that flat Earth must be a circle? But it's kind of something you need to draw pictures of, and it's hard to do right now.
Yeah, I'm more of a visual learner. I need the pictures to fully understand things.
Right. But somebody else must have wondered that. I mean, if you study the motions of the luminaries, and it could apply to a lot of things, not just the sun and moon, but the stars also, as far as where east and west are.
Mm-hmm.
Which kind of puts a damper in alternate theories for Earth shape, such as a square or the Pac-Man map, because it would almost have to be circular. And yet, if it is, there are things that need to be worked out for the southern hemisphere, or, to lack of a better word, south of the equator, for distances. But the thing is that even on a standard globe model, the longitude lines are farther apart at the equator than they are at the poles. And nobody seems to bother about how long how fast the sun is moving. If it's 15 degrees, it's 15 degrees. But degrees get longer and longer the farther you go from the center of a circle. So it's a puzzle. Let's see, we got a map and some things in the chat there. For distances, I don't have a problem with being able to see too far because that just means we're not on a ball. But how big is the circle? Oh, that's a nice picture of the solar eclipse on Mars. What is that thing? It looks like an egg that somebody poked a hole in, with the shell.
Yeah, yeah.
And shouldn't Mars be a pear-shaped ellipsoid? I mean, it spins, right?
Right. Earth is special, I guess.
Yeah, but it's because of the spin. So anything else that spins, somehow that doesn't apply. See, I still haven't found any. Huh? Everybody seems to be a flat earther. Are they afraid of Ladies' Night now? They used to come primarily for Ladies' Night, didn't they? The ball earthers.
Right. Like I remember last summer, I think this chat would be filled with about 60 or 70 people. Very busy.
I know they talked about possibly having a second Ladies' Night on another day at a different time because of some people in the time zones where it's like midnight or later.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be 1 second. I'm going to turn on the fan. It's getting warm in here. Is it every live stream, or is it just this one where attendance is down? Well, that's a nice picture of a broken egg. Well, if any of the guys wants to chit chat, I guess that'll help because it's going to be really boring with just us two. Is there a big chance to ask us questions?
How long have you been flat earther level up? Or is that your name?
Yeah. Since 2015. I think a lot of people got into it then, at least as far as really taking a look at it. Just hadn't thought about it before, really. I've been a young Earth creationist for a lot longer than that, but didn't think about the shape too much until 2015.
As a young Earth creationist, what's your thoughts or perspective on how old the Earth is.
Well, from just a strictly scientific, in the truest sense of the word, perspective, I don't see any support for evolution and trying to guess the age, and that's really what they're doing, is guessing the age of rocks from that long ago. There's just no way to do it because carbon dating doesn't work for things that aren't made of carbon, that weren't ever alive, and it's my understanding that it's kind of a circular reasoning thing where they say, well, this rock is such and such years old because we found this fossil in it, and we know how old the fossil is because of which rock we found it in. You know, there's a ton of things that don't make sense about evolutionary theory, and when you get into more than, say, 10,000 or so, 20,000 years on any of the carbon dating methods or related, it's just too unreliable. So I don't know of any evidence that anything is that old.
Yeah, see, I get what you're saying. I don't understand how they can say that, like in layering of rocks, like if you look at like the mountainside, they'll go out and date some of those rocks or like layers of it, and they'll say that the rock that's below is actually younger, and the rock above it is like 1,000,000 years older than. So how does that even happen? You know, it's like half the time it seems like they don't even know what they're talking about.
Especially since Mount St. Helens erupted back in 80 something or other, I think it was. It made what they call a mini Grand Canyon in a matter of months. And it had the same thing where the layers would be young, under old. And it was documented how the thing, the mini Grand Canyon formed and how fast and how it was Spirit Lake there. There were a bunch of trees that had been stripped of their bark and branches and roots were floating on the lake, and then eventually they would tip upright and sink to the bottom. It was a slow process, but it was, within months and years. And they would find these things sinking into the silt at the bottom. And this is what you find in other rock formations around the world. Sometimes you'll find a tree going vertically up supposedly millions of years of rock. So we know layers of rock and canyons and things can form in a fairly short time. You just need a big enough cataclysm. And so the whole story of evolution just doesn't, you can't scientifically falsify it, meaning they're going to hang on to that theory no matter what is ever discovered, which is why they make up oxymorons like living fossils, telling us, well, here's a fossil of the coelacanth, and it had little appendages that are going to turn into legs, and then they find some alive and go, living fossil. So they're disingenuous. It's impossible to falsify their theory because they'll think of an excuse to, that there's no test they can do to make it false in their mind. And so it's not a scientific theory. They don't use the scientific method for determining age or progression of life. And they refuse to answer how life got started because evolution means change. Well, if you don't have to answer how anything got here, then neither do I. But it's not a scientific discussion. Anything else? I guess I didn't answer the question really. I just said how old it isn't. But I would say on the order of anywhere, I think it's more than 6,000 because even if you just do the genealogies in the Bible, especially if you use the Septuagint and other Old Testament texts, because I don't trust a lot of the things in the Masoretic. I think it's probably in the 7,000s from creation right now. That's just my best guess. Now we're doing no forest images. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't have a problem with giant trees. You know, that they could petrify. That's not a problem, especially during a flood where there's a lot of sediments floating around. And of course, they can petrify. We know things can petrify in less than 100 years. They found miners' hats completely turned to stone from, like less than like 60, 70 years. So, yeah, there's a lot of formations that are probably trees, but saying entire mountains used to be trees is kind of a stretch for me, and I don't see them looking like trees most of the time. I don't know. I'm just not into the whole no forest things, especially when they say, well, they were silicone based or something. I'm like, all right, go out and do the research yourself. Go dig up the soil and find the root system. Where are the branches? Where are, not every flat mesa is a chopped off tree. Boy, they chopped them straight, didn't they? It's just like the mountains and rock formations that are allegedly giants that died. They sure like to pose before they die. I mean, they do nice profiles and they're perfectly straight. But as to get a line from iRobot, you must ask the right questions. And I don't think even flat earthers a lot of times are asking enough questions of any new theory that comes down the road.
Yeah, I would agree. I haven't really looked into the whole tree thing. Seems kind of out there, but it is interesting sounding.
There's a lot of interesting things that were, and I'm not sure what the value is of focusing on that, because what can we prove and what does it mean if we do prove it?
Right.
Anybody else have a question? I don't like to go too much into pure speculation and hypotheticals, because it's pointless. Fun, but pointless.
Right.
Yeah, sorry. I know it was like kind of off topic. I just kind of wanted to get the ball rolling. It seemed like everybody else was kind of quiet. So.
That's fine. Place to visit, but not to stay. Trying to think of something interesting to talk about that doesn't really do better with pictures.
Yeah, I'm not much help. I've had a long day. I'm pretty wiped out.
Oh.
But can't just have one lady here. Gotta have ladies' night.
Right. Where are the other ladies?
Yeah, I tagged Shines, but she's offline. So maybe she'll show up later though. I don't know.
Oh, there it goes again. Any of the other guys could speak up and say something, ask us a question, I guess. It's just there aren't any ball earthers here to do it. They talk about how sunsets prove the Earth isn't a globe. Huh?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got you. So a few years back, the theory on where the moon is changed to it is now inside of the Earth's atmosphere. Now, if that's true, what about the whole story do you think falls apart because of that knowledge?
Well, first of all, atmosphere is supposed to be where there's air, and there's no air over 250,000 miles from the Earth, as far as their own model has insisted for how many years now. Calling that the atmosphere is pretty disingenuous, in my opinion. I think maybe they're trying to hedge their bets for when people start finding out more that nobody left Earth's atmosphere, and they could technically agree and say that's right, that they just made the atmosphere bigger so they can lie through their teeth and and get off on a technicality. Other than that, I can't imagine why they did that. So there's a question about how sunsets prove Earth isn't a globe with a radius 3959. Well, we see, regardless of where the sunset is, we see way too far anyhow. I mean, especially the infrared pictures that have nothing to do with the sunlight. We already know if it were a globe, it would have to be way, way bigger, which would make a lot of other things not work out. But sunsets, anytime we're looking through the atmosphere to something in the sky, we're looking at apparent positions. And so I've also seen videos of the sun sort of melting into the distance instead of actually setting. And when it gets to the limits of our vision, sometimes you can bring the sun back over the horizon by zooming in, just like you can do with boats. And light, as far as I'm concerned, doesn't travel, whether it travels or not, doesn't travel infinitely long. I mean, every form of energy will run out of gas eventually, and we don't know how big the sun is or how far away it is. So I'm not sure how a sunset would prove anything. Another question: what human advancement might be possible with a flat Earth instead of the claimed globe? Well, I think if we... Oh, go ahead if you want to take that one.
Oh no, I was just thinking out loud. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. To begin with, I'd say that we would take all the money people are siphoning from the middle class around the world to go to space and use it instead to fix things up where we are, and then maybe when everybody's doing a lot better, we can explore out, to Antarctica and put it to good use in case there's more land, more resources, or whatever, or find out that there isn't. It would be good to know. But as far as an advancement goes, I mean, people have made the claim for a long time that only because of the space program do we have handy gadgets like radios and things practically. Whatever we have is because of space technology, right? Which isn't true. But at least we wouldn't be pouring gazillions of dollars into space programs. And like I said, we could put it straight into technology that would actually help people here. Yeah, there's one of those proofs of CGI on the space station again.
Yeah, I got this advertised to me because Google likes to send me stuff, and this was one of them, and I thought it was pretty funny. Exposing
Basically.
themselves.
Yeah. I mean, it's become as real as reality TV.
Yeah.
And it's like people stay glued to that, like, and the people on this alleged space station have these really creepy grins on all the time. I mean, they're smiling as wide as they can all the time. It's weird.
Yeah, actually, yeah, now that you mention it.
It's creepy. I mean, who do you know who smiles like that all the time, every day, every time the camera's on?
Yeah.
Not to mention the hair. I mean,
Yeah, I was gonna say the hair. It's probably one of the worst jobs they do is the hairspray thing. Like you can just tell it's hairspray.
yeah, absolutely. And just logistical things like, well, not just logistics, but how, practical things like how much water they breathe out onto all those exposed circuits. I mean, there's those pictures people post now and then comparing a typical server room, in a computer center to the wiring on the ISS. It's like, who needs to be fired for putting those wires everywhere like that? I mean, and circuits are exposed, and people could be catching, anything could catch on those wires. They're getting moisture from people's breath. Shed skin cells are getting everywhere. And as far as anybody knows, there are not regular shuttle trips, whatever kind of device we go up there anymore, to bring them oxygen, bring them water, take away waste. I mean, if they're just ejecting this stuff into space, some of that's going to smack into the windows on the space station eventually, right?
Right.
Yeah, dirty clothes. How do if you throw them away, where are you putting them? How are you getting new ones? How do you have all that room on that cramped space station with all those wires everywhere? Yeah, not to mention what it must smell like. It's
yeah.
just,
Thought of that.
Yeah.
How do you wash your hair in 5 months?
Right.
Ugh.
And keep it nice and fluffy the way the lady's hair is.
Yeah. Looks like we were joined by another lady, life log.
Can you talk?
If I remember correctly, I think she's a globe earther.
Okay, it doesn't really say. And back to the ISS and their clothes. That's not very green of them to throw away their clothes like that. I mean, get Greta up there to scold them for throwing their clothes away.
How dare you?
Thomas Arthur, this is the source of daytime sporadic meteors. That's where they come from. Well, hey, it would be a giant incinerator, right? Throw it fast enough at the atmosphere.
Yeah.
see. 40 minutes and we still... Huh? I heard something.
Comment on Earth's atmosphere on the moon.
Sure.
So like it's a recent thing that Globers are saying, oh no, it's not a vacuum, it's actually low pressure. I think they're trying to escape the dangers and space being deadly. So if they say Earth's atmosphere is on the moon, that way when they lose pressure, like in the space shuttle, they just put a little duct tape and it's fine. So that removes the danger of space when there's atmosphere.
Well, then we need to ask them, how low is this pressure? And so we can put that in a box and test it on Earth.
Yeah, I noticed they don't say vacuum anymore. They say low pressure. So I guess it's not a vacuum. Space isn't a vacuum anymore. They just change stuff to fight the flat Earth.
Remove the goalposts as fast as they can. But it doesn't help. I mean, what's the difference between the low pressure that they've claimed all this time and a vacuum?
One will kill you and one won't kill you.
Depending on how low the pressure is. I mean, isn't it that people they climb Mount Everest and they have to have help breathing because the air is so thin? If that's all the farther you have to go to have trouble breathing, then I'm pretty sure if you go 250,000 miles, you're going to have way more trouble breathing.
Yeah, that's what we have to find out, like how much low pressure will kill you.
Yeah, and have them demonstrate.
Because I always thought that space would pop your eyeballs out, but nobody can confirm that, so we have to find out.
Well, that only happens on Mars in Total Recall.
In the movies,
on
right?
Mars. Yeah.
I don't know my space knowledge in the movies. That's where I got all my space facts from.
I'm pretty sure that's where everybody gets it. Else come in? I haven't heard anybody for a while.
Got a person, but they don't have the VC verified role.
Oh. Old rum. They don't have rules either. He just joined. I didn't see who.
Me, Paula, but you will not get Glover.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Should we open it up? We've been stalling for 45 minutes, and it doesn't look like there's going to be ball earthers or more ladies.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, well, since nobody's started the thing that says there's an event running, I guess we don't need to stop it.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I was like, huh, no one started it. I don't have the ability to either, so. And there's no mod here right now.
Yeah, that makes it kind of a challenge. Well, I guess, are we declaring Ladies' Night over because there's only two of us and no ball earthers to talk to?
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay, Ladies' Night's over. Don't everybody talk at once.
Woo!
Nice.
Nobody believes. Nobody wants to start to speak.
They used to come in here and think that we were easy pickings, and I guess maybe it turned out not to be the case. Does anybody know how to play the music bot? We could have something making noise for the live stream.
Yeah. A debate or a song?
I'm sorry?
Would you rather hear some songs or a debate?
I don't know. I personally would be more for debates because
Right.
it's supposed to be what we're doing, talking about technical things, I guess.
Sure. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah,
I'll unmute him. Hold
got
on.
him. I got him.
Yeah,
I got him.
okay.
Silly Smiles, you got a mic check?
Yeah, I think I'm here.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't know. Someone told me to come down here.
Right. You guys were having a discussion. I think you and Reasons were having a on a topic about missiles.
Well, not missiles per se, but symbology.
Well, yeah, wanted to see if you could bring that conversation into this chat room. So, what were you guys talking about specifically?
Somebody asked me why I was convinced that the Earth is round, and I said I used to work on F-16s as an engineer, writing software for fire control computer, and when we do the calculations for how to display symbology on the heads-up display. If we were to use flat Earth calculations, the symbology would not appear correctly over the target.
That's too vague.
Flat Earth calculations are easy. We used to use them for short distance stuff just to save processing power, but we had more processing power, so we migrated.
All right, let's take this to the woodshed real quick.
I'm not an F-16 engineer, F-16 pilot. I'm going to use the Evolved Sea Sparrow missile. I want you to go to 3 minutes after the hour. In Flat Earth Arena text, we'll wait for you to get there.
Do what?
3 minutes.
The
3
text
minutes
channel.
in Flat Earth Arena text, you're in the voice channel. There is a text channel associated with this. At 3 minutes after the hour, I posted the Evolved Sea Sparrow missile. It'll take you to my website.
Okay.
Let us know when you get there. Miggy, I could share my screen, but maybe we could try it, but I'm thinking that it might throw up on the voice, but I'll try it. Oh,
It's
I
not
can't
active
try
right
it.
now. Yeah, it's not active.
It's not active, so there you go. Yeah.
Well, it's weird. Well, it was. I don't know. We're still at 29 members. So.
Indio, can you work your magic on that?
What magic is that?
Release the screen share.
Oh yeah. Okay, hold on. Moron in Arena, Texas, saying light is a wave.
We can't get to that for right now.
Yeah. I know.
We can get there next if you'd like.
No, I'm gonna have Dr. Becky debunk him. So we want video.
Silly, did you get to the website? All right.
Yeah, we'll click it on random websites.
I'll tell you what, just go up to Quantum Eraser
You work in
Live.
computers and you think some website's gonna do something to you? Seriously? Come on, man. That's some fake ass shit, dude.
No, it's a real thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's real. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right. Okay. So if you click on my link or QE Live, whatever up there, it's going to take you to this. Does everyone see this? Mickey, can you project this?
Yeah, 1 second. I gotta get on my other computer and do that.
Yep. Let me know when it's a go.
Yeah, if you click on his stream, you can just watch his stream, can't you?
Yeah, but this is
Don't
the
wanna
live
go on the
stream.
website. If you want to go on the website, just go on the live stream. It's only a fucking website, mate. It's not going to kill your full computer. But if you go to
You're hang on, reasons. You're live, QE.
We're good. You have it up?
Yeah, you're good.
Sounds good.
Be using Internet Explorer.
I'm using Chrome.
No, I'm talking about the guy that's scared to go to your.
Oh,
yeah, I'm watching it.
There's no viruses. So you're watching it inside. You see this? You see this Battle Swan?
I see it.
We should go to the Black Swan and then just kill it quick. But I haven't been on this proof for a while, and I really enjoy it. So we'll go here. So this is the Evolved Sea Sparrow missile, Block 1, right? The general characteristics, the primary function is surface to air and surface to surface radar guided missile.
Nice.
All right. So this bistatic semi-active seeker in the nose of the missile receives a reflected signal from a target that is being illuminated with an RF signal transmitted from a fire control radar on a standoff platform. In this case, it's on a ship. Such systems require that the platform maintain line of sight to the target until it is engaged by the missile. Ship-based standard missile SS, NATO Sea Sparrow, AAW missiles are examples of such semi-active mode. NATO Sea Sparrow requires a constant signal for foaming. The range right here is more than 35 miles. This is the minimum. They can't say it's because it's classified, but that's all I need is 35. Any questions up to this point?
By their math, wouldn't there be curvature in 35 miles?
We'll get there.
All right.
This is Sea Sparrow, picture of it right here. Although it's altered a little bit.
Yeah,
with blowing
so
up
that's
this fairy tale
that's
globe.
same as the concept where we used to laser sight targets for them, and they come in and drop drop their missiles. It's all in one. As
All right, we good up to this point?
I'm good. Go ahead.
All right. The target is illuminated with 2-degree RF pencil beam, which has to be maintained, painted on the target until detonation. Any more than generous 50 feet elevation above sea level, this is the key. It's not the missile. It's the target illumination radar height. The target should be hidden behind 463 feet of curvature. What I'm talking about, you see these right here? You see where my mouse is going over? See this?
Yep.
These are the target illumination radars. Doesn't have the missile could be up on top of the ship. Doesn't matter. My concern and our concern is these guys right here. Target illumination radar.
Laser targeting. Yep.
Like I said, the target is hidden behind 463 feet of curvature. So my question is, please explain how you can have line of sight 35 miles away. That's minimum. On a spinning ball by showing how a 2-degree RF pencil beam can penetrate 463 feet. That's 141 meters of target hidden height through a wall of water 26 miles in length. Like I said, the 35 miles is low balling. The official max effective range.
How high is the radar?
I said I gave you 50 feet.
Oh, gotcha.
Right here. So either the Evolved Sea Sparrow missile ESSM Block 1 exists or the spinning ball religion exists. Both can't be true.
So I got a question for our viewers.
Hold on a second. I'm not done yet, Mike.
All right.
So, more or less a summary. The range of the Evolved Sea Sparrow missile Block 1 is 50 kilometers. Actually, it's much further. It's classified. The target must be illuminated by the RF pencil beam via a target illumination radar on the launch ship.
Where'd you get this information?
I'm going to tell you right here. Weapon system to engage, ergo it must have line of sight. Number 3, the target illumination radar and the ESSM Block 1 must be on, like I said, on the launch ship. We'll get to that here in a second. Number 4, surface targets, ships, sea skimmers is its main target. So essentially, it's surface because sea skimmers fly about 10 to 30 feet above the deck. So we can treat it as a surface target. The horizon at 50 feet elevation, according to the curve calculators, is 8.65 miles. Ergo, the limit of line of sight on a sphere is 8.65 miles at that elevation. If the ESSM Block 1 can engage surface targets from ship at anything greater than 8.65 miles, that's 13.9 kilometers, and it most assuredly can, then the Earth must be flat. I put it on modus tollens. We want to go through it. Yeah, let's go through it. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 39.59 miles P, then illuminating surface targets, including sea skimmers, with an RF pencil beam would be limited to 8.65 miles Q. Not Q, surface targets are illuminated, then engage at distance greater than 4 times that limit. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere. Prosecution rests. Okay, here we go. You asked, where'd you get that information? Because the ball or rebuttal, but the missile and the target illumination radar don't have to be on the same ship. Wrong-o-rama. From Raytheon, who makes the missile. Unlike the RIM-7 Sea Sparrow missile and the ESSM Block 1, Block 2 active seeker will support terminal engagement without the launch ship target illumination radars. That means the Block 1, the target illumination radars have to be on the launch ship. Follow that?
You already answered my question, bro, so we can just keep going.
So, like I said, the summary, that means the RIM-7 Sea Sparrow and the ESSM Block 1 must have the target illumination radars on the launch ship. The ESM Block 2, that's the new one, doesn't need the launch ship's target illumination radar on the ship, but the Block 2 ESSM isn't going to be ready until this year. Another source from the government, the Evolved Sea Sparrow missile Block 2, an improved by multiple cruise missiles at low altitude, as well as adversary jamming and radar deception, will be fielded in 2020. So this year. So Please tell me how the ESSM Block 1 has been engaging surface-based targets, sea skimmers, and surface targets at more than 50 kilometers with a target illumination radars on launch ships for the past 15 years.
Did you see them do it? Have you ever seen them launch?
Don't need it. Yeah, well, yeah, I got a block of instruction by a ESSM Block 1 instructor, naval instructor.
So you've seen it work?
I haven't seen it. I'm not a squid. I'm Army guy. Don't need to see it. It's in the documentation.
Okay. Seems kind of, I'd like to see the information from a more unbiased source.
Unbiased. I got the government. I got Raytheon. Boy, they're really biased. I guess they're all flat earthers. And I got the Naval Technologies Project and Naval Military Navy Data Fact Sheet, Navy.mil. So I don't, you think they're biased?
Well, there can be errors in documentation as well.
There can be, but there's no error here, especially with him. You know what? That's just a sidebar. Let me take this off. Let's go. Hold on a second. Go ahead, Mike, if you have any questions.
Well, the military is the most thorough documentation you can get. The devil's in the details, and the main that's what you'll hear the most in the military. Pay attention to detail.
When they say 35, nautical miles or whatever, they may not necessarily.
No, it's not nautical miles. Did he say nautical miles?
I don't remember. It's Navy. I would assume nautical miles.
He didn't say nautical miles because targeting isn't calculated in nautical miles. Actually,
I don't know how the Navy targets.
I want to go to the question he asked Kiwi. Did you see it? So have you seen the curve of the Earth?
Hold on a second. I don't want to go there just yet.
All right.
So I want to, like I said, I went to the Sea Sparrow. Like I said, you can look at the documentation. That's fine. I don't really give a shit because I got the Black Swan. Are you familiar with the Black Swan argument?
Nope.
Have you ever heard it before?
Nope.
All right. Are you seeing this right here? This is the original video?
Yeah, I'm saying some kind of oil rig or something. I don't know.
Okay. The observer height here is 1 foot. Got it? This is the original video. I'm going to get you a stop photo here in a second. Here's the argument. Modus tollens again. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet Q. Not Q. The horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. Is there any problems with this argument that you can see? I can't highlight it. Okay.
Well, I'm not sure what the video, where it's shot from and how you're sure of those distances.
Yes, I have the original video on my channel, and I've played this quite a number of times. He's 1 foot observer height. Everyone knows this. It's not in contention.
You can also go onto Google Maps. You can check that the oil rig's 10 miles out to see. You can actually use the measurement on Google Maps. You can find out how far that oil rig is in the sea from that observer position. You can actually draw across the ocean yourself.
Let's do it for him because I want to be thorough. So I'll do it for you. 1 second. We'll go ahead and look at the original video. Give me a moment. You seeing this?
I'm not sure. Keep getting cut out.
Is it cutting out?
How tall are they?
Don't worry about it. Are you seeing this?
No. What we're seeing is the video itself halfway cut off. We're seeing the bottom of your
Oh,
screen.
really? How about this? What if I do that?
No, I think you have the website over it.
Hold on a second. Let me stop.
You got to switch tabs.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. Let me stop.
I mean, if the platforms
Hold on
are
a second.
falling out,
Just
you'll
hold
see
on.
it above the horizon.
Just hold on. How about now?
There we go.
You good?
Yeah, I see things now. A map.
All right. This is Santa Barbara right here. Just sit back and enjoy.
But back to what you're arguing.
Hold on a second. I don't want you to talk during this. I'll point out certain specifics. Then you just write them down. I'm not gonna bombard you with a whole bunch of information and try to get you sideways. We can go back. He'll get to it. It's only a couple minutes, don't worry. All right, here you go. So that's platform habitat. That's the furthest platform away from him. Platform hill house, closest platform. His position. He's going to give you the distance. First platform, 6.21 miles. Second platform, 9.41 miles. There's all the pedigree information. We don't need that much of that. If we need to, we'll go back. This is not the 1 foot observer height. Don't worry about it. This is 35 feet. Don't worry about this. Okay, here comes the rub. He's going to show you the camera height. Pay close attention. Any problems with the camera height right there?
No, it's pretty obvious.
Continue.
Hey, level up. Hey, KJ.
Yeah. Yeah,
Hey, Jenny.
we tried ladies' night, but
There she is.
there's just nobody here.
There she is. That is the Black Swan photo. You have.
I paused the debate.
Oh, I thought, yeah, okay. Well, we can still listen to it if you guys are into it. My bad, everybody.
Biggie, whatever you guys want to do.
Okay.
I suggest you play it, pause it occasionally, and comment on it.
That sounds like.
In lady voices.
Oh man.
Okay, so fill me in on what we're listening to, by the way. I mean, I know it's QE. What is he specifically talking about? Or did it get to that part yet?
I think they're
checked
mostly
his
talking. Oh, go ahead.
He checked his mic. He talked about his bow. He talked about his wolf pups. Then he talked about his bow. Then he talked about himself. Then he repeated it. But anyway, I'm going to start the ladies' night event. That usually gets some action. Let's see what happens.
All right.
Here we go. On you now.
Woohoo! Hey, welcome back to Ladies' Night, everybody. We're actually getting started.
Yeah, we've been here for an hour.
Okay, but yeah, so is there. All right. So the event was just created just now, I think. That's a. Oh. I thought it showed. All right, I see how it shows. It's on my phone.
Yeah, there was nobody here to start it.
I
So we just
see.
hung around and tried for a while, and there was no ball earthers or anything, so we just, decided to listen to a debate while we were filling the time.
Well, do one of you two girls want to take control of the pause and such, or we can call it, say, and I guess I could, but one of you two are probably at a computer. I'm not.
I'm on my phone.
I am. Huh?
Okay,
I'm
so
on my
we can. KJ's on her phone too. Okay, so I nominate, if you don't mind, level up to pause our what we're going to listen to and talk about. I'm game.
Do I have the ability to do that?
I can give it to you, the bot.
I'm not sure I want it, but
Oh,
if
you
we're
haven't used it
desperate.
before? Okay.
I've never used it before. I don't know how to use it.
Okay. Let's see.
I can give you the basic commands for it. It's pretty simple.
It is, actually. I'll give her the role if you want to send her the commands. Oh, she has the DJ bot control already.
I do?
Yeah, you do. So you're good to go from there.
Okay, so you just gave me that?
No, you
I never
had it
it.
already.
I never saw that before. Honest, just now
Maybe somebody beat me to it just now. I'm not looking at any logs or anything. If I had a mouse, I might look, but
Yeah, somebody must have, because I never had that before.
oh, I think AI just did it. All right. So,
So where do I type those commands? Just anywhere?
no, well, you can in the voice text, but generally we do it from the. You should be able to see a new room at the top of the live stream category, and it says music bot commands. Just put it in there, or it's done in there. Post.
Yeah, I tagged so you could find it.
Okay, now I got to go find where's M stop and M pause.
It's super easy.
Back up. Okay, I need to paste those somewhere because I won't remember.
Oh yeah, it takes a little bit.
Okay, so you want me to play it, and then when somebody says stop, I would stop it?
Yeah, it would be the stop command. But I don't know about pause. KJ's the one you should direct the questions to.
Yeah, to get rid of what you're playing, you put M stop, but to just pause it so you can replay, so you can continue playing, you just hit the pause.
Okay, how do you start it? I got to stop, a pause, and a volume.
Is there an unpause?
You just do M play, actually, with the exclamation. Yeah.
Okay.
But if you do stop and you want to listen to it again, you have to repost the link again, M play.
Right.
Yeah, how do you get a link in the first place and start it up? I mean, do you just
Whatever
give it a
link,
link or something?
the same links we post in the live stream. So you could use YouTube or SoundCloud. I don't know about other ones. KJ, that would be a KJ question. I've only done those two.
Okay, I see an example there at M play, and then the YouTube link is how you started that.
Yep.
Okay.
You got it. You got it. High five, sis.
Did I want to be able to do this?
You need to be able to do this, I'd say.
Okay. Now I can't weasel out of it. Okay, so
we're ready to play again, I think.
Okay, so I just push and play again?
Yep.
And it'll play what already is just being paused?
Yep, what KJ did.
All right, here we go.
Of Platform Hill House at 6.2 miles away, Platform Habitat at 9.41 miles away. The
here we go.
horizon is beyond 9.41 miles away. We conservatively say 10 miles. Any problems up to this point?
I don't know. Something seems fishy. How tall are these platforms?
Don't worry about it. That's not part of the argument. The entire argument is based on where the horizon is. So what I'm going to do now, 1 second. I'm going to stop screen sharing. I don't want to disconnect. I want to stop screen sharing. What I'm going to do is, somebody already posted the argument a couple times. I'm going to do it again. I just wanted to show you the parent video, so there would be no question on his observer height. Please don't post in the arena text right now for 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So can I direct your attention to 26 minutes after the hour? This is the argument. I say again, if P, this is a modus tollens, if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So the argument, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric horizon. Not Q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. We'll get to that in a second again. Therefore, not P, the Earth is not a sphere. Is there any problems that you can see with the formal argument, modus tollens?
I take it there's
Argument's
another.
fine, but something's still fishy.
All right.
What's that?
Oh no, it's okay. I was thinking out loud.
Okay.
The long pauses are weird, so I don't. They must be looking at images.
Or the guy doesn't know what to say. Because basically what was going on is it sounded like they were taken down to the old arena from some other conversation. This is from a while back. And the question was, the guy seemed to know something about missiles. And QE is talking about a certain kind of missile that the Navy has that is surface to surface and goes you have to paint the target with a laser, which is a line of sight, and it goes way too far to be, it can't account for curvature. There would be curvature before you would hit your target.
In the new documentary, well, somewhat new, I think it was. I'll have to look it up, but it was a former or current, I don't remember, military person was talking about being on a ship.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, well, we can see 30 miles out. And their commanding officer said, bullshit. And then he ran to his office, did some math, and he came back and he said the math doesn't lie. So I don't know if that's, if what you're, I mean, that just, when you said the line of sight, can you repeat that again, what you're referring to? Because, equipment you're talking about?
Yeah, that on the ship, in order to fire this missile, they have to first hit the target with a laser.
Aha,
and the laser,
which needs to be precise.
Yes.
Ooh, yes. All right. Now we're talking.
So-
Okay, thank you, Paula, for explaining that. Okay.
No problem. You want to continue then?
Ah.
I can start that back up if you need.
Unless KJ has a question.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Ready?
Hold on a second. So we'll go down to the evidence. It says bye-bye ball on it. What I did was I took a still off the video. I color contrasted to bring the horizon out a little bit further. Are you looking at that right now?
Oh, I know what image he's talking about. Should be able to
It says
find it.
bye-bye ball.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at that.
Yeah, it's got platform Hill House, the same platforms. Hill House, 6.21 miles. Platform Habitat, 9.41 miles. The observer height is 1 foot. The max distance to the geometric horizon is 1.22 miles. Where is the horizon at in this photo? Is it behind the second platform?
That's what's fishy.
Really? Well, the horizon is either behind that platform, the second platform, or it's not.
Can you state what's fishy about it? Because there's more than just this. This has
Okay,
been
here we
replicated
go.
a few times.
We got us some Indio.
It's fishy.
Doesn't pass a smell test.
He's taking an awful long time to answer now.
It's awkward.
Looks funky.
All right. Well, we're not into that. It looks funky because I color contrasted
Your
it a little bit.
scientific opinion.
Yeah, I color contrasted. I color
Wow.
contrasted it, so, like I said, so I could bring it out. The platforms are only used in this specific instance to demarcate distance. Platform.
Right, at the end of the day, the thing is, this is how his mind's working. I'm pretty sure he's thinking, well, I know it's a globe, so there's got to be something wrong with this picture. Rather than thinking,
I think I know.
but rather than thinking there's something wrong with the picture, he isn't thinking maybe we've been lied to, and that's the point that you need to consider.
So what my point is that the geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles. How in the world is that horizon greater than? It's greater than 10 times. It's greater than 10 miles.
And
But
2 orders
we'll
of
just go with
magnitude
10
for the
miles.
radius.
So using Pythagorean formula with the observer's height at 1 foot and the horizon at 10 miles, which is really conservative, you know what the radius of the Earth would be?
Too big.
264,000 miles.
264,000 miles.
What a
That's
good
the end of my
reason.
argument.
You need to stop it. I meant pause.
Okay, got it. You wanted
Okay.
it stopped?
Mm-hmm. So what he just said a moment ago, I can put I think we can rewind it, can't we, to a timestamp?
I have no idea.
But anyway, so the number that he gave, Paula, I don't
Right.
have numbers memorized like that. I don't have anything in front of me, of course. So does that indicate that it's a bigger ball or a smaller ball?
Yeah, because
Much
the
bigger.
radius. Yeah, did they said radius, right? Or circumference?
Yeah, that'd be the radius. The radius would have to be 264,000 miles to get a geometric horizon at 10 miles at
Right,
1
right.
foot height.
And it's supposed to be 3959, which is only just under 4,000.
I can link a picture of a comparison between the two radiuses, and it's a joke.
Yeah, I mean it's like what 10 times.
Yeah, it's 2 orders of magnitude for the radius and 10 times too far for the horizon itself.
Yeah, so if they want to keep the ball Earth without those kind of numbers, it's going to have to be what, the size of Jupiter or bigger.
Yeah, like I guess half the size of the sun, or actually more than that, or what they say the sun is.
Right, which would then, depending on whose gravity they use, if they use Newtonian, it would mean we'd all weigh, 10 times more? I'm not sure what the ratio would be for that, but
yeah, and 264,000
Hey,
miles.
hey, I'm not trying to be really rude, but you got some helpful information for us, but you do know it's ladies' night, right?
Oh, my bad. I thought they canceled it a little
No.
while ago.
well, we
Sorry
kind
about
of
that.
did, and then it's
Yeah,
we
okay.
kind of did, and then it started back up.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'll butt out. No worries.
Oh no,
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 no
no.
problem.
You don't have to butt out. Just like put it in voice text or something. You're good, man.
Yeah. I dropped the image there in voice text. It's pretty interesting, the comparison. But yeah, I'll leave you guys to ladies' night.
Well, hey,
in the VC.
Well,
I'll
since
leave
you
the VC to the ladies.
there's another lady trying to say something. I think Paula, was that you?
No, it wasn't me.
Oh. But anyway, since you posted the image, if you want to take a moment or two to point a thing or two out about it, I mean, we don't mind calling on anybody, so it's all good.
Sure. Well, it's just a comparison between the size of the balls needed for those horizons at those distances if they're going to be geometric. So if it was where it was supposed to be, that's that little circle in the center. That would be the 3959 mile radius globe compared to this enormous 250 mile globe to have a geometric horizon at 10 miles. It's not even close.
So whenever I think of this, my mind always goes to that this makes it a triple problem because we already have problems with the heliocentric theory as it is, so far as like orbital mechanics, the 3N body problem. So
Right.
and then that's not all the body movements on top of that. So that's two problems. And then you got this bigger ball problem. It's like, come on, man. How much do you need to? Okay, we need to start calling these people coincidence theorists when they come in here. Just like they call us conspiracy theorists, because this is getting a little bit ridiculous. I mean, not the average person really doesn't know about these things. I get that. But people we talk to, they're not the average Joe Blow down the street, So,
Right.
I mean, I don't know why this, I don't know, supposed to be our Black Swan army.
Yeah,
But
most people aren't going to think anything through. You could throw numbers at them all day, and they'll go like, "Oh, that's cool. That's what the book says. Therefore, it's true." And
Right.
I'm not into math, so yeah.
They don't conceptualize it.
No, they're not taught to do that. They're taught to blindly accept and not to question. And so, if you throw them something that doesn't make sense, they'll just shrug their shoulders and go play
Yep, I
video
still
game.
gotta go work tomorrow, pay my taxes. What does
Yep.
it matter? Yeah, it's so weird. I think people are slowly coming out of the funk that we've been in for a while. Don't you think so? Because, the good old diet woke idea, people in different areas of whatever conspiracy, and we all know that's everything. And so, people are saying within their community, oh, wow, people are waking up. And it's like, okay, not all the way, but you're heading in the right direction. Keep going. And people, I don't know, some probably isolate or something in one. I mean, I know we do, but we always have to sometimes struggle to stay on topic.
Right.
Because there's so much to talk about, really. But do you know what I'm referring to, Paula? Like as a whole, like social change kind of outlook type of thing. That's what I'm thinking of.
Right. And the thing is that you do see isolated cases of when someone who's been very much a normie, things get so crazy that they finally snap out of it. But it's not that common. I mean, there's still most people really don't wake up, and they have no intention of waking up, you know?
Well, I mean, if you don't wake up from wherever you go on the internets, but I would say that would be higher than if you come across somebody in real life and wake up. I think that's a huge difference.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, most likely.
I mean, just about everybody is connected to the internet. I mean, what would you say would be a fair percentage? I mean, 80%. I mean, including the first world, not the like third world areas, but wouldn't you say easy 80% of people are connected to the internet?
Probably, just to take a guess. But I mean, even in third world countries, a lot of times a phone is the only thing close to a computer some people have, if they have any technology at all.
And I think areas have like internet cafes and stuff too.
Yeah, you would just have to go. I mean, there's a lot of remote space where people have absolutely nothing, but in places where there's any technology at all and any connection to the internet,
and I would say it's 90 with
yeah,
what
it
you
could
just
be. Certainly, at least 3/4. I mean, we're just guessing, but
okay.
Yeah.
So why would they work so hard in so many areas of social media to quote unquote, for lack of a better term, censor everyone if there wasn't something to it? I guess the good old ridicule doesn't work anymore. I think people are getting maybe wise to that. That's my feeling, my opinion. What do you think, Paula?
Do you think even with the how can I put, to do with illnesses over the last couple of years, you know?
Right, yeah.
Even with that, people who totally went along with everything without hesitation are starting to say, okay, I'm tired of this now. I want to go back to my normal life.
Ooh.
And yeah. And people cheering when they don't have to wear masks anymore and stuff like that. So
that's weird because that's like their subconscious telling them that it's bullcrap.
Right.
That's what I'm getting. That may be a stretch, but to just say, "Oh, it's not deadly anymore. I'm tired of this." Yeah. So, okay, I'm getting a little wishy-washy here, but do you know what I'm trying to say? Like they innately know, but they want to stay in the bird cage kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like they don't want to wake up, but they kind of know.
Right. And everybody's different as to how much it takes to get through.
Right. Yes.
And a lot of people, I mean, it's the conditioning deliberately from cradle to grave, from media and so-called education.
Oh, yeah.
The kids who dropped out or just kept it to themselves but went along just to get through it. I'm more of that group where I just, I'll tell you what you want to hear and get through it, but then go my own way once I'm out of your realm,
Right.
And so, because a lot of times people wonder, why did this person wake up and not that one? I think it just had to get a lot worse for a lot of people. So things have to get a lot more obvious before they'll even pay attention.
Some people are better at detecting whether or not mistrust is warranted. I could have said it better, but that's just the way it came into my brain. But so people that question, when they're being told to do something, where is that coming from and what does that person do? Is it, monkey see, monkey do, or is, do as I say, not as I do? Because I don't fly with that. Do as I say, not as I do. It's like, now, no.
Yeah, but what I'm finding is that people don't like hypocrisy if it happens to them, but they'll dish it out in a heartbeat.
Or they'll
You know.
ignore it if it's not happening to them.
Yeah. I mean, double standards are a way of life for a lot of people.
Oh,
and
yeah.
yeah, and everybody will accuse each other of having it, but I mean,
Especially on Facebook, and that's why I don't go there. It's just a cesspool of that's not
Yeah.
reality. It's a highlight reel of what everyone wants you to think that it's all
right.
roses and all that.
Yeah,
And then I
rainbows
know
and
some
lollipops.
people, or
Yeah.
people get caught up in topics, politics, and they cannibalize themselves and
Yep. And people just love drama.
oh, they
just
do. I mean,
I got a meme for
kind of
that.
I kind of miss the old Jerry Springer. Jerry. I mean, you knew what you were gonna get when you watched it, and that was like the only gig back in the 80s.
Right.
I
You had
mean,
to watch those stupid shows.
You had Sally Jesse Raphael with the red glasses, and a few others, of course, Oprah. But Jerry Springer was kind of groundbreaking on overt drama. I mean, you had soap operas, but this is just like almost like a cage fight. I mean, they
It
did
is.
fight,
Yeah.
but how the crowd would get all roared up, and it's like almost dystopian. It's kind of bizarre when you look at it in retrospect, really.
That's exactly what it is. There was in 1984, remember there was a part where they had what they called the 2 minutes hate, where they would file into a room and watch a video of someone, a made up person that was their enemy. And they would just, vent their
I do
spleens at
remember
the
that.
screen. Yeah. And they were conditioned just to, as a release valve, just to do that for 2 minutes. You could hate this guy that didn't even exist and then go on with your robot life,
Yeah, well, that's like eliciting your emotions to control your body. The chemical reactions that happen in your brain. Yeah. Oh, it's so bizarre, man. Because, people don't think about how, like, these TV shows are, the whole idea of it is not new, actually. And
Right.
people think it is. It's just repackaged and put different clothes on people. You know what I'm saying? And
Right. It's the same thing, and they just add a little twist or a new flavor or, but the same methods, they're just refining them each time it comes around.
oh, definitely, for sure. I mean, okay, so I went to log into my banking app earlier today, and it was wanting me to agree to biometrics or something. I'm like, no. I do not agree. It's like, I do not need that convenience. Thanks for asking, but no thank you. So yeah, you do not
Yeah.
need to know anything like that. I would like to keep my I mean, your body's your personal property. I'd like to keep my personal property to myself.
Right.
I
But
mean, if I have
practically,
to, I'll do something else. I don't have to use your bank. I mean, come on.
right. But we all know that they already have that information. Somebody has that information. Everything about you, your fingerprints, your eye scan, somehow they, and if anyone is on social media, even if you live in a desert all alone, if anybody is on social media, you're there. They just, that's why they want those huge data centers and they want data mined everything, because all they need is a few people near you, relationally or socially, and they have you. They can piece you together. But what they do with that information is another question, because if they're collecting multiple terabytes and whatever pico, I forget how many, suffix prefixes you can come up with for how much data they collect. I mean, they want everything. They want, they have smart dust. They want, all sorts of things. I'd probably get the server shut down for talking about, but
Right.
They want this data so they can basically be God. But it's so much data, even they have trouble sifting through it to find what they want sometimes. And we can
Well, that's
comfort
interesting you
ourselves.
say that. That's really interesting you say that, because probably the idea to do it some human being discovered it in a dream. That's why. They don't have it all figured out. They have to get instructions for it. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean,
Oh
if
yeah,
it's really somebody's baby, they would have had that part figured out. Don't you think so? That makes sense to me.
yeah,
I'd like
and
to
the thing
read
is that they, Gospel Bear has been posting videos from Truth is Stranger Than Fiction, where it gets deep into where they actually get these ideas. But
right.
for right now, I'd be saying, that we can at least count on, in spite of how much data they have collected, we know that they're incompetent. Most of the people running the stuff are going to screw it up. So there's always a
Well,
way.
that's a really good. I'm really hopeful with what you just said that they're probably going to screw it up. I'm happy to hear that. Okay, so you know what that reminds me of? Something that Indio passed along to me, and I might not have it handy because I can't remember where I put it. Oh, here it is. It's called astronomytree.org. Or no, academictree.org. And this is the astronomy portion. Let me post it. And so what this is essentially is kind of along the lines of what we're talking about. Who they found their information from. What are their beliefs? So I found it.
Almost always a cult. They're almost always to do either with drugs, pharmakia as used for incantations. Or, yeah, I mean, from Jet Propulsion Laboratory, it was later called Jack Parsons Lab. All those people, they were deep into that.
Oh, they were definitely a cult for sure. I mean, so they're kind of like, Superman, really, but a dark Superman. By day, they're these great people that are working towards going to the moon. And then behind closed doors that nobody knows about, they do weird stuff.
Right. And not just weird, but yeah. They want, and somewhere I have a quote. I don't know if I can find it quick, but not while I'm talking anyway. Was it Bertrand Russell or somebody like that, who said that their goal is to make such a difference between the rulers of the world and everyone else, whether it's genetic or through food, through media propaganda, make such a difference between them and everybody else that any sort of rebellion is impossible. It would be like something like sheep rebelling against the practice of eating mutton, or something that he put it as, where people are incapable. And that's the same thing that Orwell was saying in 1984. By limiting language, you limit thought. And so it would be actually physically impossible for anyone to rebel against them, because they don't have the language, they don't have the thoughts, and they don't have even the genetics anymore.
Wow.
That's what they're doing.
Oh, okay. That's a little bit extra. I think I kind of have heard stuff like that before, but not enough to, refer to it like you. So thank you so much for bringing that up. I really do need to read Animal Farm. I really do.
And get it before they change it.
Oh, are you talking about ME?
Well, no, I'm talking about deliberate plans to fix the writings of the past so that they are politically correct and they're not going to trigger anybody. They're actually talking about it.
Oh my gosh. Okay. That makes me think of, going to antique malls and stuff to look for books. You never know what you'd find.
Right. Get the older ones.
Oh, yeah.
Not an Animal Farm. I found that quote. It is Bertrand Russell.
Nice.
He says, yeah, let me read this. It says, gradually, by selective breeding, the congenital differences between rulers and ruled will increase until they become almost different species. Revolt of the plebes, or plebs, I think it's plebes, but become as unthinkable as an organized insurrection of sheep against the practice of eating mutton. Diet, injections, and injunctions will combine from a very early age to produce the sort of character and the sort of beliefs that the authorities consider desirable and any serious criticism of the powers that be will become psychologically impossible. And this was written in 1953.
What did it meant when it was talking about sheep against the practice of eating mutton? I'm sorry, I'm acting like a.
It's like,
Yeah, I'm having a
mutton
brain
is
stroke.
sheep meat, right? Mutton
Okay,
is sheep meat.
okay. So it's saying a revolt of the plebes would become as unthinkable as an organized insurrection of sheep against the practice of eating mutton.
So they know, people would know that they're being consumed by the powers that be, but be incapable, just as sheep are incapable of knowing that they're going to be slaughtered for meat.
Well, and then you may know of this line of thought. I forgot, it was somewhat recent. It was talking about, I think, swine being led to slaughter with beautiful music, and they went happily to the slaughterhouse every step of the way.
Right.
It's like, oh, that's creepy and dark, man. It's like, ugh. I mean, I guess if that was to happen, I guess I'd want to be happy up until the last moment. But, the fact that they're totally and completely unaware of their destiny.
Right.
Oof.
Yep. And they'll call you a conspiracy theorist if you try to point it out.
Oh, no. That's not a weapon anymore. We got to start using the coincidence theorist, because what else would they be if they're not a conspiracy theorist? I mean, really. Yeah. I mean, if they've got a label for us, I think it's a long time coming. I mean, you don't have to be aggressive about it, but you have to ask them, if you're not one, then what are you?
Right.
And that would just tirade into some long conversation, probably.
Yeah, endless rabbit holes. I mean, it's just going to happen. But as far as, the age-old question, like I said, about who wakes up and who doesn't, sometimes it's just a matter of how severe it has to be before people wake up, which the so-called powers that be don't care, because as long as it's too late, they don't care if you wake up then.
Okay, hey, so we don't have any more ladies, I don't think, but I see Indio's in here.
And we kind of got off flat Earth, didn't we?
No.
Gemsy's here too.
Oh, Gemsy. Hi, Gemsy.
Hi, ladies.
Hello. Me and Paula are just kind of hanging out like the old days.
I'm loving the conversation. You ladies keep at it.
I mean, we're kind of tiptoeing back to flat Earth every now and then. I mean, we're talking about how people. I mean, weren't we just like how people can be fooled, sort of, kind of? I mean, I think those kind of, you have to put all the pieces together. It's like, what's happening to us? I mean,
it's planned, is all I know.
It's what?
Planned. It's deliberate. There's no accidents to why people are becoming so irrational and entitled and so willing to follow authorities. I mean, in the 60s and 70s, it was all about rebelling against authority.
Ooh, I wrote this down somewhere where it said something about what is going on right now today. Well, and this is like a year ago. Why are all the hippies complying with what was happening for the last 2 years? And it's kind of going with what you just said. So if you want to restate what you said, because I'm totally know what you're saying.
Yeah, the thing is that I'm becoming more and more aware of how many people who led the hippie movement were actually CIA operatives or some sort.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Just pause that thought if you can. Reason being is Indio blew my head off, I don't know, a month or so back. And he was saying how, isn't it quite the, I don't remember how he said it, but basically what he said was, isn't it quite the coincidence that a handful or two of big time rappers, when it first started in its rise, Ice-T, Ice Cube, who are considered OGs, slowly but surely, all of them started playing cops on TV. It's like, what? What? It's like, I never thought of it that way. So, CIA operatives, that's what I was kind of thinking. So, if you want to pick up where you were saying, if you remember, I hope you do.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of the people, the movement wasn't as organic as they thought it was, as most people thought it was. And now the people who got their lack of values from the hippie years are in charge of the place.
Ooh, you know what? So they abolished for whatever word, religion, but it was never replaced.
It was, but
well,
you
I
have,
mean, you know what I'm saying though, like as a social movement, those people turned away from organized religion and such, but they never put any like beliefs in. And I heard this being talked about from somebody who I really liked to listen to a long time ago. He's an apologetic for a Christian apologetic, Ravi Zacharias. So
yeah,
I
know
did.
of him.
Yeah, I totally demolished what he said, but that was something I remembered for some reason,
Yeah.
So I think that's really important what you were saying about that triggered that thought. And that was, the transition that they went through. So, you were talking about they were all for standing up for freedom or what they thought was and all that, and then going against the government. And then here we are the last 2 years, they went along.
And it's really not as hard to see looking back on it now in hindsight, because what they did was tear down anchors to long-held ideas of morality and right and wrong in even a secular sense. And anything, there were no rules, there was no attachments, no rules, nothing was sacred, right? And that's, at first, what they wanted to tear down was the old law and order, but they didn't tell anybody they were going to replace it with a new one. And that's what we have now, where there's rampant corruption because they have no values. The only value is very narcissistic. That's what the hippie movement was about. They kept saying how it was a big deal to be nonconformist, but the irony was that they were all conforming in the way they wore their hair, the clothes they wore.
A narcissist?
Well, conformist, I was saying.
Oh, okay.
But
okay.
The thing is that these people with these values who threw off the old system, that was their only purpose, was to throw off the old system and slowly
And after
replace
that,
it
they
with
didn't know
something
what
else.
to do.
Well, something filled the vacuum, and that was the point, is the hippies helped create this vacuum, this social and moral vacuum, and they filled it with whatever they wanted. The people who are directing this, the CIA types. And so now you have rampant corruption, you have people with no loyalty, no natural affection, to use a Bible term, people without natural affection, doing horrific things to other people. We still have, human trafficking has made a comeback.
Yeah,
Or at least it's out in the open.
our representatives don't really represent us. They are in two different worlds.
No, and they represent themselves.
Right.
And there are a lot of, to use the old, was it Karl Marx who said useful idiots as a general term of people who are being used for a purpose and don't know it?
Oh, yeah. So I've said that for many, many years. Those that are deceiving us, they themselves are being deceived on a different level.
Right. And so that's what we have today, where we have people doing the most irrational, deeply narcissistic things where, you've heard of the term Karens, right?
Oh my God.
I pity anybody who's named Karen now.
Some of them are psycho. I've seen videos. If they're real,
They
oh my
are.
God.
But this is not an accident. You know, that's the
Dude,
thing. Is
they're
this
all
was
over
planned?
YouTube. You can watch Karen videos for weeks.
Yeah, there's one channel I'm sub to that's just
There's
I
many.
can't believe. Yeah, but the
It's
thing is,
crazy though. Oh my gosh.
and the thing is, where did they come from? What happened to turn the
They were the
Americans of the
hippies.
50s? Yeah, before the 60s,
Wow.
we had
Oh my.
one kind of America, and after the 60s, we've had another.
So now
In
we're
the
kind of
Western world.
almost getting like stage, like, I don't know, not stage 2 Karens, but we got Karens that are 30 years old, so I guess they learn
Yeah.
that behavior from their mothers, I guess, from what you're saying. I mean, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is that they're in positions of influence with media and education now
Oh,
and entertainment, and that's how it spreads even more. And with video games, that's not an accident either. You get immersed in
oh,
these
wow.
virtual worlds and people just tear each other apart,
You remember Second Life? That was the thing of it like 2 decades ago. Well, decade and a half ago. And now we have Facebook, the metaverse. So they really
Right.
want us, with just goggles on our eyes and in one room, and
Yep.
we're fed through a tube, and we get our inoculations, and just like movies.
Yep, all those dystopian novels and movies were telling us the same message, and there's 1984 on one hand, one approach, and the Aldous Huxley Brave New World on the other approach, where you can either use extreme pleasure and narcissism, or you can use extreme harshness and tyranny. And they kind of argued, the two of them, Huxley and Orwell, about which was the way this was going to go down. And in my opinion, they used both of them. They used, first of all, the pleasure end of it in the 60s, and now they're coming at us with the tyranny, with the harsh prisons
Holy
and mind
cow.
control and injections. Yeah, I think one led to the other.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Yeah.
then that means, hey, that to me, what just popped in my head, they're targeting that generation.
Right. And that's what their goal is. It's like that quote I put from Bertrand Russell. We're there. And all they have to do now is weed out the people who didn't get completely bamboozled by it all, who woke up.
What are they going to do with those people? I don't know if I want to
I
think
don't want to think about it, right?
I
We
guess
know
we'll
it's coming
find out
eventually.
later.
Right,
After
it
it's
is
too late.
coming, but at least it can't come as fast as they want it to, because there's so much incompetence, because those people can't help themselves but just, shoot themselves in the foot.
Well, they got their own drama on their level, behind the
Right.
scenes. I can't
Well,
imagine.
That's their nature, is to hate and destroy and only think of themselves.
Probably
And you can
because
only keep people in line so long who are like that.
they're
They're
the
going to tear
line of
each other apart.
Cain.
Yeah.
Paula, they're the line of Cain.
Well, yeah, and I'm not into serpent seed, but I think there's other things to explain. So I
Okay,
am
tell
totally
me
not into
why.
that.
All right, really, like, can you, in 1 or 2 sentences, can you tell me why?
Okay,
I don't want to
first
get
of
into
all,
the topic, but
right. Well, this is because of what the Bible says, so I'm going to be answering from that, right?
okay.
And Genesis 4:1 says that Adam was the father of Cain. Plus, I think Noah is in the line of Cain. So we can't say that there's something genetically wrong with them, because Noah, it says, was perfect in his generations, which a lot of people take to mean he had an untainted genome, among
Oh
other
my,
possibilities.
that is
So
a problem.
somebody has a question. No, Noah is not. Well, yeah, you'd have to check, but I may have the wrong name. But one of them,
Ooh, but
somebody
that's
in the good
crucial.
line is from the line of Cain. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Said
that would
Adam
be
instead of
crucial.
Abel. Okay. But yeah, I
Wait.
mean, oh,
Yeah,
hold
thank
on.
you. All right. Oh, okay. I thought it was CB or something. I'm like, wait, okay.
No, it's my clock. But
Oh, that's
anyway,
cute. You have a cuckoo clock. How sweet.
yeah, and like I said, I gave a recording of that to Helio in a DM, but I don't know if he's seen it yet. So he could put it somewhere for people to use here if they want.
Oh, give it send it to Creation Bear because he has a
Okay, I'll
soundboard.
try to. Yeah, I'll try. You'll have to remind me later.
Well, send it to me and I'll send it to him.
Okay, I'll have to find that later wherever I put that file.
All right, I'll send you a DM.
I might even have it right here where I've been getting my memes, but I'm not sure where that is. Doesn't seem to be there. I'll have to look somewhere else.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, but it bugs me when I think I know where something is and then it's not there.
Oh, I know. That is.
Oh, phooey. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, the thing is that there are, even if I got the wrong name, thinking of Noah, but even so, there were only 8 people that survived the flood. Noah and his wife and their sons and their wives, and we don't know all their genetics. We know Noah's, but we don't know his wife's. And so I don't think there's any definitive evidence in the biblical genealogies to say that there is a physical genetic line of Satan. So anyway, that's just kind of a side issue. I don't really think we want.
Oh yeah. No, maybe I can catch you a different time and ask you that question. Because that theory is pervasive in movies. That remember I told you that TV show.
Right. Yeah, but we know those things have a purpose as well. So anyway, there's all sorts of things I could get into on the genetic thing. But I just wish I knew where I put my cuckoo file.
I sent you a DM for a reminder for when you get to it.
All right. Thanks. I'll see if I can do a quick search.
All right, we got a lot of flat earth guys in here right now. No ladies.
Okay, I know where my file is now. Let me just
nice
and copy it. See, okay, I can just drag that into your DM.
Okay, thanks.
There we go.
Yeah, he'll love that
one. Yeah, you got it. Okay. Well, what were we on before that?
Oh my gosh, I do not know.
Oh, all the conspiracy stuff.
Oh yeah.
Powers that be. Yeah.
I think we were just kind of talking about people being manipulated. I think a while back you touched on, that people have been indoctrinated. They've been told what to think without question. Maybe that was too far back.
It just is weird from the years that I've been living to see that happen because I grew up in the 60s and 70s and I saw how everybody was, all being independent and think for yourself and don't just obey authority. And those people grew up to be the biggest tyrants. And it's been such a reversal. It's just amazing to see. But when you then find out how manipulated the 60s and 70s were socially, it's not as big of a shock,
Okay, so Laddie just put a message in the voice text. So Is that person okay? Let me see.
Do you want me to stop that debate we were playing?
Oh wow! I mean, we can go back to it. Somehow we paused and we never went back, and that was
We went
probably
on a long
ago.
we went on a long rabbit trail.
That was a huge sidebar.
Ladies, sorry, we have a new lady here. Sincerely, Brittany. So may you do some questions to her? She's a Flat Earth channel wife.
Oh, okay. Hey, welcome.
Yeah, Red Gamer's wife. Just putting it
Hi.
out there.
Nice to have you. Welcome.
I figured it was time for me to join the Discord. My husband's in here all the time.
Woo woo. All right, all right. Good to have ya. So, what's new for you?
Nothing much. We've been into flat Earth for probably a couple of years, but it really just kind of, I guess we kind of forgot about it. It's kind of weird. It's like we were watching some YouTube videos and then it just stopped disappearing on YouTube. And I guess it was just kind of like out of thought, out of mind for a while. And then about probably a year, maybe 2 years, it kind of got back into our focus.
So, how do you suppose that happened?
How we got back into it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was real big, but before Flat Earth, I was real big at looking into, other conspiracies, MK Ultra, and then learning about Freemasons. That kind of occupied most of my time because I have a family full of Freemasons, and I think my mom was a part of it, the women's one, and just that topic really, so it wasn't really a far stretch from learning about how the world's so manipulated by all these powerful people, and then to know that it's not that far of a stretch to think that they could have, lied about a lot more.
But anyway, so you started looking at other conspiracies, and then so you kind of went away from the flat earth topic, which is understandable. I mean, I get it. But anyway, so then how did flat earth come back into the picture again from there?
Well, wrecked. I'm trying to think of exactly what got him back into it, my husband, but this is like all he talks about now. It's a way of life for him. I'm kind of a little bit different than him when it comes to, he wants to just shout it from the rooftops about it. And, I don't really like to be the center of attention. So I usually like to keep most of my comments to myself in my day-to-day life. So I'm not as outspoken and loud as he is.
Yeah. See, you can do things that are just as powerful as what he does, but in a different way. Like say you could write something down on a card and, put them on someone's windshield. I mean, you wouldn't have to do a lot, just random, or put something in a library book, or I forgot where I thought somebody said they did that. That was kind of cool. Oh, in space books, I know stuff about flat Earth. I could go to the library. Woo! Okay, that sounds like fun. Open up, yes.
There's people that like do the decorative rocks and they leave them behind for people. Usually when you go camping and stuff.
Okay.
I could imagine someone drawing something on those little rocks that the kids collect.
Oh, all right. You could. I mean, I don't know. When you're talking about the younger ones, that's really, I know Eric Dubay did like a children's book a long time ago, and I never did read it. I guess I got distracted with other stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to do. But to me, I mean, I could admire someone's efforts to put out material for, parents to decide whether or not they want to go that way.
Well,
And the only reason why I'm always concerned is because children are already mean enough as it is without having a obvious reason.
Oh yeah, flat Earth can generate a lot of hate,
Yeah.
which was another one of my red flags. It's like, why are you so mad? Like, I just didn't understand that. So it definitely, it definitely pushes me in a certain direction when there's so much hate and just negativity. There's just pure evil and meanness on the topic.
So when you're talking about like flat Earth and kids, or like, are your teachers lying? No, they're not lying. Well, let's hope not anyway. I mean, there has to be
most
some,
of everyone is oblivious to it for sure.
I mean, but some are, teachers are not lying to people. They are unknowingly passing along. Well, for them, it would be misinformation they're giving out, but they don't realize that it is, in fact,
There was
there's
no reason to ever question it. I mean, no one ever did.
Right. We just listened to what we were told. We said, okay, we took our tests, we got our degrees, and here we are. Right? I mean, it didn't do anything for us because they don't teach critical thinking and skill. Like, oh my gosh, I saw a thumbnail from Nathan Oakley and it said something, we don't need no feducation. FE education. Well, flat education. I'm like, damn. I thought that was pretty damn sweet. So shout out to Nathan Oakley. That was pretty good, man. Anybody else appreciate that? They can chime in. I feel like a weirdo right now for making such a big deal about it. Anybody else see it? Maybe not. But anyway, hey, it's been great talking to you so far. So you need to, if you can, come in every Friday. Because Paul and I have been talking for, I think an hour now. So perfect timing that you came in.
Well, going back to the kids thing, I have a 13-year-old, and I mean, she took to flat Earth right away, and it's not like, she could make up her own mind about it. I mean, my husband was not like, this is how it is, this is what you need to believe. But we, she can't help but hear it because it's playing all the time, on our TVs and podcasts and stuff like that.
That's
so
wonderful.
She's a flat earther 100%. She actually got there before I did.
Wow. Okay.
And so it does make school a little bit difficult, only because she feels like she's just wasting her time. But she does the material, and I tell her, just give them the answers that they want.
But the really younger ones, they really, they don't realize that they shouldn't, there's a time and place to talk about certain things. And, debating in class about flat Earth is probably not a good idea. Because it's just going to do a myriad of different things from just doing that. I know there's exceptions to that. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. I mean, you could have an extremely astute young child and just blow everybody out of the water. And then I'm like, yes.
Well, I have a 3-year-old who walks around saying the Earth is flat, and that one is the one I'm trying to get her to hush.
But you have to be prepared for people's responses. You can't go into stuff like that being all green on the topic, because you're just going to end up looking like, unfortunately, you're just risking yourself looking like a fool if you can't respond, and just, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what you were like when you first heard about the topic, if you talked to somebody you knew or your family members and then they thought you were crazy.
They don't care. I think that's the big thing I come across the most is most people is like, well, what does it matter? Or what's it to, who cares? Like, I still have to go to work in the morning. Like, no one cares.
That's horrible. So they actually said that.
Oh yeah, but I hear that a lot. That's I think a very popular response is just the
Well,
whole like why would we care? Why or the big one, why would they cover that up?
well,
Like, you know.
it would be for you to respond to them with that. It would be a little bit different depending on who you're talking to, but what do you generally say as a response when people say that?
A lot of friends, so I'm not having to really have this conversation that often, but I do have some family members. um, and again, they just mostly just don't care. And I hear a lot of that when Wright talks about who he's spoken to. A lot of people just don't care. I think the easiest way I feel, and this is what helps me, I think, is going back to learning more about if you can understand the powers that be, the Freemasons and just all the MK Ultra back in the day, those things, really, if you can get your head wrapped around that, then it's not a far, stretch to believe that what else they can lie about. So I'm actually glad that the order of how I got into things was that route. It
Well,
just helped a little bit.
What do you mean by how they lied? I mean, the truth speaks for itself. It doesn't matter who did it. That's how I always look up at it. I mean, yeah, I've heard people talk about that group and more so like the Jesuits actually. But especially now that we have one for there's a pope that's a Jesuit. It's like yeek. So yeah, I hear what you're saying, and yeah, I'd hate to really, I don't know if I'd want to know all the details of what each group has in charge of and all of that business. I mean, be a scary thought. I mean, people don't ever even have any kind of clue at that type of stuff. I mean, I don't think I'm special because I know. I kind of almost would rather go back and be ignorant.
Well, with my daughter having friends over, and we listened to a lot of Christian music. It wasn't always that way. I loved Tool and I was really into rock at one point. But it really opened my eyes when I'm hearing my daughter's friends singing, I Kissed a Girl and I Liked It, Katy Perry, and I'm like, y'all are like 6. Why are y'all singing that? Like this
Now
is
it's WAP. It's Nikki, whatever. Who is it that sings WAP?
Yeah.
Wet
Nicki
and
Minaj. I've heard that song one time and never again.
No, it's not Nicki Minaj. It's
Is it not?
no, it's a newer one. Cardi B. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Oh
See,
man.
I'm not with the times.
Oh no, I get it. That's good. So yeah. But no, you were making a perfect point with your example, but yeah, that's the level we're at now. And it just seems like they're just like, I sound dramatic and crazy when I say it, but just like demons. Like Miley Cyrus did this one video a couple years back where she had like this red latex and it was just weird, like it looked demonic or something, and it's like OMG.
Yeah.
And then she has, her Black Mirror episode that she did where she's like a robot. It's like, oh.
Being in a conservative home growing up my whole life, I was always told, you don't do this and that's that. You just don't do it. My parenting style now is we don't do this and this is why. My 13-year-old is very well-rounded. She knows exactly why we don't do things or why we don't listen to certain music because, like I was getting really obsessive about because I could not believe the music that we were listening to. I thought I wasn't supposed to listen to that kind of stuff because it was about boys and other topics within that. But really, there's a bigger picture that I truly just don't believe that they're singing about just some random boy. I think they're all singing to one guy. I don't know. I'm going to try to because I know y'all have.
I don't listen to the same music I did when I was in high school and thereafter. I like to listen to music that would be considered art, and that right now I'm really kind of into stuff at work, and it's like 70s disco, borderline funk. I don't know if you know the song Flashlight, but that's on there. That's one of my favorites.
It's hard when I hear those, like an old rock song or something that I used to love, and it's nice to go back. Sometimes, like I even though I listen to only Christian music, just the other night I was just, I don't know, on a whim, I was just kind of like going back in time and listening to just a little Incubus, and then as I'm listening, I'm like, I just can't believe that no one really listens to the words, and like
exactly,
it's actually, I think it's little spells, like.
Oh, you hit the nail on the head, in my opinion, for sure. I mean, people just listen to the music, and then they'll listen to the chorus, a phrase or two out of the chorus, and that could be all.
Because it's catchy. It's
Some
catchy.
people,
It's fun to sing.
if you point it out for some people, they say, no, it's just music. You don't take it too seriously. But then they actually act and speak in the way the music is. It's like it's in the background of their mind, and they actually speak like that when you listening to them speaking. Like, I speak Spanish, and I hear many of the people that I know listening to this music, and it's all like your ladies are saying. It's about basically it's mostly sexual, but it's also about lying to people, and I have a partner, but I want to have 7 new partners. Like it's kind of crazy. Like, you guys are pointing this out, and people think, no, it's just music. You don't have to take it too seriously, but they actually act in that way.
I'm so glad Elijah's not here.
Why?
Well, because it's ladies' night, and you just strolled in into the room like Tom Cruise from Risky Business. So that's why I was kind of giggling. You're good though. I just don't want the other FE men to get all bent out of shape.
Whatever.
Yeah, I know. You're good though. Sorry.
I'm actually going through that kind of stuff that you ladies are talking about with my own family. Like you're saying, it's a spell, and people actually are under a spell, and I agree. And I'm listening to what you're saying. And yeah, it's a ladies' night. Okay, I'll shut up.
Oh, well, you don't have to be rude to yourself.
Even the Christian bands from, back in the day, I'm not so sure, that they're actually Christian, music, and especially with the symbolism that they use. And some of my favorites, you just don't know. Now, my response to that, though, because the thing is that there's so much in this world that we do not know. We don't know. So I'm not going to keep that from letting me, listen to my Christian music. But, everything could potentially be, corrupted without you even knowing. There was a singer one time that he did a worship song, but then he spoke in, it might have been Spanish or something, and but he was actually praising Lucifer in the Christian song, and no one knew because they didn't speak that. But until they looked it up, they realized that the whole time they were listening to
Did you ever hear about the band? The name of the band, I think it was called Hillsong. Right. They were in a little bit of hot water too. I don't remember
I mean, their music's really good, and I love worship music. So they had the pyramids, I think, and some other symbolism going on there.
Some of their production that they did in their church or whatever was like, whoa, it's a little extra.
See, it's there. The Christian stuff, some of those symbolisms are there, but you can go and watch, what was it, the Super Bowl, and it's just so flat. It's just right there in your face. They don't even hide it anymore.
No, they don't.
It's not even hidden. You just it's people just think that that's the way it is now. Or you know what another one is, and this was from the other day. Someone said that they thought that the the Illuminati eye, and that's just a fad, or just a
the peace sign.
Yeah. So yeah, I definitely think that would have been about a lot of things. I'm curious though as to really what we're living, on, exactly. I would love to have more details on, the stars and why it looks like it's, got water, like it's almost twinkling through, shining through water. that's interesting to me. And my husband's wanting to go buy that $1,000 what is it, the Nikon camera, and I'm trying to talk him out of it because I'm not really trying to spend that money right now. But
people theorize that it has something to do with solar luminescence, is what the stars are. Why they twinkle. But I don't know a lot about that topic. If there's a gentleman in the listening and they'd like to contribute, but I mean, that's something you said your husband's interested in, the stars.
Yeah, we both are. It's just so. It's like I know that it's not one way, but I just can't exactly know, without a visual person. So I like to see things, and I will. Me and you will never go up that high, like to be able to get an overall like bird's eye view of everything. We'll never.
Nope, you're right. Maybe when we die, and then it won't matter.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've tried our best to stretch ladies' night as long as we can.
Here we go.
What you want? You want help?
No, shut up. Shut up. It's ladies' night.
Thank you, Gemsy. Thank you, Gemsy.
I thought you said you wanted some man input.
Shut up, Gemsy. It's ladies' night.
No, thank you.
Oh,
Gemsy,
Sunny's
shut up.
here. Sunny.
Shut up,
So we can maybe stretch it out a little more. Maybe another lady will show up. Maybe Tracy. Can you play a song for us? Or play some music?
Guitar solo.
I'm not prepared, honestly. I got 3 things going on at once. I just got back in. I got
You're
stuff
good.
to take
I put you on the spot. It's all good.
Yeah, I appreciate it though.
No problem. Anybody want to play a song? One of you guys want to hear a song? I'm just thinking if we'll just let it go a little bit longer, we'll see what happens if a lady doesn't show up. Or if we're not talking.
Do you want me to play that debate some more, or you want me to just end it and somebody play something else?
I don't want it to end. No. Ladies know that sometimes we do like a ladies' night marathon and they're thinking, ooh, I can catch it maybe the last hour or two.
Right. No, I mean the debate. Do you want me to
Yeah, we can go back to it.
Oh, okay. Well, just let me know when.
Yeah. Why don't we go now?
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm also a lady. Hello, I'm Stacy.
Hey.
I was wondering because I did some sunset observations, I think on the 14th of this month, and I caught something which I think is really interesting, and I compiled it into a video, and I was wondering if I shared a link. What I'm seeing is I think that the sun starts to reflect on the water is what I think I'm seeing, but you can't see the water, you just see like a weird reflection of the sun. And if that's what's happening, that would completely
Hold on, let me see. Indio's in here. That's an Indio question.
When the light reflects itself, it will cancel itself too, because that's an actual effect of the light. It will look like pitch black when it's like a polar opposite of the light, complete darkness.
Well, I have the sun filter on the camera as it's watching the sunset, and then at around the 2.5-minute mark of the video I've just shared at 7:28. Wait, no, that's my time. At the video I've shared at 2.5 minutes is around when the sun, in my opinion, starts to react with something external, and I think it's the ocean horizon line is my opinion, and I was just wondering if maybe someone else could have a look and see if my conclusions are right, or if they have like a different explanation to it, because I find it quite interesting.
I've seen similar to that. I just put that up real quick on my browser, but where it when it does get near the horizon, what you're actually see the bottom of it, like you have that line there where I paused it, where it's distorted. It's like a smaller circle, and if we had any surface features, we would probably see that it's a mirror image or something like that, because it does seem pretty obvious that it's encountering the horizon and the limits of vision and how light works is causing that effect, I would say. But,
yes, so you would say it is interacting with the horizon?
Yeah, in the respect that it's a not line of sight. I can't think of the term right now. It's not really criterion. It's something else. But just how our vision works with things disappearing at the bottom first. It's just a matter of how the physics of light is, with depending on the aperture of the thing that's looking at it, whether it's your eyeball or a camera or whatever. But it's explainable, at least, with naturally occurring phenomena. I mean, whatever the conditions are, which we don't know either. We're looking over, probably, are you looking over water? Yes?
Yeah, this is a coastline.
Okay. And especially saltwater, I think it's going to have more of a distorting effect than land or freshwater would.
Yeah, because if the horizon is that high up, that if I'm witnessing like a horizon interaction that high up, that's gonna draw a problem for the globe, because the globe horizon is not meant to be that far up. So I'm just trying to have like some accountability for like if it's the horizon, to make sure I'm not just jumping the gun. Just
Right.
what some second opinions would be good.
Yeah, that's all I could tell you about it. I posted a little thing on why things disappear bottom first. I'm sure it's partly that, partly the conditions. We're also looking at a very high contrast image, which is what I think gets a lot of people confused when they look at the moon, especially during the day, when they say, well, it's blue in the background, but if I zoom in, it's black. Well, it's black because it's a higher contrast than between the thing you're looking at and the surroundings. And with the sun, that's even more extreme. And that can cause issues with optical devices, especially cameras, because you're not just going through a lens or, really a series of lenses. You're also, especially with a digital camera, you're going through a sensor array. And with the P900, you can't shoot raw images. You only get JPEG, which is compressed, and that can introduce problems. So there's all sorts of factors. There's just too many to, I don't feel like pursuing, but maybe somebody else will.
Okay, thanks for that.
Also, you can add into account the limit, because you take the angle of view and the limit of the ground, but also there's a limit to the ceiling from where the sun is being projected from. So that limitation as well you can take that into account for that line that is the how do you say, the endpoint, that line that you see that ends the light. So there is a limitation to the ground and limitation to the sky as well. So that's another variable when you're observing that phenomena, that the sun is being cut, the light is being cut.
Okay.
The ceiling and the ground are cutting the light.
I just posted some pictures of some Christian rap Christian bands with satanic symbols on it.
Well, what next? I might stick around for maybe half an hour yet.
Yeah, that sounds fair, Paula.
Yeah.
I'd say for the hour, at the top of the hour, if we don't have more action, we should call it. I mean,
Yeah.
Queen.
That'll be the 3-hour mark for me anyway.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you came.
Yeah, well, I might be able to hang out. Oh, shoot. All right, I'm having technical difficulties here. Hold on just a second. I'll be right back.
Problem. Well, I could play that thing we were playing earlier.
Yeah,
for a
do
little
that.
bit.
I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Silly Smiles. Silly Smiles. How many horizons do you see on that picture?
In the video, I see the apparent
Is this thing on?
horizon.
Yeah, it's on.
How many?
You see the apparent
This
horizon.
is the recording.
Are you talking about the video of mine? Sorry.
No, this was one we were playing earlier.
Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, I have a misunderstanding. There was one we were stopping and talking about, and then we got all off track, and I was just going to fill some time until everybody's back. So, but if you want, I could stop that one and play yours if you want, but nobody can see it. It's the problem. We can only do audio.
No, just play the one you had ready.
Okay. Let me find it.
Actually, Paula, that's not true. She
Oh, you
could
can?
share the video in Discord on the live. So, I mean, if it's her video,
Yeah, how would we?
you know what
how
I
we?
mean?
Right. How do you
I
do
did
that? I mean,
share the link at 28
I
minutes
just share my
past.
screen. Right, I could just share my screen. Is that how you do it?
Yeah, do that, Paula. Yeah, you could
Okay,
do
well,
it.
let
You're
me
not
stop this other one
Sure.
because I don't want to get
That's
confused. I'm going to go ahead and stop
right,
it.
right. Yeah, that makes sense.
And let me see. I try to blow this up, but it's BitChute. There we go. Sometimes I have problems with BitChute. I don't know why. But I think I have it. So, you can't stream in this. Oh, that's the wrong channel. Never mind. So I'm in here and I want you. It won't let me stream. I could. No, it won't let me do anything.
You should be able to screen share. I mean,
Well,
I've done it.
Yeah, I
Maybe there's
hover over.
permissions. Maybe there's permissions because it's live stream.
Yeah, because if I hover over the screen thing at the bottom, it says you can't stream in this channel. It won't let me do it. Yeah, T-Watt also posted that. Nope, I can't do it.
Couldn't she just use her display as a camera?
What do you mean?
Well, like we all have the ability to have a cam in here, right?
Right, but if I hover over, like it's at the bottom of the list here, it says either video or screen. If I hover over those while I'm in this VC, yeah, I don't have permission to do that.
Oh, okay.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have that permission?
Can I get a lady night roll?
Oh man.
I'm just picking.
I have it all queued up and everything, and I can't do that here. I'll walk out of here with all kinds of new roles, huh? Oh, well. And I don't know if I would have had audio anyhow, because sometimes I have audio issues with sharing. Well, sometime we'll have to get somebody with permissions to be able to do that. Okay, old dude says nobody has that permission in Livestream.
Thanks for pointing that out, old dude. Saves us some talking about it. No, that makes sense to have it like that.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering. I was like, well, I can do the bot now, but I can't do anything else.
Does she have like any like screenshots of the video where we could listen to the video and look at pertinent shots of the video?
How about the boot? How about the boot that you have? You can share by the boot, I think. Well, some guys do it.
Well, I think the what's in the video is crucial to the conversation. It's not something you can necessarily just describe, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Well, share the link.
Yeah, I could post
I mean,
that
if
link
it's a
again.
short video, we can all pause for a moment and watch it at the same time.
There's the link.
She posted
I could
it.
take
Let
a
me
screen
see.
cap of it and share that
Scroll
in
up.
the voice text, but it's only at one point. So, I mean,
Might
I'd
need
have
to
to pause it and
repost it.
take a
Where'd it
screen cap.
go? Here we go. BitChute. Okay, so I'm reposted it for everyone's convenience. There we go.
Okay, I had just done that.
Oh, hey, there we go. Works.
Yeah, and it's just around the 2.5 minute mark, which I'm talking about. Before that, it's just a bit of rambling.
Well, the entire thing is only 4.5 minutes. I mean, I'm willing to pause for that long. I'm sure everybody else is curious, so I'm going to pause for a second.
I know that somebody made a GIF of a shot where the sun just sort of melted away and without quote unquote sinking or setting. It just sort of disappeared. $600, it says.
That one didn't look like a sunset to me. That one was probably, like a cloudy day that you don't see the sun behind the clouds, some sort of
Right.
that effect. But that's not obviously that's not the same effect as the sun setting. That no matter what type of optic you have, you won't bring it back.
There wasn't a cloud in sight. It was a very clear over the horizon.
Yeah, he was talking about the one I mentioned where it just sort of disappears. That's okay. But I saw at the end of yours where when you zoom in, it gets higher. You know?
But that was earlier. That was just me doing that thing where you zoom in and out and it changes its optics. But the actual video, the main part, was all at the same zoom point.
Right. But I mean, I'm just saying when you do zoom in on it a lot more, when it seems to be setting and you zoom in, it comes back up. I've seen that in other videos.
Yeah, I haven't tested that when it's set, but yeah, maybe that happens.
Paula, did you watch the whole thing?
Yeah.
What about the silhouette? What's up with that?
What point was Because I'm not sure which.
Well, I have it paused at 3:05. Yeah.
Okay, let me go back there.
So yeah, I'm wait a minute.
Isn't it
We have a
moving?
silhouette here, people.
Video
Dandelion
will-
just got home. She sent me a message. Just cross her fingers. She comes in.
Okay, I'm having trouble getting the video to play at, what'd you say, 3:05?
Yeah.
By silhouette, what do you mean silhouette? Do you mean like a vignette?
There's the
Wait.
silhouette of the boat, which the sun's setting.
Oh, you mean
behind?
The objects coming up in front of it.
Yeah, the ship.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
We need some dandelion. She might come in.
She's here.
Oh, that was fast. Okay.
She's not unmuted yet, but
Oh yeah, I think she said she wanted to make sure she had a good enough signal. It's really distracting when you go into robot mode.
Yeah, I just got home, so I got your message.
Yeah, we've been barely hanging on tonight, so it's been kind of one great timing after another to keep it going. Maybe we'll have a marathon night after all. Who knows? But I can't stay up like a marathon, so I'll have to pass the torch, maybe.
like I said, I might get up and do something else at the top of the hour.
So Dandelion, are you going to be listening for a little bit and participating right off, or are you here undivided?
I'm here. I'm listening. Yeah, and it's like right now, it says 3 green bars, voice connected, but then like just a few seconds ago, it was 1 bar red. So I might not be able to talk a lot, but I can hear you, and you're saying you can hear me apparently.
Yeah, we can. So right now we're talking about let me see. Is it Stacy's video of her own observation of the sun?
Yeah,
And
that's it.
yeah,
Would you
so
like
we
me to explain it a bit?
Well, I wanted her to so if you look up, I'll repost it. Somebody made a MP4. Thank you, Shalom. So Dandelion, I'm posting it right now. Wait, is that hers or is that the same? Yeah, that's the same one.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it's only 4.5 minutes long, but if you look at what we were talking about more specifically was at 3 minutes and 5 seconds. There's a silhouette of the boat as the sun is setting. So yeah, if you want to take a quick gander at it, we're kind of at I think Paula was investigating it more closely, just as we're telling you.
Yeah, I'll look at it.
So yeah, we have a flat earther in here with her own observations. Granted, I mean, yeah. I don't know what to think of it myself. Over my head, everyone. So Level Up, did you look at it?
I'm not quite sure what you're asking about. Is the ship silhouette there? I mean, it's cool that it's going across the field of view just then, but I'm not sure what specifically you wanted me to elaborate on.
Well, I think she was questioning what it is that she's seeing. That's what I got so far.
Well,
I don't know if she was making
earlier.
a claim.
Yeah, it was mainly just about the thing which I think is where it's interacting with the horizon. That's just what I wanted clarification. But
And I did
yeah,
kind of say
level
what
ups, or yeah, you've already
Yeah.
contributed to that.
Yeah, that's why I was a little confused. It's like, well, I did say what I think, with limits of vision and distortion because of the sea and high contrast and a camera that, you're looking at through a sensor and not just optics. I don't know if it would look different significantly through just a telescope, but these are just questions I would ask, if I were really wanting to dig into it.
Yeah, I guess the main thing is if I could be able to use that and say, okay, the horizon must be somewhere above the boat, if I'd be able to make that conclusion. Because if I can make that conclusion, then that could be like a reference point to how far the actual apparent horizon is, which could conflict with the geometric horizon. So that's sort
Right.
of like the reason I'm asking it, to see if I can jump to that conclusion or if I shouldn't.
Well, you would have to know the position of the boat at that time to know how many miles
Yeah.
out it was.
The boat was, well, in kilometers, it was about 6 kilometers out, and the geometric horizon is about 7 kilometers. And then the Rottnest Island, which is, I think you might see it a bit in the video, that's about 18 kilometers.
Right. As long as it's
So-
past the curve calculator thing, which would be the maximum distance you could see. As long as it's past that, it would show that. Yeah.
Yeah, because it looks to, it would appear to be further than 7 kilometers out if it's setting like way above the or hugely above the boat, but observantly above where the boat is. So yeah, I just don't want to like jump to conclusions and then end up looking foolish because
Right.
maybe I am jumping to conclusions. That's why I was just putting it out there for some other insight.
Right. As long as you have the height of the camera above sea level and the distance to the boat that was, at that time, that date and time, you should be able to tell with a fair amount of certainty whether you should have seen any part of the boat or not.
Yeah, the boat was before the horizon, so the question's not really to do with the boat, it's just to do with the
Right.
horizon.
Right. That's why I was just saying the position of the boat, because then you know how far from your position.
Yeah, because
boat
it
was.
makes a good reference point. Yeah.
Yeah. And Indio has posted a marine traffic link, so you could look that up.
Yeah, that's
yeah. I used that one for the boat.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, if you can show somebody one of their own globe Earth curve calculators and show the data from that website saying where that boat was, how far from shore, and your height above sea level, it should be fairly easy to show whether you should have seen any part of that boat. Elmo is asking if you have any unedited footage.
Yeah, I would still have the unedited footage from my P600 camera.
Okay, so he could DM you and get that information and get the link or whatever if you can.
Yeah,
I think
if
you can.
he's
It depends on how
interested,
big
I
it
can.
is. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's not real big, you can post it in a DM.
Yeah. Okay.
on Facebook, I see so much in my feed, like recommended for you. And so, naturally I want to click it because I want to read the comments. And so I'm looking at this photo of some, I don't remember what planet it was. And so I'm looking at it and I'm going in the comments and everybody's like, that's so beautiful. That's amazing. Space is so awesome. And it's just like, flooded with all that kind of crap. And then I finally see like a flat earther make a comment and they're like, dude, it's fake. There's a person with a hoodie on that planet. Like, what? And so I go back and I look because I just quickly glanced at it. So I go back and I look at it. I'm like, sure enough, that entire picture was, it's fake for its own reasons that, but also there's a person on it, on that planet. And I'm thinking, wow, everybody missed it. Everybody, even me, but they don't even look at the picture fully. They're so easy to just believe what they put out there. That it doesn't even have to be real anymore. They're going to eat it all up.
Yeah. When people can watch, we were talking earlier about the ISS and how ridiculous it is. And when people can watch what's supposed to be live footage with these people with these ridiculous grins on their faces and CGI items popping in and out of the screen, like they're just like they were beamed there by Star Trek, technology. And people accept that they're watching something real, knowing that this is CGI on top of the video, and they don't blink an eye. It's just really not encouraging.
In school textbooks, I would rather, let's just say that the Earth was this, we're on a globe. Let's just say that. Well, I would rather see like what they're actually seeing in my school books, even if it's not prettied up. And, I'd want to see the raw, like what y'all see when y'all look out, through a telescope. Like, show me that. Instead, our books are just flooded with these pretend, really pretty pictures. My cell phone back in the day had lots of those, galaxy pictures, as my wallpaper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, guess what, Paula?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So I was on a video chat with my daughter on Facebook Messenger, and she was doing these stupid Facetune things or whatever filters. I'm not joking around, you guys. There's one on there that it just puts your face of somebody in space, like an astronaut.
Wow. But they believe
Yeah.
everything they see.
Well, yeah. So I don't know if I can do a screenshot or not of my face as an astronaut. It's just like so funny.
Yeah, and Shalom posted a little GIF of a swimmer on. Supposedly, there's an arm from the space shuttle. I'm guessing a space shuttle or the ISS. And somebody swimming past it. I remember early footage from 10 or so years ago, where they was supposedly on a spacewalk, and you see stuff in the area around the spacewalker's body that looks for all the world like little things you would see in lake water, little clear bodies swimming around and going this way and that way. I could never find that again. I looked and looked for it, but it was like not just the bubbles in space. It was sea creatures in space. They're swimming all around this astronaut supposedly on a spacewalk. I wish I could find that again.
One of the problems is like being so different from the rest of the world. We took our kids to Texas to like this discovery place, and it had the space stuff, and you just don't look at it the same going through with my kids looking at it, and it's just how fake everything looks and it is. And they had like this big the little light brights where you stick the pegs in the
right. Yeah.
They had like a really big one. And so remember, I'm not outspoken. Like, I like to just kind of blend in with the rest of the crowd, but my husband's kind of opposite. He wants to make his statement. So he goes up to the board and he puts, flat earth, him and my 13-year-old, who's a flat earther,
Nice.
puts flat earth on the light bright. And I started talking to this couple, just really nice, just asking, for dinner recommendations. And so I never thought that after I just had this great conversation, just just chit-chatting, small talk, they literally go and they destroy the picture that my husband and my daughter put, like the flat earth. They just wrote flat earth on the light, right?
People are so weird.
Yeah.
The audacity. Like, it was just almost like my mouth dropped to the floor because I couldn't believe they just, after me talking to them, they walk over and then they do that. They knew that was my husband and my daughter doing that. Just the audacity.
I posted that for her. The tether video with the amoebas floating in the water.
That's a classic one, Larry.
Okay.
Well, hey, Paula. I know you
Yeah.
want to go. I don't want to hold everything, and I know we got a couple of the other girls here, but I can't stay up late because I have to get up early.
Yeah, it's been, like I said, 3 hours, and I really need to get out of my chair and do something else for a bit. But
Yeah.
I can check back later, I suppose. But I don't know
I
when
mean,
that'll be.
if the girls here want to carry the torch, they are more than welcome to do so. Otherwise, girls, do you want to keep holding the floor? And still hold ladies' night down because other girls could join, maybe.
All we know is the last one here has to shut off the ladies' night event thing, if they can.
I don't know
Sometimes
if I
you get
can or not. I might be able to.
I don't know.
Nope. Yeah.
You want
We
me
can
to
get
end it? Maybe
AI.
you can stay around. If they...
All right. Well, it's been an interesting night again, as always. I hope we'll, I don't know how it's going to be with as summer approaches and people have other things
I
to do.
know.
But
We'll
yeah,
see.
it happens.
Go through spurts, so it's all good.
All right, and just before I go, Miguel is saying, "Can sincerely Brittany get ladies' night roll?" I can't give rolls, so I have to ask
we
a
can do
mod
that.
person.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay,
Let me find
I can't
her.
do that, can I?
I got it. Unless somebody beats me to it, I'm doing it.
Okay, yeah, I can't give rolls. So, all righty. Well, we'll see you guys. You have a good weekend.
You too, Paula. Good to see you.
Thank you. You too. We'll see ya.
Bye, hon.
Bye-bye.
I'm scrolling. Oh my gosh, I think I passed it. I should just give myself the complainer role right now. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. Oops. Wait, is there somebody, does anybody want to take the torch, or do we want to, did somebody cancel the event?
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take the torch.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Jemsy.
I ended it. I thought that's what you wanted.
Oh, good. Oh, sorry.
If you
I'm
didn't want
looking.
that, then you'll have to recreate it and restart
Nope.
it.
We's good. Thank you, dear.
You're welcome.
All right, so we have
All right.
ladies for Brittany. Thanks, girls, for being here. Appreciate yous.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. I wouldn't have come if you hadn't sent me that nice message, so I appreciate
Aww. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a chicken.
that. Oh, that's fine. Even just the concept of you possibly do that got me in here, so that's good enough.
Well, it'll be a promise for the future. I promise.
Okay, I believe you. We have plenty of time.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, but I'm going to scoot. You guys, I got stuff to do. Have a lovely evening, everyone. Thank you.
See you later, Jenny.
Bye, honey.
Brittany, it was just ordinary people at this wherever you were that were destroying your words. The light bright.
Yeah, someone I had at least a 30-minute conversation with. It's just small talk, but yeah, our kids were. My 4-year-old was playing with their kid, so like there was, I don't know, just out of nowhere, I was so shocked they did that. I was like, what? Like I would have just walked off if I didn't like what was on the light bright. Like it wasn't like that big of a deal,
Right. It's not like it was a swear word. But some people are just afraid of anything. I mean, it's a Stockholm syndrome
It
thing,
bothered
right?
them
You might
so
upset.
bad.
You might upset the captors.
If it was just
we
a
want to
random
keep getting
person that did
our
it,
bread and water.
if it was just like another person that maybe didn't, like just a random person that went and took it off, that would have been fine. I wouldn't have had any problem with that. But the fact that it was with someone that I had just spent like 30 minutes talking to, for that to be the one who goes and does it, it was unexpected.
Yeah, it was definitely awkward.
I was like, I guess I'm not going to go with that dinner recommendation. Like, I don't trust y'all now.
That person really got threatened by that, so they had to attack it.
Hey, is my microphone too loud?
I think it sounds good.
Okay, cool.
I don't know if anyone else does this, but in our house, again, even my 13-year-old, anytime that we're watching TV or a movie, anytime that we see the globe or any type of we always call it out, and it's so many times a day. So, even me, who I don't leave my home that much, I'm a stay-at-home mom, I'm exposed to all of that, and I barely even leave my house.
You could have like a swear jar where you put a dime or a quarter in every time, and then save up for your vacation every time you see a globe or hear a globe reference, then see how much money you make.
A propaganda jar.
Yeah, there you go. Propaganda jar. I like that.
I'd go broke.
Hello.
Hello. How are
Brittany, good, thanks. I was just gonna ask, are your whole family flat earthers?
Proud of it.
My immediate family, so who lives under this roof. Yes.
That's cool.
I mean, I tried to keep my 4-year-old from the topic, but I mean, it's just she picks up on too much because this is literally what we do all the time. Is and I try to be the voice of reason. I always try to throw the hard questions at my husband at Rect, just to keep us grounded and like just to make sure that I just want to make sure that we're asking the right questions. So I'm that's why it took me a lot longer to come to this. It was way easier for him.
Yeah, true. Cool.
But we like to just call. I don't really say I'm a flat earther. I'm just biblical creationist is more what I would prefer.
Yeah,
Nice.
okay.
I heard that the Amish teach flat Earth. I don't know if we can verify that, but that's what I heard recently.
Wait, what was that?
I heard that the Amish teach flat Earth in their school communities. I don't know how to confirm that, but I heard that recently.
Don't we have an Amish Earther in this Discord? There he is. He can verify. Nice.
Hey guys, I only got a few minutes. Yep. A lot of Amish are flat earthers. I think most might be geocentrists.
Hmm.
I live
Is there
in
different
what
like
you could
sects?
consider the. Sorry?
No, I'm sorry. I just want to ask if there was like different sects of Amish people as far as like religious beliefs. Does some believe one thing and others another? Like, is there different, groups, so to
Yeah.
speak?
Yeah, they're a bunch of different sects. Full disclaimer, I am not Amish. I just live amongst tons of Amish people. Like I almost hit Amish buggies on my commute in the morning. So it's nuts. The
Are you in Pennsylvania?
yeah, in Lancaster.
Nice.
Yeah. So no, I
Lot
would
of
say
good
one of the most
cheese.
conservative groups is the Old Order Amish. They're I think actually Russian. And they're out here too. But yeah, they're different orders, different beliefs. They all have different styles of asceticism, I guess you could say. None of them, I think, have any love for the priest class that invented this heliocentric nonsense. I can tell you that.
Do they have their own schools that they build, or or is everybody homeschooled?
Yeah, they have their own schools. I think Monday I can take some pictures on my way to work and I'll post them. Yep.
That'd
They're
be
tiny.
cool.
They're tiny. Yeah, they look like these old colonial schoolhouses. If you imagine the way the Pilgrims educated kids, it looks exactly like that.
So do they not have to follow any like state curriculum then, or like how does that work? I wonder.
Yeah, they do get audited, but I think Pennsylvania allows them to be what they need to be. I won't get into details, but someone I know personally has assisted Amish communities in their schools as an outsider and confirmed for me that flat Earth is quite prevalent there. So, yep.
They don't have
I've got more to
Discord.
say on this too. Flat Earth is almost a mode of recognition, you could say, amongst the Amish that break away. When they break away, you may have heard of this, like on Rumspringa, when they turn 16, they can go out into town and see if they want to be like the English. That's like us, right? And if they want to leave, they can. And if they want to stay in the order, they can return into it. And people who leave, I think, are having a problem trying to grapple with heliocentrism because they were taught flat Earth or maybe even geocentrism growing up, just didn't care, never really had to speculate about space, and now they're out in this and seeing this insanity around them, and they try and find each other. They try and find each other to hang out and say, "Hey, man, this is kind of nuts. I don't know if I can get into this heliocentrism." And so one of the ways they recognize each other is to say, "Hey, man, I think the Earth is flat." And then you say that to a guy you might think might be former Amish, and the other guy might say something like, "Oh yeah, how long have you known?" I had this interaction in a bar a couple months ago that I was flat smacking in, and the bar owner was one of these folks who left the Amish community, and I told him, I said, "Hey man, you think the Earth is flat?" He wasn't taught. I didn't even know that he had left the Amish community yet. We were just talking about some other things. He's like, "Yeah," and so we were talking about this, and it was just kind of mind blowing. So yeah, I think we are amongst a lot of allies, and they're not on the internet.
Hmm. Yeah, that's awesome.
I don't get how people can dismiss flat Earth so easily and so quickly. I mean, my thing is like we don't know. Like I said earlier, like I will never get a bird's eye view of everything that all I can do is speculate what I think and try to weed out like what is a lie and what I think is the truth. And but in the end of all of it, like we don't really know. I mean, we don't know.
I feel like the math actually hurts the helio, because I mean, regardless, you can't find curvature, and they use that the radius of the Earth for all their spacecraft. So that's where like you can't say that this world's too big. No, not with the math they gave us. So that's where I don't think it's the case.
If nobody told you that this was a spinning ball in outer space, you wouldn't have any reason to conclude that. You would have no reason. If you were born yesterday, if you just emerged from a cave into this new world and with no memory of anything, you were to look out, look at your feet, and then look at the horizon, you'd think it went on forever.
I think that
It's an axiom.
Was a good test of that because, like I said, it took her no time at all to, become a flat earther. She was a flat earther before I was.
Well, I mean, she also knew a little bit about different conspiracies. Like after you learned about MK Ultra, and she was a little bit older to where you can talk to her about the music and how it is satanic, yada yada yada.
And we never told her like this is, you have to believe this. It's just like, hey, we just want you to know that there's two sides of this coin, and there's a whole group of people that don't believe it's a globe, and we just want to, and she hears what we watch and stuff, and so
exactly
she's like, oh my gosh, it's flat, like no doubt about it.
I love her.
She's a good kid.
We
want to get her into like a private Christian school, but the prices have went so up. It's like $7,000 per kid now. But I feel like she'd fit in so much better in a in a private school.
Yeah, I think for flat earthers, like for me anyways, like in becoming a flat earther, I first uncovered that the moon landing was fake. I think that's really important to look at and sort of, yeah. And the second thing was looking at NASA, and really looking at what people were saying and the images that were all fake, CGI, and yeah, seeing the deception that is NASA. So like, once you sort of understand that, it makes, I guess, when you do research the flat Earth and look at, flat paths and the geometry and things like that, it does make it a lot easier to come to that conclusion. And we're actually talking about this yesterday, but looking in, like, at the same time, you look at, Operation High Jump, Operation Deep Freeze, the Antarctic Treaty. There's others, but oh yeah, Operation Fishbowl. So yeah, there's a lot to sort of look into, and once you look at all these aspects, it really comes together that the Earth is flat. It's
Flat Earth was actually like the last conspiracy that I got into, and so I love that the way that it kind of happened for me. Like I was researching, about CERN and them opening up portals and like all these things. So it kind of made it so much easier.
Yeah, CERN. I still am not sure what CERN is all about, to be honest. I mean, I haven't looked into it too much, but it's a little bizarre, like the opening ceremony, and then there was that video that went viral
Oh,
about
so creepy.
the satanic ritual or whatever that happened at night. I don't know if anyone saw that, but it happened at CERN, and the guy that actually was filming it was so freaked out by what he saw, that he just freaked out and hid himself. But
Talking about the one that
it's
had like a parade of people almost like.
It was at nighttime. It was like in the middle of the night, and there were all these cloaked people standing around, and they did like a sacrifice. Like he sort of cut away. Yeah, he cut away before you could really see much, but they were all in a circle and chanting, and it was just weird. And yeah, there was like the opening ceremony that was a little bizarre as well, but yeah, it's interesting that kind of satanic stuff is happening at CERN, which is meant to be, about colliding particles. Like, I don't know. It's all very.
They had the I think it was like the Empire State Building or something. They had put I think it was Kali, the goddess, or I don't know, one of them. They actually had her face like on the entire building, and I just remember thinking to myself like whoa, like that's something big, like it's just so easy for them to just to post, just to put this stuff out there, and just overlooking, New York. And that was kind of around the time when I was getting into MK Ultra, so it's a couple of years ago. I think it had to do with like some kind of, I don't even remember what the campaign was for, but at the end, after they were like showing like I think it was like animals or something, they showed that one like as the last picture.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Like, I don't know whatever's happening in the world with all these, satanic stuff. It's weird.
I mean, it's like unnecessary. There was a Britney Spears music video, and the guy that was in the song with her, I think it was the guy that sang Timber or something. I don't know their names, but there's this guy, and he kind of kicks the camera, and when his foot goes up, the bottom of his shoe has the Baphomet on it, like on the bottom of his shoe. Like, why? Like, what's the point? The song wasn't even, like, it just, what's the point of it? They put it there because they can.
It's on the bottom of his shoe. Wow. There you go. That's the other thing, like, with all the, I mean, I kind of grew up as an atheist, but everything, yes, I'm from Australia.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah, so, lost my train of thought there. Yeah, everything that's happening, like with the celebrities and stuff, and I guess learning about the flat Earth, learning about a lot of things, I've sort of turned more towards it's probably likely that there's a creator, that there's a God. I'm looking more into history now, and I guess I'm starting to read, like, doing more research into the Bible and stuff, because I don't know, like, I don't really know much about the Bible, but I think I don't know, important to know. Like, I mean, people say there's two reasons why they're hiding the flat Earth. You know, one is that they're hiding God. The other is that they're hiding land beyond, the ice wall. I think, I mean, I think for me, I feel like it's more to do with probably they're hiding that there
God,
is a
right?
creator. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
hiding that there's a God.
So
And
many
so,
Christians, they fight for, against the Big Bang Theory.
And evolution, yeah.
They'll fight and the good fight for that. But when it came to the Earth, and they just kind of rolled with it. They're like, okay, that's what it is. Like, we're not going to question it or what they're telling us. But
Well, they had the so-called proof too, TV, etc. You know what I mean? It's hard to refute, us going to the moon and seeing pictures from space unless you actually look into it. But most people are in their own little world bubble where they don't care, too busy, too distracted.
we lost a lot of friends. We're gamers, so over the years we've just had so many friends, and whenever we got into flat Earth and we started saying like, hey, like this is something worth checking out, they hated it. They hated hearing about it. They didn't want to be associated with us anymore, and it was just they just unfriended us. And like good friends that we've known for years.
Yeah, that was a weird experience for sure.
If I could for a second too, just for a little like advice to help you out, I wouldn't get too hung up on the reasons why, because it really at the end of the day
It don't
doesn't matter. And I'm sure there's more than one reason. There's probably multiple reasons, but they're all speculation from our point. The most important thing is what we can prove, which is no measurable curvature. Just stick with that and you'll be okay.
Or the bendy water.
The bendy water.
I think that's definitely why. Rex told me, months ago. He's like, we like to play games and we like to, talk to people while we're playing, but it's so hard to find people that are like-minded. Or you hear the F word every 2 seconds, and it's just unnecessary. And so I know that it was Rex's, purpose in life at the time was to find a group of people that were like-minded, or a way for him to have like an outlet to talk about what he saw or what he's feeling about things, which is what got him, here, essentially.
yeah, it's pretty cool that there's this community here. Like, I'm only sort of new to this community, but like, yeah, this server. But like, I was really surprised at how many members there were. Like, there's a lot of members on this community, which is kind of nice, because I don't know, you see lots of different, you meet lots of different people, and lots of different people coming in and out of the chat, different views, and all sort of trying to, I guess, debate Globers and stuff, which can be funny. But yeah, it's cool.
Flat Earth definitely changed. Hold on.
That's our 4-year-old.
Flat Earth
love it.
definitely gives you like a different perspective. Like you thinking about like what's important and what's, not. I used to get really hung up on, political stuff. And that was, a big thing for me for a while, like that was my daily thing, and I still do try to keep up with all of that. But Flat Earth, my perspective is just, it's more on a creator and less on what the world is, doing. And, I still vote and stuff, but it's just my focus just isn't on there anymore.
There's nothing wrong if you want to still vote and participate in those things. I would just caution you to not be too invested in things like that. Don't pin all your hopes.
Oh yeah, no
things,
doubt. The world's a stage.
Yeah. But
In
there's no
Australia,
harm in.
In Australia, if you don't vote, you get fined. Like we get fined 200 and something dollars, so we kind of have to vote.
Oh my goodness, you've got to be kidding me. You are forced to vote by law? Wow, that's outrageous.
Yeah, and I don't know, $200, whatever. It's kind of a lot actually, but yeah, we're forced to vote, so it's
They're
not good.
basically paying
But
you $200 to vote is what they're doing. Gosh, that makes me think of when Saddam Hussein was unanimously elected in Iraq, 100% of the votes. Like, yeah, you just make those people vote. And they basically do that here. They pay people to vote by giving them all the benefits and everything, and so on. That's funny. Yeah. I gotta go get that. Reminds me, I gotta get my name off those voting rolls because I never
That's
vote anymore.
crazy,
But then
though.
people have your street address by being on there. They told me I tried to call. They told me I had to go to the courthouse to get it taken off of there. You've inspired me. I'm gonna exercise my freedom to not vote, Kizaru. I gotta go.
Can you at least do a write-in though? Like, can you at least just write in whoever's name you want, so that way you don't have to vote for like one of the politicians? Is that an option? Like, write in a different name.
you go to, like, you've got to register to vote, and then you go to the like community hall or whatever, and then you've got to like mark your name off, and they'll like ask you, what's your name, what's your address, and then you tell them. So like you could, I guess, send your friend there and just be like, say you're me and this is my address and just vote for me, but
No, I mean, can you like, so here when we vote, we get like the options, the Republican nominee or the Democrat nominee. And then we can also have the option to just write in whoever's name we want. So like as a joke, I voted for my friend one year, and like some people have voted for Mickey Mouse and just like dumb stuff like that. So like, I was just curious if you could go there and you could just write in a random name of somebody and just like not participate that way.
no,
Like still do it, but not actually vote.
yeah, so if you don't fill out the ballot correctly, then it just gets discarded. But and so you can't really vote for any candidate that's not on the ballot. But what you can do is write at the bottom of it, there is not a suitable candidate. And if the majority of ballots come back with that written on it, then it goes to a hung parliament, where they sort of deliberate and determine who will become sort of prime minister or whatever, and then they make deals and stuff. So I mean, it's not ideal either, I guess, really. And I don't think, like, I mean, in Australia, anyways, not the majority are never gonna write that there is, you know, not a suitable candidate. Like there is actually so much propaganda, like to go with either Labor or Liberal. Like we have a two-party system. So yeah, there's a lot of propaganda. So people either vote Labor or Liberal. So yeah, no one's gonna write bottom, but I mean, I probably will, but not enough people will. It's all sort of people talk about in Australia. It's like, oh, you know, are you voting Labor or Liberal? So like people don't even consider that there's that third option. And all
How
the
does the government
independents,
structure
like,
in Australia work? What it's a type of monarchy, but like, do you have your own constitution and stuff, or like what kind of
yeah,
government exactly is it?
we do have
So
a
it's like,
constitution. We're
so
part of
it's
the Commonwealth. We have a prime minister.
okay. So it's a constitutional. That'd be like a constitutional. What do they call it? Constitutional monarchy? Is that what it's called?
No, I don't know. Possibly. But like we kind of have like the same two-party system that America has. Like you have what Republicans and Democrats. We have like Labor and Liberal basically. All the independent votes will either go to Labor or Liberal. Like they make deals and stuff. Like they have to offer them something and they get the vote kind of thing.
It's a
I don't really.
right? Parliament.
Yeah, it's a parliament.
Kind of makes me wonder which is better, that or a republic. I'm guessing a republic, but I'm sure they're both flawed. Not perfect.
Yeah, I don't think there's that much difference between them, to be honest. I mean, there is, but yeah, I don't know.
I think the biggest difference, to the best of my knowledge, is that minorities are better represented in a republic, and in a parliamentary system, a lot of things, it's just majority rule. So if 51% of the country or 51% of the parliament want something to happen, and it happens, but in the United States, that's not how it works.
Yeah,
I think
I
the
like how
republic.
it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, I like how it's done in America, to be honest. Yeah.
I think America's government, it could be great if people took more of an interest and actually were able to get rid of the corruption. It would work on paper wonderfully, but it's just there's so much corruption involved that it all goes to hell, unfortunately.
Or laziness, corruption on their part,
that
laziness on
too.
our part.
Yeah. Well, and that's a big problem with like a lot of things in America right now. Like at the local level, you should still try to vote in your local elections for like superintendent and school board and try to infiltrate that stuff and get in there, and your sheriff and stuff like that, because that's super important. Like the people that are getting in those positions are the reasons why our kids are failing in school, and they're teaching them all this horrid stuff because they control all those positions. For some reason, those people are really good at getting in there and being motivated to want to be in those positions and tell people what to do. Unfortunately, like-minded people like us, we just want to be left alone. But we really got to get out of that mindset and try to get into these areas so that we can take our schools back at the small level and take our city councils back and just, local government stuff. I think it was like it would be a snowball. And then eventually, if we could do that, that would snowball to the state level and hope maybe to the federal level. I don't know.
Those superintendent jobs, you shouldn't replace them ultimately with good people. You should eliminate the position altogether. There's no need for them.
Well, that's
I mean these people are literally paid on average of $150,000 a year. It's the average salary of a superintendent in the United States, and they're paid that much to just check on 4 or 5 principals, schools, just check on them and make sure they're doing their job. I mean, they're paid a lot of money to quite literally do almost nothing.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. The only problem with that is, in order to do that, don't we first have to take over all these? We have to first get in there so that we can make the changes.
Oh yeah, no, but not necessarily. I mean, it would just all be, it'd be a bigger movement to abolish certain sections of, if not the public school system itself altogether.
Hey guys, dreaming works on a flat Earth.
I didn't understand what he said, but
dreaming works on a flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, and teaching children that the Earth is a ball only works on a flat Earth.
I was going to say to Brittany, when you were talking about the private school earlier, I mean, I don't know what your situation is, but there's also homeschooling as an option. That's what I do. I used to send my children to the private school, but in fact, yeah, I did want to say earlier, yeah, even though I understand you feeling like going to a Christian school would be better, I actually discovered in some ways it was worse. But I guess it depends on the private school you're going to. But anyway, I just wanted to throw it out there for you or whoever the homeschooling.
I wish it was more resources.
And we do have school. We have a homeschool flat Earth server. I should put the link in here. We do not really do that much with it, but if I keep inviting people to it, maybe someday more people will do something there. I actually have some stuff, and just because I'm going to invite you to it tomorrow, I'm going to put the stuff in there that I've been meaning to put in there, which one of them is a geography book for first grade that has no globes in it. And there was something else I found that was really good the other day that I'm going to put in there too.
Can you please invite me to that one, Dandelion? Can you please? Because I do homeschool my children, and that will be
Okay, good. Yeah, I think the thing of it is that people who homeschool don't have any time to actually put the stuff in there and say this is what we're doing because we're too busy doing it. But I got to just take a picture of this book. I'll do it, tomorrow, and then put it in there. I've been wanting to do that for a while. All right, put it in the voice text, but I'll send you one too.
Thank you.
I feel like for those that can't homeschool, you would be better off putting your child in some sort of private school, only because I think the curriculum is higher. They teach at a higher level. And from my experience, kids that go to public school are way behind kids on all levels of math, reading, and so on, that versus kids that come out of private schools. That's
Yeah, well,
that's
Paul, that's definitely true. I mean, that's why I was sending mine there, for years. I think it depends on the child. Yeah, it depends on how they can deal with the social stuff, because you're also going to deal with people who are, the wealthier, and snobbier people in society. So some people are better at dealing with snobs than others. Some children can handle that kind of.
I think mine would shine in a private school setting. For sure. I mean, they're still going to teach, the globe model and all that, but she's going to be gaining other things that is going to help her. So that's, like I said, it's 7,000 where we live, and I want a big family, so it's just not even. I'm pregnant now, and I've already got 2 kids, so we ain't making that much money, but.
But you also don't. You can also educate your children. If you have to, for whatever reason, send them to public school, you can educate them after school.
We did virtual this year, but that was because I'm not going to make my kid go to school.
Careful what you say.
I know. I'm not even going to say
Okay.
that. I'm just saying I wasn't going to make my kid wear a mask at school all the time. So until they got rid of that, she was virtual. And so next year she's going to start back in the public school system. Not exactly happy about it, but she needs friends. She needs to get back into the group of things. She's been hanging
I was
around
thankful
me
that I
too
went
much.
to a. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say I was thankful that, and I still am thankful that I went to a private Catholic school for 8 years because I learned a lot about the religion, and I was able to basically see behind the curtain while I was there.
My dad didn't have a lot of money, but that was the one thing he didn't skip on. You know, we might have lived in not a great neighborhood, but I went to a private school. Me and my two brothers, you know, he made sure that the money was there for that. So I am so thankful that my dad did that because I feel like I have a bit of a better head on my shoulder just due to him raising me. And it's something that I want to give my kids, but maybe.
Well, you definitely gave it to me a little bit too. So
me and Rex came from totally different backgrounds for sure. You know, totally different. It was like an opposites attract thing. But yeah, I grew up. My brother's a pastor. He actually helps other people build churches, and you know, shows them what to do. So that's always been a big aspect of my life. And then Rex, you know, he was like basically an atheist when I met him. So I don't know how all that came. I was, I think, curious more than anything, the different ways of people living, and it was just different than my very sheltered and strict life that I was living with my dad. So I don't know. I was curious, and somehow we've got 3 kids.
I find it hard to find a negative to raising a child in some sort of church in a way. Even as flawed as a lot of the structured religions are, I still think it's a good, healthy thing to do. As long as you know, talk to them and explain. Well, I don't want to shit on any religions, but I think you guys know what I'm kind of getting at. As long as you guide them in the right direction and teach them about. Yeah, I think you guys know where I'm going.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead and ask.
Yeah, I was going to ask, my kids are 30 and 27, so they're a little older. If you have younger kids, and you happen to believe in a flat plane and we don't live on a spinning watery ball, how do you talk to your kids about them seeing a spinning watery ball in their classroom every single day and that being taught to them? How do you deal with that?
I mean, for mine, my 13-year-old is a flat earther. And I think it's because I was really open and honest about instead of telling her, Kyra, we don't do this, it was more, we don't do this because, and then I showed her a list of examples.
Mm-hmm.
So the girls in her class really loved Justin Bieber. And so I showed her, I was like, I don't listen to him, and you can make your decision. I wanted her to feel like she could make her decision. I'm going to show you this video, and you tell me if this is someone that you support and that you want to listen to their music. And it was the worst music video of Jesus hanging on an upside down cross and just all kinds
with all
of
the
stuff.
drawings and everything?
It was awful. And so after she saw that, she has such a kind, sensitive heart that she wanted nothing to do with it. And so being able to see those things in the world, I think it made it that much easier for her to come to the flat earth belief system. And
well, plus you would hang out and watch, flat earth videos with me like all the time too. So once she's able to think for herself and see it for herself, the argument, it was no contest.
Back in my youth, long time ago, it was church on Sunday. You got taught creationism, and then Monday through Friday you got taught evolutionism. Whereas, Time Life book in our school, I still remember this from biology class. The first page said that those who believed in creationism were like crazy people. And it was just like you had that Monday through Friday evolutionary thing with dinosaurs and everything. And then, for an hour or two on a Sunday, you got the creation. And it was just like, okay, you got to avoid the evolution brainwashing that you get 95% of the time.
And at that age, when you're young, most of that stuff goes in one ear and out the other. You retain some of it, and it's not till you get older to where you really start questioning these things. And that's why I think it's good to kind of go to a private school so you can learn both. Because I was taught, God created everything going into a Catholic school, but then when I got into my science classes, they were teaching Big Bang in a Catholic school. So, and I think, as horrible as that is, I think it is good at the same time. Because if you have that foundation in the beginning of creationism and a creator, that can be pretty hard to shake. Once you take that in, and when you grow up and become an adult, you can see through the globe earth pretty easily, I think, as long as you're open to the idea.
What I found was believing in globe earth as somebody who believed that Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior and died on the cross and rose again and sent the Holy Spirit back to earth. What you do with, if you're a globe believer, you look at Genesis 1 through 31, and it doesn't really say anything to you. But then when you actually become, through observation, a flat earther, or somebody knows that we live on a plane and not a spinning watery ball, then those 31 verses in Genesis just jump out the page to you. It's like they come to life. When you're a glober, I don't see how anybody who even goes to church, how those 31 verses talk to anybody. But when you realize that you live on a flat plane created by an almighty God, those 31 verses just come to life.
I finally found another gamer in here.
I think that we have enough family discussions that even if she is only able to do public school for now, we talk about things all the time, whether it's the earth or the Bible. Me and my daughter will do like a mother-daughter devotional. We'll do that together. And I feel like I'm trying to get her exposed to, more things than what she's getting at, the public school system. But we live in the Bible Belt. And so honestly, it's not been so bad. Most of the teachers in our public school, are Christians, and so I haven't had to have anything real crazy happen. Unlike if you lived, in New York and all that. I saw today that they banned a book from the library that was about this prince who wanted to not marry a princess. He wanted to marry another prince. And so our school got rid of the book. And there's a lot of people that's unhappy about that, but I'm happy for it.
What state do you live in?
Louisiana.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in Texas. I'm next door.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Hey, nice.
Yeah.
We go to Texas a lot. That's where we went to that little discovery thing to look at all that NASA stuff. All that space stuff.
That fake stuff that we've learned that NASA doesn't spend $66 million a day not to go to outer space. They spend it on propaganda to keep their fake outer space alive in people's minds.
I'm proud of that picture.
I remember back in 2017, 2016, when my daughter was going to school in Tennessee after we got done, being with her and watching her play a sport that she really loved. My wife and I drove down to Huntsville, Alabama, just so we could go to the Space Center down there, just so we could do it. And I got there and we walked around. And it's like, okay, this is really cool. This is really cool. They went to the moon. They went to the moon on 256 gigabyte of memory, and all that stuff. And we believed it. And nice big picture of JFK there. And it's just like, I mean, the things that we believe when we let indoctrination and propaganda and cognitive dissonance rule our lives. It's just unbelievable. And it actually takes some event to shake that propaganda and that indoctrination. And with me, it's been what we've been watching on TV for the last 2 years. Is what really made me look at flat Earth versus the globe.
So my brother is a pastor, and I talk to my brother about a lot of things through text mostly because he lives so far away. But so he doesn't know about me and the flat Earth and anything like that. But he had posted the other day about it, and he's just saying basically that like people just want to feel like they belong to something, and that's why they believe in flat Earth. And I'm thinking, who in their right mind wants to be a part of the flat Earth group where we're hated on so much? Like no one's asking for to be a part of this. It's just this what it is. Like that's what we're seeing.
So you never told him about flat Earth?
Hey, wait! I gotta ask. Did you ask your brother? Do you ever think people just go to church because they want to be part of something?
Yeah. That's right.
I think I had no comment because it was just I have a lot of respect for my brother, and I was gonna let that go because he has no idea my thoughts on it, and it's one of the things that like you want to have that conversation in person, and I haven't seen my brother in like 5 years, so I was like, I'm gonna wait.
I've been to think 3 churches now here in Germany, and it's just like they have no sense of anything according to what the word warns about, what the word actually tells you about this kingdom of Satan and so forth, that you literally can't talk about anything critical according to the system without being automatically categorized to be something. I mean, we have certain words already in Germany that implement that you're someone who thinks in conspiracies and so forth. It's called Querdenker, and it's kind of a shame, that people go into church and then you want to talk about truth and they just they don't want to listen to you, and they don't really want to hear it because they're so that they trust science. They trust what the news say and so forth, and it's really weird. It's almost like I see the world as a complete opposite than these people that go to church. And I'll be honest, the more I read the Bible, the more I see that I have nothing to do with modern Christianity these days. Like modern Christianity these days is so worldly, so it's like these people don't want to leave this place. They want to feel better. Like they want to, I don't know, get a good car and a nice house, and I don't know, feel a good way on this earth. But actually, this is not our goal. Our goal is to get out of here at some point. So it's just weird how people want to conform with everyone and don't want to steer up something that might be critical or so forth. So And that's actually, by the way, shines also a bad light onto the simple and great message of Jesus Christ. You know, that we have this lukewarm Christianity that is not capable of thinking critical against anything, like literally anything. They just, I don't know. It's weird. They're just so full of the world that they can't see with clear eyes, which is, I don't know. I personally think it's pretty weird. That's why I can't go to any church here in Germany. It's just,
It can be watered down a little bit in church, for sure. It can. That's why most people, the only church that they get will be on Sunday. A lot of people, it's like one and done. Like I went to church and I'm good now. But I mean, for us, it's, we try to go twice a week. And then on top of that, I don't just leave it there at church. I mean, I just bought a really good study Bible that I'm loving. And, there's so much online to research and to watch. And, they got the new series, right? What's it called? The new Jesus series that I love so much.
Oh, the Scout, was it?
I don't even like the word Sunday, like Sunday. Why would they go worship in a temple on Sunday? Like that's weird.
Well, I'd consider the possibility that
bugging.
The Chosen. That's the show.
Oh, The Chosen. I thought you meant the other series that you just. Okay.
Sunday
I'm
is
sorry.
literally nothing biblical. Like I don't know why Sunday is actually a thing.
It's the first day of creation.
Well,
yeah, but why do you call it Sunday?
I don't think God really cares what day you call it. I think he's happy that you're going to church regardless.
But the church is you. You are the church. He does not dwell in man-made temples. It's literally in the
He
Bible.
still wants us to come together and worship him, though.
Where two or more are gathered in his name is more of the, you want to be
yes.
like-minded people and
That's true. That's definitely true, but I don't think that just going to church will get you closer to God. I mean, some people go to church all their life but still have no knowledge about anything. What is in the Bible?
I beg to differ. It depends on where your mind.
What? I didn't quite catch that.
I said it. I beg to differ because it depends on where your mind is at. Some people, yeah, maybe, but it all depends on where your head is at and how much you're actually reading the Bible and studying God's word. So,
God's word can literally come from anyone, even if they're not even, back when I went to Christian school, I had this idea that my Bible teacher just, honestly, she wasn't doing a very good job. And so I was like, hey, can just for one day, can I take over the class and can I do like a little message? Because I was taking leadership classes and my brother's a pastor. So that was just something that I was really good at. So I did it. The teacher loved it. I was able to do it a couple more times. Well, one of the girls in my class that did not like me, because I was doing it, she decided that she wanted to do it. And I knew that the only reason she wanted to do her message was just, in spite of me. So when I told my brother that, he's like, you don't need to think that way. He goes, I don't care if she doesn't like you or you don't like her. You're going to go into your class and you're going to pay attention and you're going to listen because you can get something out of that if God wants you to get something out of it. So that's why I think it is still important to go to church. I think you need to open yourself up to as many resources as possible to catch that word, because it doesn't have to necessarily come from that pastor or from some mean girl at school. Like you can get something no matter what.
And that's why I go to the Bible study more. I more go to church for the Bible study so I can get with a group of people that are actually going over scripture and trying to break it down. And you get the other perspective, you get the mind, the mindset of other people by doing that. I don't really like the service that much, but I do really enjoy going into the Bible study and talking to other people who are trying to study what the Bible says, hearing their perspective and thoughts on it. It's nice.
Talked about flat Earth yet in the Bible study?
or how Satan rules
I'm
almost
getting there.
everything
I'm
you look
getting
to.
there. I gotta make them. You know,
I'll say you
I
got to
gotta make
ease
them
that
like.
in, huh?
But why is that? Why is that if we receive the Holy Spirit, which is the Spirit of truth, why does it not lead certain people into all truth, which is ultimately understanding that this kingdom is run by the prince of darkness?
Well,
So
that's the very reason why is people believe in this worldly way, this worldly view. So I mean, like, it's hard to break that hocus pocus,
Yeah, but
even the Christians.
if you receive the Spirit of truth, the Spirit of knowledge, the Holy Spirit, why is it that people, claim to have that for 50 years of their life, but still they don't even know the simplest thing that this world is actually run by Satan? And
that's because the Creator gave us the choice to choose. He gave us the opportunity to make that choice for ourselves, regardless of, you know what I mean. That's why.
So
That's why.
So
and
when
that
you
deception's way strong.
You can receive any kind of holy experience that you want, but if you don't, you can choose to recognize it or choose not to. It's
There's
totally
a
your
lot of
choice.
people who turn to God after, finding out about flat earth, but there's some people who and I would be in this group, I don't care, what the shape is. Like, that's the more important to me is that I believed in God before, like the shape of the earth did not give me my faith. I had that kind of beforehand. But I think it's really awesome that flat earth can lead people and
It
to
makes
the
a
creator.
strong foundation for sure.
So I know Recht specifically, he does, if someone's a Christian and they're good, I know he's less likely to even kind of bring it up. But if he sees someone that looks a little lost or, that's the people I think you go after a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to mention this since we're talking about it. My cousin, I was mind blown at Easter. I mentioned that space is fake, and we've never gone up there. And he's just like, "Oh yeah, probably not." And then he walked away. And I'm like, "Wait, what?" I go talk to this guy, and he's like 3-4 years younger than me, in college right now and stuff. And then I asked him about it. I'm like, "So you don't think we've ever been to space?" He's like, well, the Bible says that we can't go there or something like that. And I just kind of started talking to him about flat earth and the Bible. And he's like, I'm like, so you never looked into this? He's like, no, I just read the Bible through and paid attention to what it was saying. And he came to that conclusion that the earth is flat by just reading the Bible. He didn't look into any videos or anything. He already, like you said, you already had your faith. He already had his faith. So he just read the Bible and trusted God's word and then came to his own senses and realized, like, oh, yeah, this is probably all just, BS. And it is.
That's why flat earth is so important, because it puts us right back where we always belonged, where the Bible put us, right smack in the middle of everything. And the most important thing in this, if you want to say universe, man is the most important, along with the flat earth that we live on, and we're smack dab in the middle. Everything revolves and moves around us, because we are the special.
Right.
There's no.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
I watch a lot of like flat earth debunk videos on YouTube, and every time we watch it, it's like nothing's really getting debunked. It's like they're not hitting on the things that we even really believe.
True. Yeah.
GE Platypus came in because I pinged the globe earthers to prove their Earth, so I guess he's here to prove to us why the Earth is a globe. GE Platypus, what's your best proof of the curvature?
No. I responded to a ping asking Globers to get in here. So I was like, oh, something must be going on. What's going on?
Well, I don't know if I said get in here. I said, when are you going to prove your globe? I'm pretty sure that's what I said. I'll go back and see it. If you want to know exactly what the ping was requesting, because you're the only one to respond. I mean, come on this entire fantasy globe of yours, you're the only one to respond, to defend it. I mean, I'm giving you a chance here. Oh, it says, Globe Earther, 8:05 p.m., 1 hour ago. Who is left to defend the globe? You're it, GE Platypus.
Oh, no, Dandelion. the ping that I saw was the one that Northern Rebellion did at 8:36, which just says Globus Hystericus, which I guess is a tag I have, join Livestream. But that I didn't see yours. All I saw was that one that just
So
says
you're
join
responding to
Livestream.
Northern Rebellion thing. Then you're not here to prove the globe. Then you're here to prove why you're hysterical about the globe. Is that why you're here?
I thought I was being summoned, but that's apparently not the case. So I'm just listening.
You thought you were what? I'm sorry. You thought you were what?
Being summoned.
Oh, you were being. You've been summoned twice. Didn't we just establish that in the last hour? You've been
Yeah, but I'm
summoned
not.
twice, and you have arrived.
No. I'm gonna listen. I'm not derailing the religion conversation that's going on.
We want to know about your globe religion. It fits right in. There is a segue right there for you, GE. Why do you believe in the globe?
Yeah, we can switch.
Everybody
belief
knows
systems,
my
man.
stance. I've been here long enough. Everybody knows my stance. I'm just sitting here
I
listening.
don't think so. We've
I
got a
don't.
lot of new people, GE. I don't even know if I've ever heard it because you're giving me right now the typical runaround where I want to know why you believe in the globe and you're not going to give me a straight answer. It should take you like 10 seconds to tell me your best proof.
My
Well, just
reason
because
for
some people in the chat might know your stance, there could be some people, watching on the live stream that have never heard you before. So,
You guys were talking. No. I've been talked to about this. You guys just go back to talking what you were talking about. I can't. I cannot do this right now for multiple reasons, but I am listening.
Okay, well, we'll just put a pin in that, and one day you'll tell me why you believe in the globe if I'm lucky.
Do you know why the Earth is flat? I look at water and it's flat. See, I just need one. I need just maybe 2 sentences to answer, or to prove my point. So why is the globe so complicated if it's the reality? I mean, for you.
See, I don't find it to be complicated.
Yeah, so then tell me just in maybe 2 sentences why it's round.
Okay, 2 sentences. Hold on. Give me 10 seconds to put 2 sentences together.
Sure, man, no problem.
Thank you, Clay Understeel. He didn't want to answer.
If we're really
He's
going
going
to do
to
this,
answer you. Isn't that great?
if we're really going to do this, I'm pouring myself a glass of tequila. Hold on.
Make sure it's not bendy.
I think that will help. That's a good thing to do. I think that will help get your tongue going there. Yeah, because you can't seem to tell us about your globe.
What night do you guys do karaoke night? Because that's the one I have to avoid drinking while being in here on karaoke night. That would be a very bad idea.
I never actually made it for the karaoke nights. I know they used to do those on Saturday night, and Kai, aka Mrs. Bitzer, was kind of running that. So I don't know what's happened. Maybe she's going to bed early these
that
days.
we went to the moon. I'm new, so I have no idea. I've been listening. I've seen your name pop up before, but
Brittany wants to know if you think we went to the moon. There we go, Platypus. You don't want to give us proof of curvature. How about that?
I think we went to the moon.
You and Brittany?
Wait, what?
Yeah, you
I
said
love how one. Okay, go ahead.
you and Brittany went to the moon. That was your claim that you think happened. I thought that's what you said.
No, she asked me if I thought she asked me if I thought we went to the moon. Like, I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
who's we? The only we that I know
Yeah,
of
there
is
is a
you and
pronoun
Brittany.
here. There's a pronoun problem, right?
How far away is the moon?
Yeah, what's your pronouns? We and us, as long as we're talking about the moon.
Moon.
Why do you think we went to the moon there, Platypus?
No, 1 second. I don't want to be rude or something, but I wanted to give me in 2 sentences why you think the Earth is a spinning ball.
Absolutely. We shouldn't let him off of there. Good modding there, Clay Understeel. Keep me in line.
Hold on. I was waiting for that alcohol to settle in, but sure. I'll give you 1 sentence. For me, it explains the most stuff simultaneously.
But that doesn't
And you're talking about
explain
in
me why
the
it's a
sky,
ball.
right?
That doesn't explain me why it's a ball. I told you in 1 sentence, I know that the Earth is flat because water measures flat. It has man, sorry. Late at night, it's always hard for me going from German to English. I wasn't German this good, but it has the capabilities of taking the shape of its container, it always lays flat, okay? So that's the whole sentence. So you just told me things make a lot of more sense, but that doesn't give me any proof of why you think that the Earth is a ball.
Well, you're answering the question with one piece of, with like, I don't know what you call it, one observation that does it for you. I'm answering the question with a more broad answer.
But you haven't said anything that concludes that the Earth is a ball. You just said, I believe that the Earth is a ball because so many more things make sense.
You didn't ask me for evidence. You asked me for 1 or 2 sentences of why I think it's a globe. That's the question.
Why does it make more sense? Give me one sentence why it makes more sense. So why you believe in the globe?
Like I said, it answers more questions simultaneously versus
But
a flat.
why?
Okay, what's the sun?
The sun is the light which rules the day.
No, I mean, like, what is it?
It is the light which rules the day. It's the thing you can even look at with your own eyes, and it creates heat.
Okay, what is its nature?
Wait a
Oh
second.
my goodness.
Wait a second. Why is this? This is what I talked about today. That globies have this mentality of putting themselves into the authority of being the judge about something which is not really reality, to get away from my essential question. My question was that you're gonna give me a sentence why you think that the Earth is a ball. Now you're starting to give me. Now you're starting to ask me something about the sun. Why are you putting me into that position right now? Why are you doing that?
Well, and if I may for a minute, you're asking questions of him that you yourself can answer and verify for yourself.
Do you think it's a little suspicious that we lost the technology to be able to go to the moon? Does it raise any suspicions?
Still, I didn't have my answered, and I already answered certain things according to what you answered. Questioned me about the sun, and you know that they're true. I didn't lie. There was no lie in that what I said, right? The sun rules the day. The sun creates heat. You can look at the sun. You can observe it. You can see that it's a local light because there are no parallel sun rays. We know that vacuums do not transfer heat. So how much more do I need to say? So let me get an answer from you to my essential first question. What is your proof that the Earth is a ball, or why do you believe it in 1 or 2 sentences? Thank you.
I answered. Hey, Arden, real quick. I don't know if you're intentionally groaning over the conversation or if you're hot micing.
Maybe both.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Okay.
Well,
if you can't,
he told you his answer. Listen, he told you his answer. He wants answers, right, to all the things, right, so that he's satisfied that all the things are explained, right? But will he accept just any general explanation? Probably not. However, he also simultaneously in the past has criticized religion for being established in all of its answers, and then there's nothing left to explore. So you can see my friend Clay, he's very incoherent in his old worldview and his preferences.
Right, but I just wanted to give him the chance, but he can also just say, okay, maybe I cannot answer it in 2 sentences, and I will
Well,
just
watch,
say,
man.
okay.
This is how you do it, Clay. Watch. He asks you, what is the sun? You say, well, it's a sentient energy being made of phantasmanoids.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. That's an explanation.
Okay. No, I'm just to what I can see and what I know.
Right, but you see, my point, Clay, is that no matter what you say the sun is, it won't be satisfactory.
Right.
It's a disingenuous assertion, to be honest.
That must have a cool story, right?
No. Arden, that's absolutely not true. If you could give me an explanation of the sun's nature that makes more sense than the one I subscribe to, then I would entertain it. At the very least, I would entertain it.
I gave you one, dude. It's a sentient energy being made of phantasmanoids.
Now, how am I supposed to find that answer satisfying?
Well, why is it unsatisfying?
Well, how did you arrive at that answer?
It's easy. I looked up and I saw it. There it is.
There isn't anything you measured, anything you
I Googled
documented, anything you observed, anything.
Yeah, it gives light to us, right? And it does its
Well, how
job
does it give light?
without ever listen. By the way, it does its job without ever complaining that we don't appreciate it.
I appreciate the sun. We wouldn't have life without the sun.
Aha.
How
But
does
did
the-
you ever write it a letter? Did you ever write it a letter letting it know you do?
No, because I'm thoroughly convinced. That the
Okay,
sun
hold
is
on a
not
second.
sentient.
Did you ever write a letter to Santa Claus
I
telling
did.
him
He did.
how great he is and
Now-
that you'd love a little toy pony?
Okay, you know what it was Legos every time. It was Legos, but there's a big
That's
difference
nice.
between Santa Claus and the sun, though. In my head, Santa Claus was a real guy who could read letters and respond to them.
Right. So Santa Claus is kind of like, something that's, minus the getting around the whole earth, right? In a short amount of time. He could actually be a real dude, right?
My Discord just spazzed out for like 10 seconds. I stopped hearing everything and couldn't talk. I apologize.
Everybody's did. Everybody's did. I just had to delete like 32,000 accounts.
Can I ask a question, Platypus? Ask you a question.
You're always welcome to ask me anything.
Okay. Do you think that the sun is 93 million miles away? I mean, it's just a yes or no question. I really don't want to, make it too complicated.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah? Yes?
Yeah, I'll go yes with that one. Sure.
Okay. So how does the sun in a vacuum 93 million miles away transfers heat to Earth if we can, through experiments prove that heat can't be transferred through a vacuum?
Well, what is heat?
Wait,
hold on.
No,
Hold on.
see, now you're making the same thing as before again.
You can't let I promise you I am addressing what you just said. I promise you that. Just give me a little bit of rope here.
Yeah, sure, but don't ask me questions.
What is
answer? How does it do this magical thing?
But heat's energy, right?
Yes, I would agree.
So how is energy transferred from one thing to another?
Through absorbing the energy that was transferred?
Yeah, but how does energy get from point A to point B? What are the different ways it can do that?
Not through a vacuum.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Okay, can light travel through a vacuum?
It can travel through a vacuum, but I'm not sure if the heat of that light will travel through the vacuum.
Well, your problem here is that heat, as the very first thing we established that we agreed on, is that heat is energy.
Mm-hmm.
Light is energy.
Okay.
Depending on the wavelength of light that you're talking about and how much energy is in that light will transfer heat. And if light can go through a vacuum, it stands to reason that energy can go through a vacuum, and that means heat can travel through a vacuum.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree on that. But still, still, if we do that,
Why is space so? I'm sorry, Clay. I don't mean to talk over you.
all good. But why when we can do an experiment here on Earth and you have something that generates heat like the sun, essentially the sun is nothing else than a giant gas ball that for some reason ignited itself and creates its own energy to keep on burning in outer space where there is no air, right? Because it creates its own gas. But if we do an experiment here on Earth and we use another source of energy which just creates heat, heat is heat at the end of the day. And for example, you can do that experiment yourself if you have an insulator such as where you put your coffee in that keeps your coffee hot. Most of the time they have a little vacuum between these layers of walls that they use, and this vacuum will prevent the heat of being transferred in such a small scale. Okay, but we're talking about a scale that is 93 million miles away, right? So even though that doesn't really matter, because with that experiment we can prove that some energy source which creates a certain type of heat, which at the end is just heat is heat, right? Can't be transferred through an empty space, which is supposed to be a vacuum, right? Or space itself.
Hold on.
So
Wait a second.
I understand. Wait a second. I understand that you're saying, okay, because it's creating a light source, that this light is somehow traveling and ending up on Earth and is gonna then deliver heat. But can we actually prove that being a case, that the sun, let's say, we could do an experiment where we create a vacuum here on Earth and we would get sunlight through it, and maybe we need maybe two vacuums. On the other vacuum we have the object that needs to be heated up, okay? And we could then see if the light would by itself heat something up which is within that vacuum, right? Because the Earth is within a vacuum by itself without even a container, which is by itself also just another funny thing. But do you see what
you don't even need to involve. You don't even need to. If what we're trying to figure out is if light can transfer heat, you don't even need to get a vacuum involved with this. All you got to do is find. All you have to do is find anybody who owns. Hold on.
Yep. Sorry.
So, do you agree that light can travel through a total vacuum?
I can't disagree or agree because I have not yet made any observations or tests of light traveling through a vacuum, because I do not believe that there is a light in a far distance, because of the sheer reason of the sun being very local. I can literally see that it's local. We have observations of the sun being very close.
Okay, so I was going for two things. The biggest one was going to be getting energy to travel through a vacuum, or heat to go through a vacuum.
Right.
So if it was an honest answer on your part, by the way, not really being able to say one way or another. So I can't tackle the vacuum one, but I can tackle light transferring heat, or light can. That's the word I'm looking for. Light itself can make. All you have to do is go to a greenhouse. That's exactly what happens in a greenhouse.
Wait a second. That's why. I understand. But keep in mind, I said a greenhouse would be not what I'm talking about, right? We're talking about the Earth being in a supposed vacuum, being hit by the sunlight, which travels through that vacuum 93 million miles away, right? So I said what we could do is we could create two vacuums on Earth. One which is the first layer of the vacuum, and the second one must be where the object is within that vacuum, and we could just use the real sunlight that we have on Earth to shine through and see if the thing that should change temperature or absorb heat would change. But I would suggest.
Hold on, Holmes. Holmes, hold it up, bro. Check it out, Holmes. Heat can be transferred through infrared. Okay? We know the infrared wavelength is light. So your little experiment is just going to prove again that we already know that infrared can transfer heat. Whoop-de-doo. Now that we've confirmed that, Does that mean that the sun is 93 million miles away, transferring infrared through an infinite vacuum of space? No, it doesn't. But this is the game that you're being played, my friend. He tells you he wants an explanation. You give him one, he doesn't find it satisfactory. He then wants you to talk about his explanation, but there's no validation whatsoever of it. It's just an explanation.
Arden, you're killing my
Wait.
fun vibe here, man.
Platypus, I got a quick question. You said something about greenhouses a second ago. Is a greenhouse a closed system or an open system? It's a closed system, right? A greenhouse?
I don't know if a greenhouse sitting in somebody's backyard is so isolated from everything else around it that you could consider it a closed system.
Can you make it a closed system? Yeah, you can. You can just be careful and make it a closed system. The point is, it is a closed system, and the Earth is not a closed system. Your analogy makes no sense.
Well, it's not a closed
Hold on,
system.
friends. Hold on, bro. Hold on. You used two words in a sentence that are actually appropriate technical words for the types of systems: closed and isolated. And nobody, my friend Orion didn't catch on, but I did. See, an isolated system is a particular thing, and a closed system is a particular thing. So for you to say isolated away from such and such so it wouldn't be closed, that's kind of using the wrong language.
Yeah, isolated would mean no light going in or heat.
I'm confused on the idea that if the sun, it's putting out this light in all directions and transferring this heat to Earth, why, if that is all true and is 93 million miles away, why is space so cold? Why isn't that light, this energy that's transporting this heat, why isn't it, why does it only for some reason affect the Earth? Why is it not?
The answer is it's not, and it is. But the answer is that that's hypothetical. You see, so the claim is that the sun is radiating heat through infrared to us, and this infrared light is going through this magical vacuum, which we're now all talking about because we fell for his charade. And, right, whatever it hits is going to get hot. Now, space, in their claim, just so happens to be very few particles per square meter. So those particles that are getting hit, those are quite hot, right? But since there's no means of conveyance to the ambient, let's just call it ambient space, right? Because there's nothing to convey it to, then that square meter overall temperature is cold. It's the same problem with the ISS and all these other things up in the thermosphere and a lot of, right? Where the particles in the thermosphere are thousands of degrees, but there's not that many of them, right? So they don't have whatever conversion, convection, whatever word it is, to transfer the heat. So like that particle doesn't have anything to transfer its heat to the metal that it normally would melt at that temperature. But keep in mind that all we said so far was a bunch of hypotheticals, right? We haven't validated any.
Right.
But it is amazing, though, how everything that you just said makes sense, right?
Yeah, so do unicorn farts, but they're not real.
Could we even see a light with our naked eye from 93 million miles away?
Well, who cares? Why
How
are you
could
saying
we
93?
even-
Why are you saying 93 million?
Well, because
Think
that's
about
what we're told. That's what we're told.
Okay. Yeah, and what were we told before that? 50 million. And what were we told with that? 23 million. And what were we told before that? 17 million. And what were we told before that? All the way down to 3 million. Blah, blah, yada, yada. And guess what? At every time, they had an explanation that it was 3 million miles. And they had an explanation that it was 23 million miles. And then they had an explanation for 50 million miles. And they had all this math that showed that's how far away it is. Now, at any given time, I would submit to you Mr. Platypus would have believed every single one of those explanations because they made sense at the time. So why ask a Glober, do you believe the sun is 93 million miles away? Go to one of those other explanations that are perfectly valid in their explanatory power in and of themselves, and just say, why do you, Mr. Glober, believe that the sun is 50 million miles away? And he'll say, no, it's 93. You'll be like, well, what makes you say that? Right?
I mean, normally I wouldn't have gone so far. I mean, we just need to talk about the non-existing parallel light rays, right?
Okay, stop right there. Check it out, Holmes. Can the Earth be flat and the sun be far away?
No.
Why not?
Because it says that the sun is within the firmament.
Okay, stop right there.
No, it would light up the whole world is the reason why.
Okay, hold on a second. The sun is within the firmament. Okay, now, what measurements are in that statement?
None. That's just an assumption.
Bingo. So, propositionally, and I'm phrasing this specifically, propositionally, can the Earth be flat and the sun be far away from it? Yes or no?
No, because that would...
Oh, my goodness. Okay, hold on, Clay. I'm trying to teach you some logic. Okay, check it out. Can my table be flat and the light in the ceiling be 20 feet away, 30 feet away, 50 feet away, 1,000 feet away, 1,000,000 feet away, and my table still remain flatness? Correct.
Yes.
Now you're starting to get it. See? So technically,
yeah, okay, I
the Earth,
understand what you mean. Yeah, we don't need to talk about
You got
sun
it.
to prove that the Earth is flat because we have measurements of non-existing curvature. Yeah, I understand. Okay, sorry, I was just too caught
Dude,
up.
this is amazing. I've never actually witnessed a flat Earth coaching session before. This is astounding. Please
Hey, man,
continue doing this.
I'm very
Dude,
I'm very glad
see-
that you told me this because then I can actually collect my energy again to things that are actually part of reality and hope that you at some point are going to recognize that we're living on a stationary flat plane. You know,
No, AI is just a big fun spoiler, is what he is. That completely deflated all my fun.
He is right. He is right. We just went way too far from what we actually already know. We know that we're living on a stationary flat plane because our own measurements show that it's stationary and flat, and that there is no curvature. Yeah. So
yeah. Clay, have you ever met a person that likes Star Trek or Star Wars and they love to
Yes.
talk about it? And you
Yes.
said, to be a good friend to that buddy, I think I'm going to actually watch Star Wars, even though I never have. And then we'll have something to talk about. And then we can talk about how big womp rats are. And could Luke really target him from 300 meters away?
Mhm.
And in another galaxy, why would they use meters versus koloinkis? Doesn't make any sense. Why would they use an imperial unit of measurement? I don't get it. Right. So like our good friend Platypus, he wants to talk about his Star Wars. And, it's fun to talk about lasers and space suns and nuclear reactor dinosaur ovens. It's cool. Good buddy time.
I knew exactly where you were going with the Star Wars, Star Trek thing. I thought for sure you were going to hit me with Han using the word parsec incorrectly, not the womp rat one.
I like the
Parsec
oven
one's
one.
hilarious.
Well, see, everyone knows that a womp rat is 2 meters.
So, Platypus, how long have you been on the Flat Earth Discord so far?
4. Am I at 4 years yet, guys, or is it still 3 and some change?
What?
Seems like you've always been here.
That's
Wrecked
cool.
Gamer wants to know, is there any flat facts that make sense to you, Platypus? Did you see that?
Yep, he is. I did not see it because that is not the correct.
He's trying to ping another platypus in here.
Yes, there
Takes
is
2
another one.
pings to get a platypus. That's what
Oh, my bad.
Oh, Oh, he pinged one of my accounts I made when I got banned one time just to mess with Helio.
So it is you.
I haven't logged into that account in like 3 years.
That one, you're a dirty glober. Are you a dirty glober in this one? I'm not sure. You've got a lot of roles here. Oh, yeah, you are. You are. Yeah, we didn't want you to lose any of your roles. Yeah, so what about his question? Are you going to answer?
Is there any flat facts that make sense to you?
You know what he's asking? Is there any part of it that makes sense to you? Yeah.
Any flat stuff that makes sense to me?
I have a question for you when you're done with that question.
I'm gonna think on that one for the amount of time it takes for me to finish my first drink. So give me like a minute.
All right, here while you're pondering that one, let me ask you this question. Back to what AI said a second ago. So you and I were told growing up, relatively recently, that the sun is 93 billion miles away. So my question is to you: if tomorrow on Nova Science Now on TV with Neil deGrasse Tyson or some people like that, they just started announcing, kind of like how they announced it on the news a bunch of years back that, oh, they've changed the classification of Pluto. It's not a planet, it's a dwarf planet or something like that. What if they came out and said, the sun, it's not 93 million miles away, it's 150 million miles away. We got it wrong. It's 150 million miles away. That's what it is now. So my question is to you, if they started saying that all over the TV tomorrow, and they did from there on out, would you continue to believe it's 93 million miles away, or would you start to believe it's 150 million miles away?
The first thing I would do is investigate how they came to that conclusion. I'd be curious as to how they were wrong for so long and how they managed to supposedly figure it out. Because there's got to be a story behind that. That's my answer to that question.
So it's just if the first story sounds worse than the second one, or the second one sounds worse than the first one, you just go with which one sounds better. All right, whatever.
All right, check it out. That actually could happen in the near future. Let me tell you why. Because supposedly there's gravity fluctuations occurring lately, which they think is another planet that we've never known about till now. And once they find it, they're going to have to update all their orbital ellipses, neuroses, right? To include the new thought pattern. So instead of having 12 planets or however many it is now, who knows, we'll have 13. It'll be a baker's dozen. And then we'll have to move the sun.
Do you guys think that there's going to be any significant change regarding his opinion? Because then I guess I can also gladly go to sleep.
Well, I mean, it's already been 4 years, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, he's not going to change, Clay. Yeah, don't hold your breath.
Hey, I'm glad he's here, though.
I'm not here to change you, and I don't expect you to try and change me.
I wish just...
well, you're going to have to expect that.
I take that back.
I take that back. The only thing which would make me go sleep even nicer and deeper would be understanding why you're still holding on to this weird religion with its extreme inconsistencies. That's because I will ask me the first thing that comes up when I wake up tomorrow is, why is this guy 4 years on here and still defends and believes in the religion? That's why
That's a great question. We should really make him answer that one. Has he answered any of them so far? He answered Orion, I think. You answer Clay's question. Why do you still cling to the globe belief platypus? That's actually the question I asked you when we started and you didn't want to answer it. Maybe he likes answering you better. Maybe you'll have a better chance.
Well, it's the same answer that I gave Clay. For me, it answers more stuff simultaneously. And that makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. Much like this tequila.
Yeah, absolutely. So for Clay's benefit, I'll explain to Clay how the power of explanation explains explaining things. All right, check it out. So you take a laser, set it up 2 meters, 1 romp rat high on one side of a river, body of water, and you set up the other end of the target, right? 1 womp rat in height, 2 meters on the other side, right?
Yes.
25 miles apart. Then you shoot the laser, you hit the target. Then you say, okay, if it's 2 meters on this side and 2 meters at that side, and the laser hit the target, and the millirad divergence is a maximum of 5 meters at that range, that's very liberal. That gives me 2 plus 5, that's 7. So I have a maximum differential of 7 meters, right? Plus or minus ambient refraction as tested, right? Which is going to give me another, let's just say another 5 meters maximum. So I have 5 plus 5 plus 2, that's 12. So now the globe model says it should be 90 meters differential, which means that there's going to be a hump of water in between point A and point B to which the laser can't pass through. So you have to pass the laser over that hump. The ground after the hump is going to go down while the laser continues to go up, and the divergence will be 90 meters. So we have a lot of missing meters there, right?
You know, I'm hearing a lot of.
So it's actually 2 orders of magnitude. I'm hearing a lot of interruptions. So it's actually 2 orders of magnitude off from the globe prediction. Okay.
Yes.
Unless you want to take in the other order of magnitude off on the variance of the liberal refraction and beam divergence. Okay, so any rational person would conclude that that big hump of Earth curve isn't there. However, because we already know it's a globe, that must mean that the light curved around the hump of Earth to hit the target. Now, do you see, my friend Clay, how explanations just work? Now, Mr. Platypus can go ahead and rebut, but I already got his butt in a rebut on rewind and replay. So go ahead, Mr. Platypus.
I think you think I was going to say something that I am not, but all I was going to say is I hear a lot of demonstrating that the Earth isn't a globe. What I don't hear is the stuff that says it is definitively flat.
You just heard it.
For all you know, you could have just proven that the globe is simply way bigger than we think it is.
Okay, stop right there. You just said the globe. No. There's a problem with saying the globe because you're assuming a paradigm when you say the globe because then you're presenting it as if it's already subject matter. Rather than saying the Earth could still be a globe or a spheroid in shape, just massively bigger to account for that differential, right? Okay, so let's just say, for instance, that that's the case. If you use the words the globe, people imagine in their heads that they just scale the heliocentric universe bigger, and then all of a sudden we have the same universe, just everything's bigger. That doesn't work. If you say a globe, you find out the truth, which is the path of the sun over the surface of the Earth is fixed. So if you inflate the size of the globe, you don't change where the equator is. The equator just becomes a smaller circle at the top of your globe, which, by the way, if you know anything about orbital cosmology, quote unquote, you now don't have orbital mechanics in any way, shape, or form that they used to exist. You now have everything circling above a small portion of a giant spheroid. Okay, that destroys the heliocentric paradigm as well.
To my original point, what I hear is, go ahead, Clay.
Yeah, just saying it would be another inconsistency in your model from 100,000 others inconsistencies.
Do not use the M word, my friend. I don't use the M word. You should not use it either.
What?
Model.
What is the heliocentric then? Heliocentric.
Oh my goodness,
Then.
dude. Heliocentrism is a model, friend.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm using the word model, but I don't understand. He is the glober here. Why is he saying I should not use the word model when I'm talking about his religion?
Well, because he might be recognizing that by positing the idea that the Earth is gargantuan in size, in orders of like 200 plus times the size that they claim it is, he's beginning to realize that would destroy heliocentric model completely.
Yeah, why is
so this idea of what space is, what it's been doing, what's happened in the past, all their explanations go away if that's true.
Right, but why is he then saying to me that I should not use the word model if he actually by himself just referred to an inconsistency which will, just prove once again that the model is not correct?
Because it's going to prompt me to commit. It's going to prompt me to commit the cardinal sin of the server, which is demanding your model.
Why? That's not how. That's not
we
how.
haven't claimed one.
But let's be clear. Propositional logic doesn't require an antithetical proposition to falsify a proposition. It's not how it works.
I don't care how many words beginning with the letter P you throw out, AI. My stance is I need a model that explains.
I don't care how many critiques of words that I use is going to change the fact that you're putting your foot in your mouth.
It isn't going to change the fact that you don't have another one to fill that void with.
Irrelevant.
You can say it's irrelevant or not.
It is irrelevant.
But it is still a fact. It may be an irrelevant fact, but it's still a fact.
So what? I have an apple on my table. That's a fact. Whoopty frickety poop.
You don't have a model. That is also a fact.
I have an. You're right. I have an actual apple. It's an actual apple, dude. It's not a model of one. You're right.
I know. Put the apple in your right hand and your
do you have
model
any
in the left hand, and see which one weighs more.
Hold on. In my right hand, I have an apple. In my left hand, I have a York peppermint patty. Every time I bite into one, I feel like I'm in the deep freezings of space.
Nope. I can't take a grown man who eats York peppermint patties seriously. Can't do it. They're worse than Girl Scout cookies.
Well, why do you require a model, GE Platypus?
What's that?
Why do you require a model?
Because I'm not really a math and numbers guy. I'm more of a close my eyes and visualize it kind of guy.
Like one second.
Well, you don't close your eyes to look at a model though. So can't you just close your eyes and come up with your own model in your head?
I haven't been able to come up with one that makes more sense.
Wait a second. You can't take AI seriously for consuming whatever he's consuming, while you need 10 seconds or more to answer a simple question for sipping on your alcoholic drink as an adult. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Hey, that's why they call it an adult beverage, my friend.
Okay.
Do you have a little bit more of an advanced answer to the question of why do you require a model? I mean, you do realize falsification is independent of replacement, right?
Yeah, it doesn't mean I don't personally require the replacement as well.
Okay, yeah, but can you give me a little more of can you give me a more complete answer of why you require a model to acknowledge that the Earth is flat and stationary? Or why would you require a model?
Okay, so in your ideal world, you want me to recognize that my heliocentric model doesn't explain everything, even though it appears to explain some things. Like let's pretend it's got big holes in it. Let's pretend heliocentric model has things that it doesn't answer. Like, I mean, it does have things that it doesn't answer, but let's say it's way worse than what it really is. That's great.
Let me simplify what you just said. I would want you to just acknowledge that it's falsified. I'd want you to just simply acknowledge that it's a falsified model. It's been proven to be wrong.
I would disagree with that.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So I'm a little confused here myself. I'm just asking you why you require a model. Like, I mean, it's just falsification of one model. So if we falsified one model, why would you require a model after that? Can't you just collect evidence yourself and piece together whatever one you can yourself, like with the facts of the real world? You know, like why would you require someone else to come up with one for you that might be flawed? After all, if someone were to present one to you, it might be flawed. So like,
so what you want
I'm
me
just
to
saying,
do?
like when you want to make it yourself or something, or why would you require one?
What would you prefer I do? Would you prefer I go make it myself?
No, I would prefer that you not make one yourself, but just simply acknowledge that the heliocentric one has been falsified.
Well, it's one or the other. I either make one myself independently, or I find one that somebody else has made that makes more sense. It's one or the other.
Well, then, yeah, I would prefer you to make one yourself with what information you can find, which at this level, at this point in time, would be by default an incomplete model because we're not allowed to travel freely over the surface of the Earth anywhere.
Well, in the U.S., I can travel freely through any of the states.
Technically, for the most part, you can. For the most part, you can, but technically, not even that. Because I mean, keep in mind, you're not allowed to go over military bases. You want to be hyper specific. But still, I mean, the point I'm trying to make is, it would, at the least, very far north or very far south, it would be very hard to find validation claims as far as what is that far north and that far south. And so I'm just saying it would be an incomplete model whether you made it or someone else made it.
Well, if I were going to build it from scratch, what would be the first things that you would look at if you were building it from scratch? Like if you were going to go out and determine how the world around you works, what are you going to go and look at first? Because the thing that I would go and look at first, I get told over and over and over again, has nothing to do with the actual shape of the Earth.
Well, I mean, I suppose an observation over water to figure if it's flat or curved. You know, falsify that. I'm pretty sure it's flat. Beyond that, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, just working as a cartographer. I mean, ultimately speaking, that's the answer to your question. Just working as a cartographer or finding the work of other cartographers, other map makers, and piecing it together. And then beyond that, you know, there's a whole section of this model of what's above our head and how far is it and what is it and all the questions involved with that. Of course, you're probably not going to get answers to that. So the point is, like, you can do your best to make a model for yourself, but I'll be honest, I don't think it's going to answer any questions you don't already have the answers for. I mean, I just don't see what good it does ultimately. I mean, I can do the same thing in my head, save me the time making one out of, you know, cardboard. I just don't see why you can't, is my point.
Oh, in case I wasn't being clear, I'm not talking about literally making a paper mache model. I mean, like a model in the abstract, like we usually talk about. Like it's, you know what I mean? Like, just in case that was confusing.
Well, I mean, even I myself wonder plenty of details about it, but I'm just saying it doesn't. I mean, you might find the need for one, you might feel the need for one. I don't really feel the need for one, but I'm still curious to know what's out there, and I'm curious. I still desire more freedom to travel freely and figure out the answers to the certain questions.
Okay, let me draw attention to the fact that if you present an incomplete model, right, that should satisfy one of his assertions about his disinterest in certain things because they're so set in stone with all the answers already, nothing left to explore, right? So in the text history, he made a comment that I don't like a religion because it's so set in stone, like this is it, and there's nothing left to think about or explore. But yet he wants to cling to the globe model because it has the most answers.
Yeah, but it doesn't have all the answers. It doesn't have all the answers. It's not all inclusive. It doesn't tell us. It doesn't tell us anything about. Or it doesn't tell us enough about like things like the origin of life or the origin of the universe, shit like that.
All right, guys, I got it. I wish you a very nice evening or whatever it is or time it might be. Bless you all, guys, and good night, okay?
Good night.
All right, thanks for the conversation, Platypus and everyone
Night.
else.
Dankeschön.
Sleep well, guys. Goodbye.
Gute Nacht.
Nacht.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Good half Earth turn.
Yeah, Platypus, Clay's gonna wake up in the middle of the night now thinking, if he'd only said this, if he only said that, he would have converted the platypus.
I am see. Oh, he's gone now too, so I'll say Gatflobe probably doesn't remember these days, but Glatflobe is literally in the same spot like a year ago that Clay was like just a minute ago. It was his first time dealing with like I don't know the right way. AI ruined my fun. It would sure. I've been told that before. But AI totally ruined the fun. I'm a little upset about that.
What are you talking about? I had lots of fun.
Well, I know you did, but I was trying to have a conversation with the guy. It's that you just did to him what Lou did when I started talking to Glatflobe the first time that he joined the server. Because me and Lou have an understanding. Apparently, you and I need to have a sidebar sometime. But no, I was having a lot of fun with him. Oh, here comes. You know what? Screw it. I'm not even filling the glass anymore. This bottle's almost gone. I'm just going to take the fucking thing out of the top. I think I got my girlfriend calling my name, actually. I think I'm going to be out of here at least for a little while, guys.
Yeah, ask her if it's reasonable to assume that light just follows any particular curve necessary to explain away direct contradictory observations to my preciously cherished globe model.
Well, hold on, AI. I'll go ahead and address that with you. Finish this drink here. So, true or false, light changes direction when it passes from one medium to another.
Irrelevant.
Is that true or false?
Dude. You never shut
Irrelevant.
up, dude.
You want me to
You
shut up? Okay, I'll
never
go
shut
away.
up.
All right, I'll go
No,
away.
let him go.
See you guys later. No, this guy wants me to shut up.
Oh,
I'll go
my
hang out with my girlfriend. I'll see you guys later.
Peace and chicken grease.
All right, Bongzone, you just volunteered to give an adequate rebuttal to the Glober claim of refraction. If you fail to meet it, I'm going to have to drop this apple on you, and gravity, which accelerates indefinitely, will cause it to become very heavy on you, and then you won't be able to hold it up, and then you'll fall to the ground. All right, so go ahead. What's your rebuttal? No rebuttal?
I would ask what the second medium is, other than Atmos.
Who cares?
Well, that was his claim. When it passes through another medium.
It's a cool story, right? Just like we talked about the sun being out there and things that would happen if it was out there. And then we could do a little testy test in the vacuum chamber and prove that infrared does transfer heat. Does that mean that the sun's transferring heat through a vacuum? No. So if they make this little claim about refraction, they need to validate that it's happening, not provide an explanation that it could be happening. So whether or not light passes through this and that and it can curve has nothing to do with whether it is or isn't. Okay, so you need a validation in the real world. Like, you know what, for example, what we might accept as validation is 3 different wavelength lasers, right? Let's just say red, green, and blue, 3 different colors, right? And you take the lasers and you shoot them over a long distance, and then you put them up against the model of the standard lapse rate, right? And the Earth curve calculator, and you get the differential split. You mark them where they go, right?
Let me mute.
Yeah, good job. And then, you know, you prove the difference in the refraction because the light frequencies of each laser refracts differently, and you can mark them and separate them and do the math on that and show something, right? So maybe we'd accept that as proof, maybe. Oh, wait a minute. That was done, but all the lasers hit the target in the same spot. Uh-oh. My bad. Yeah, so since there was no split between the lasers, then that means the differential between the wavelengths around the Earth doesn't exist, which means the refraction that they claim exists does not exist. Now, does that mean refraction in principle doesn't exist? No, of course not. It means the refraction that they need to curve light around a ball to make these observations that people are making all over the place possible does not exist. So they have an explanation. We have observations that trump their explanation, and we have positive proof negating their explanation. That's done by military chartered universities, free from the idea of this debate whatsoever. So completely disinterested and dispassionate about flat or curved. They're just trying to find the most effective laser systems, right? So yeah, I mean, look, don't get me wrong. It's fun to engage in, you know, defeating them on smaller points, but at the end of the day, they don't have any experimental or direct measurement of any of their claims.
Yeah, and I would say that that's also giving them more of a benefit of the doubt as well, because a point source light, I wouldn't say it's fully columnated, but something like a laser, I would like to see a demonstration on like a laser versus sunlight, or like a non-point source or an incoherent light source compared to a laser, and how refraction would differ between the two, because I would assume that a point source light like a laser would have more of a tendency to refract than a non-point source light like sunlight.
Wow.
And if we're not experiencing the amount of refraction from a laser,
Well, you may have heard it said that the idea of atmospheric refraction occurred to explain away certain phenomena like the Selenelian, because that quickly wrecked the globe model, and they had to figure out a way to save the globe model from that observation. So they said, oh, simple, it refracts, problem solved. But I did ask you why, because I think I heard you say that regular light, like sunlight, would refract more?
I think it would refract less.
So you think a laser would be worse?
I think so. But I feel like
Why?
some testing should be done on that.
Yeah, but why would a laser refract more? Like what principle?
I feel like it would be more of an abrupt refraction, just based off of the differences I see with things like shadows from LED street lights compared to shadows from non-LED street lights. Things like that would lead me to believe that there would be more of an abrupt or a higher refraction to the more point source light than there would be to a less coherent light source.
Well, now you're going to have to define what you mean by refraction.
So, like the principles of like Snell's law.
Mm-hmm. Klonopin. That's the one.
Did you get that one at midnight, sir?
I don't know.
Zone it. You're
I
annoying.
need to know. I need to know when I can take it again.
You take it right now. Boom.
You see what I'm saying? To me, it would make sense that a more coherent light source would refract more so, or you would see the refraction. If you notice, all the demonstrations of refraction tend to be with lasers, right? Because you can see the path that the light travels.
Well, a lot of people also do the whole pencil in a glass of water or a fish underneath the water surface. So the pencil is a pretty good one. But that's a solid object. But yes, it is putting light off of itself by a reflection. It's not creating the light.
Right, and typically those demonstrations are through multiple mediums, right?
Right. So let's just say, for instance, that the dramatic effects of refraction are more visible with a laser. Sure, I agree with that. Which is why if you shoot a laser over some miles and you shoot 3 lasers over some miles and they all hit the target at the same time, then this refraction that's supposed to be curving light around the globe to make the globe appear to be flat everywhere we look, that refraction doesn't exist. So if you take refraction divided by flat on one side of the equation and flat divided by flat on the other side of the equation, then you cancel out refraction, and then you times it by laser, right? Then basically the 2 refractions cancel out and you're just left with 2 flats. So it actually makes the Earth twice as flat. The moral of that story is if the lasers hit the target, you got to give up your globe model. Because your one claim to fame is that lasers, magically curve in the exact proportion needed to solve all problems with the globe model. So how much refraction is needed for this observation? Exactly as much as needed. How about this one? Exactly as much as needed. How about that one? Exactly as much as needed. So they've been pulling this little refraction card out like it's a catch-all, save-all. But the problem is that they can't demonstrate that it exists. All they can do is look at an observation and say, this refraction must be there because I believe the Earth is a globe, and the only way this observation is possible if the light is refracting this much, therefore it must be refracting this much. Very specious logic. But most globe arguments are bad logic. They're either formal logical fallacies or faulty premises put into good logic. Either way, you end up with nonsense when at the other end. So if the Earth is a globe, boats would disappear from the bottom up. Boats would disappear from the bottom up, therefore the Earth is a globe. Okay, now that we've established that we already know Earth is a globe, that means that this observation that proves Earth isn't a globe is solved by bending the light, because that's what must be happening in order for my first premise to remain true, which I already proved with a logical formation. And you, at that point, you'd be like, oh, he already proved it with a logical formation. Oh, man, that's some good stuff. But then he finishes the sentence. I already proved it with the logical formation called affirming the consequent, which is a formal logical fallacy. And by using such logic, we can verify that the Earth is a globe. Then an astute student might raise their hand and be like, but teacher, that's professor to you, kid. I taught a couple classes when the other professor was sick, so that makes me a professor. Okay, Mr. Professor, you just used a formal logical fallacy to try to prove something. Doesn't that mean it's not true? And he'll be like, no, son, that would be the fallacy. So therefore, the Earth's still a globe. Well, how do we know that? That doesn't make any sense to me. Well, don't worry about it. Somebody already did it 3,000 years ago. You can go to bed at night, Timmy. So, my friends, now that we've established Earth as a globe using logic, the closed case. So what you do is you take one, affirming the consequent fallacy, right? You put that in the bowl. You pour in a little appeal to antiquity. Then you pour in a little appeal to some guy who's dead, famous name dude. Let's just use Eratosthenes for this recipe because it's a little lighter. You know, it works better with the batter. Then you stir it up, right? Now you got to stir it up clockwise in the northern hemisphere, and you got to stir it up counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere so that the batter will aerate properly. Then you put it in the oven and you turn it up to 666 degrees. And then you take the oven and you tilt it by leaning against it 23 degrees so the souffle will rise perfectly. And then once it's all done, you take a bite and you savor the deliciousness of a globe well proven.
That was very good. I feel like that should be a promo spot.
Yeah, and I also beat Bobby Flay.
That's what I was just thinking. Yeah, it's some kind of, you could have it like it's like a Glober parody cooking show or something that'd be funny. Yeah, I like it. It's impossible from their worldview for them to see that they're following a religious belief. I mean, that's what's really interesting to me. I guess, that's what we were trying to get at with G. platypus, but it's impossible for them to see it. I mean, I can remember even when I knew that, just even when I was going to college and hearing the arguments about evolution and realizing, that it was not a scientific theory, that there was a lot of flaws in it. I was only looking at it from a scientific point of view. I just looked at it as flawed science. Like, I didn't really see how is, totally just a religious belief that they have, that they're dying to prop up, and so they have to that recipe you just mentioned, which, when you're talking about academia and, their dogma like evolution, you have to also throw in blackballing any professor that steps outside of the dogma, and you have to throw in a whole bunch of other things, taking control of all the textbooks to make sure your dogma is published, all the schools and dogmas fit into the brains of the youth and so on. I mean, they add in like a whole nother scale of recipes, right? When they start producing these recipes on a factory scale, and the factory farms called schools these days. So yeah, I didn't even see it. Even though I knew it was flawed, I still was allowing it, just like we call the globe a model, right? Which is like way too generous. It's not, it's not a model would mean it actually would have to predict and explain something. It's like fantasy. It's not a model. Just like calling evolution, scientifically flawed is just way too generous and flattering to their fantasy religion that has no basis in reality whatsoever. But so if you can't even see that when you're a person who sees the flaws in it, I can understand why somebody who's like immersed in it, is a true believer like Platypus, you can't like logically explain to him why he's under the spell of a, fantasy cult. He can't even see the scientific flaws. I mean, they don't even have the intellectual ability to see the logical scientific flaws. They're definitely not going to see But I guess that was our best contender tonight. We tried pinging them earlier. Globe Earthers, who's going to defend the globe? Come on, guys. Not too late. East Coast, 10:22 p.m. here in America. Maybe April 29, 2022 is going to be the day that you actually come up with some serious proof for this alleged globe of yours.
Well, we wouldn't be able to make souffles unless the Earth was a globe. I've definitely seen a souffle before. Ipso facto, deductive logic, ridiculum ad absurdum. Capoose.
Wow.
There you go. It's a globe. Man, am I
That's
like the
what
best
the level
glober
we
you
pour.
ever? Yeah, dude. You know what I just realized? Like, I'm like the best glober ever. Holy moly!
That was good. At least you had like a form of an argument. That's like that's like a step above. Like, I saw it on TV. We've got images from satellites. I mean, you're a step above those guys. The souffle theory. At least you've got some thens in there. Sounds a little more plausible than I saw it on TV and actually acting like that's a valid argument. I mean, come on. We've got pictures from space. Must be true.
I don't think any element can be quantum locked. So this means that not all materials will stay up in the sky at high altitude indefinitely. So satellites are impossible to be up there.
You're refuting my globe proof. Thank you, Geppy. Gosh, this is what it's come to, guys. You can't even defend your own globe. We have to make fun of you, and then the flat earth has to come in and still even he has to defend the or I guess date back against the parody. That's the best we got here.
The thing I speculate what satellites are, because we point radio antennas to the sky and we get a signal, but it doesn't necessarily means that there is a transmitter right there. Because, for example, when you have
we did have a couple of the YouTube texters who usually live stream chat on the YouTube channel come in after the chat was taken down because they needed their fix. So they said, "All right, I'll come in the server."
Have you guys seen?
Oh, good. Did they have any arguments?
What I just told you is about all I remember of them, so probably not.
Have you guys seen that wall of radio antennas from Russia near Chernobyl? It was a Russian project, military project. They built a giant antenna. Have you guys seen that?
I don't think so. Doesn't ring a bell.
They built a wall with many antennas connected together. So they had there a network of antenna, an array. And they used those to focus radio
So
signal.
this idea that not everything
into a single point at a location
is given and answers, and that you don't find it satisfying because
but I think I'm very
right?
convinced that's the antenna they used to do that Sputnik satellite scam.
Know where life came from in the globe model, right? So it's still an unknown. Okay. And there's only two options, just like there always has been and always will be. Right? Either a sentient agent did it or some spontaneous causation. Right? Now, whether you go sentient agent or spontaneous causation within the materialistic universe of cause and effect, right? Either way, you have an infinite amount of possibilities. On the sentient agent side, you have an infinite amount of possibilities. And on the causation mechanism side, you have an infinite amount of possibilities. At least
but reality doesn't work that way. In reality, we don't have infinite possibilities.
One could argue that spontaneous causal mechanism to make life just doesn't exist in the material world.
Hey AI, can you hear? Can you hear
probability?
by any chance?
Yeah, I hear you.
Right, I don't think he hears you though. Get Biget.
Yeah, I wonder. I think so.
I was thinking that too. He doesn't hear him. It was kind of like these parallel. I was listening to both of them. They were kind of complementary, though, at the same, talking at the same time. But I don't think you can hear Get Beget, right? AI overload.
Hello, AI.
Can
you hear me now?
I had to wait. I had to wait for our universes to merge.
Yeah.
Parallel universes that exist in the quantum space beer.
I think that's what happened. The time delay from over there.
So yeah, AI. I was saying about the Russian antenna array, radio antenna array. It's a giant wall.
Oh my gosh. Well, I haven't been around here. Somebody made a pseudo-Romanian roll. I thought you were real Romanian. Why did they give you a roll called pseudo-Romanian?
Oh, did I got that? I had no idea. I have no idea who did.
Can't hear me, I guess.
I hear you, Mary Mom.
Well, of course, everybody knows that that's a allusion to Einsteinian space.
Mic check.
Mary Mom knew that. She was just playing fast and loose to see if you knew.
He's the only person that has. Did you say I?
Whoa, who did that? Yeah, I'm not proud with my nationality.
Quantum Eraser
I'm
did
proud
it. He's
with
the only
my
one.
people's descendants.
He's the only one I know of that. Well, there's 2 people that I know of that talked about it within the last 48 hours. So it's one of them.
Oh, I see. Who were they?
Well, one was Quantum Eraser, and the other one was Indio. So you pick which one you want to fight.
Oh. No, I will not fight any of
I'm
them.
not upset about it. I'm not one of these people that
I have good esteem, very good
because
esteem
I
for
am
both
usually on
of
the
them.
computer, so I can easily type to find the role I want. I know it's a problem for people that are on the phone. They have to scroll through all these crazy roles.
Oh yeah, that's ridiculous. That's why everybody gets muted. Because your thumb is going a mile a minute, and all of a sudden someone's profile pops up and it's like mute, ban, kick. Bongzone it. What did Globe Earth Platypus ever do to hurt you, man? You hurt his feelings. His wife said he needed a hot coffee, a hug, a plush Globey doll to hold.
Man, he's been hanging out here for 2 years, and he's nothing but straight up dishonest. I don't give a damn if I hurt his feelings or not.
Bongzone, it says time's up for the platypus.
Yeah, 2 years is more than. You guys have no idea how much I've learned in
That's what
school
we'll
in 2
need in
years.
those globe rehab refugee centers. Bunch of little plush globes for them to cling on to, sleep on at night while they're going through withdrawal.
Yeah, you know what? That's actually interesting. Has any kid ever asked for a plush globe to hold at night? I'd be interested to know that.
I doubt it. Yeah, I mean, it's so impersonal. But you know what? Holtz, is it Gustav Holtz? I think so. The proposed the planets. They did not put he did not put Earth in his planet's orchestral suite. So it made me think that was written in 1916. When did they really start calling, Earth a planet? Like now it's just very common to say the planet Earth and so on. But, when, like, for example, in 1916, when Holst wrote this orchestral suite, he didn't even consider putting Earth in there, right? So I don't think that was common at that time. It would be you're looking up at these wandering stars, the planets. But it's that is a pretty big shift to happen in just 100 years to everyone just assuming, not just assuming it, because it might have, I know it was in literature, the solar system, the planets and so on, because I've seen that in even just recent novels I've read from the 1800s and so on. But it was actually portrayed even in these novels as like kind of an obscure thing, like scientists would say that blah, blah, blah. But, your real experience, we know, is just you're sitting here on this flat plane looking up at those stars, which was more common in literature, music, and so on, until just, really recently. I think it was like, well, of course, we know it was the moon landings, I guess. The fake moon landings that didn't actually happen, then followed by Earth Day, and then just like shoving that in people's face left and right. I don't think people really spent a lot of time thinking about it, even though, some scientists were claiming this and so on. I think the common person would just not have that in their head until just this more recent propaganda has shoved it in there.
Well, it all changed with cinematography, emergence of cinema. It was the new kind of circus, the modern circus.
So Gustav Holst did not put
Yeah.
the Earth in his planet's orchestral suite in 1916. And I don't think anybody back then would be like, hey, why didn't you include Earth in there?
So I'm currently sitting in a hospital. I'm going through 6 weeks of IV antibiotics for an infection that's running rampant through my spine. And I have to stay here for a full 6 weeks because studies show that's how I'll get better. There is no way after 6 weeks that they can tell whether they have gotten the infection. And I will be on oral antibiotics for no less than a year and up to several years after I get out of here. I am just so angry, I can't even stand it because studies show.
Yeah. Why, back in the days, the treatments for an illness were less longer than today. But anyway, this is medical talk. I wish you get well.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm doing so well that they decided to put me on anti-anxiety meds because I am chomping at the bit to get out of this freaking hospital.
Oh yeah, when you ask them questions to the nurses or doctors, that's not considered a humane thing. So
That's
they
right.
have to neutralize it. Yeah.
They are definitely trying to neutralize me, castrate me.
Yeah. Oh man.
And the more I raise hell, the higher the dosage.
Dandelion, it's good to hear your voice. It's been a while.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Vacation, not that I get paid for what I'm doing around here, but no, I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to hear you guys also.
It's good to see that Indio approves vacation requests.
And he doesn't know where to find you.
I posted the picture with the Russian radar. Can you see it, guys?
Oh yeah, I see it. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is the radar which the Russian used to make a radio signal circle above the world, and they called it Sputnik.
What's up, you guys?
Hello, welcome.
Hope
I just
everybody's
woke
out.
up.
You just woke up?
Yeah.
Are you in the UK or something?
Germany. I woke up in the middle of the night. Yeah. That's what's happening when you go to sleep with, like, the same time with the chickens.
Yeah, it's kind of it's 9:43 here p.m. where I'm at, and I'm generally an early bird, so I'm up pretty late for my time. You know,
Yeah.
I'm in Texas, by the way.
A very long way.
Yeah, so you are in the UK,
Germany.
Germany.
Mm.
So it's like, is it like 5 in the morning or 4 in the morning? Is that what you said?
Yeah, yeah. 17 minutes to 5. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so you're just an early bird. just waking up, and you're waking up with the chickens. I get you. That's
Yeah.
a good thing, man. That's how we're supposed to. That's actually how we're supposed to work.
Well, I wish I was waking up like 12 o'clock in daytime.
Don't we all? Don't we all wish that?
Yeah.
I've got a really annoying woodpecker right outside my window, and every morning at like I would say 6:30, 7 in the morning, he starts going to town, and yeah, it's like a super alarm clock. He's like,
What part of Texas?
I am smack dab in the middle of upper central Texas, right off I-20, kind of between Eastland and, well, between Abilene and Fort Worth. Maybe
Fort
that,
Worth.
between Abilene and Fort Worth. So,
I used to live in Beaumont, Texas.
well, I actually, if you want to know a town, I live closest to Ranger, Texas, but most people don't know
Ranger?
where
I
that
know where
is.
Ranger's at.
I live close to Lake Leon. I'm
Yep.
south
Yep,
of
yep.
Ranger, and I live out in the middle of nowhere, so it's really hard to tell people where I live because it's literally in the middle of the boonies, you know.
Yeah.
I used to make the ride from Oklahoma City down to Texas all the time, so know my
I
way around it.
I literally love where I live. I love where I live because, yeah, Ranger people might be a bit. I can't say I like the town of Ranger because most of the people there are like, I. How could I say this nicely?
You can't.
I can't. Ranger used to be known as the biggest like drug town back in
Yes,
like
it
the
was.
70s, and it still is. Like everybody there is like meth heads or something, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to be not in the town of Ranger, but I'm happy to be where I'm at because it's a very secluded area.
Ranger
danger.
Yeah, Ranger danger.
Texas in general got really bad after Katrina. Everybody displaced out of Louisiana and other spots and Mississippi, and they just spread out and resettled and just kind of really made a mess of the whole South over there.
Well, but Ranger has been how it is today since the 70s. Ranger, Texas has always been how it is. It's really it's like the beaches of LA in Ranger, Texas. And it's been that way for as long as I have existed. And I'm 43. Since my life has begun, Ranger has been like it is. It's a really sad town. I wouldn't advise anybody to go on a if you're going for like, you know, a tourist attraction, I would not advise anybody to come to Ranger, Texas. Just keep on passing through. You know, and Ranger is in Eastland County. Eastland County, you can look it up on the Urban Dictionary if any of y'all have that app, Urban Dictionary. You can look up Eastland County, and it says if you're just passing through, you're probably going to get stopped and charged with something. And like, I don't know, look it up. It's hilarious. It's like it is. Eastland County is listed as the black hole of places to go. You'll get sucked in. You're gonna get in trouble because a police officer, gonna stop you and give you some bullshit tickets and this and that. It's a really bad place to live.
Do you still have that guys like policemen stopping you?
I actually don't have any trouble. I
Yeah.
personally don't, but they like to stop people with out of state plates. Uh, they're it's really weird. You just literally go Google if you've got the what is it called? The Urban Dictionary.
Yeah.
And you can look on the Urban Dictionary and look up Eastland County, Texas. Texas, Eastland County.
Yeah.
And it will tell you it is the black hole that nobody leaves. Everybody knows each other. And if you come through as a stranger, you're probably going to be harassed. It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's really terrible.
They will automatically suspect you
Yeah.
of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've got
Uh,
Texas plates, and I'm all good. Everybody knows me because I'm that kind of person. So,
Yeah.
you know, I even used to clean one of the state troopers' houses, and what a pig he was. Oh, that's a joke. They were actually pretty clean, but yeah. So everybody knows me. I don't get messed with. I don't give them no reason to mess with me. That's why,
Yeah. Yeah. Funny thing, in the last 2 years, I keep coming to Germany, and I never been pulled by the police. Actually, I pull them. I signal them and, hey, stop! Wait, I want to ask something. you know,
Yeah.
that's funny.
I feel you.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like that too because I'm not scared of the police.
Yeah. Me neither.
I will. I actually a long time ago when I first started my YouTube channel, I went chalking all around town and I chalked all kinds of stuff like flat Earth and I drew the flat Earth map and all this stuff all over the sidewalks and I went in front of the police station and I did not actually put this in front of the police station, but the girl that was with me did. She chalked out F the police, and I was like, whatever, I don't feel that way necessarily, but I do feel a little bit that way, but not 100%. I do think they serve a purpose, but it's gotten wholeheartely out of hand.
Yeah.
Across
They
the
abuse.
whole plane, there's this just giant they have an ego trip or something, but not all of them. There's still some good guys out there that want to do what's right.
I can't believe that there's still
Until they
places
get
like
corrupted.
Vidor, Texas that still exist.
Like what?
Vidor, Texas. Bidor.
Vidor?
Vidor, Texas.
Never heard of it. Why do you say it doesn't? Why are you surprised it exists still?
It's interesting. It'd be something cool to Google, just to look up to, and you would not believe that some places still existed like that in the United States of America.
What are they like? They like to lynch people up or something, or what?
Been known to happen.
Yeah. Where are you from, Bong?
Right now I'm currently in a hospital in Florida.
Damn it. I hope you're okay.
Oh, I'm far from okay, but I'm getting there.
What's your ailment?
I was rear-ended by a dump truck in 2019. I have 5 herniated discs in my back, 5 herniated discs in my neck, 4 neck surgeries, a mild traumatic brain injury, and now I'm recovering from a infection in my spine.
Dang it, man. Hey,
Yeah, I'm tough as nails. God has a purpose for me, and He wants me tough as nails, and so here I am.
Heck yeah. That's why I tell my husband God has a purpose for him, because he used to have a ZX11. Do you know what that is?
Yep.
And he hit a curb going 45, like coming out of a state park, you know, where they got the little building in the middle and they've got the curbs going around where you can go around it. He hit that curb, cleared the building, and he was going 145 miles an hour. Broke his femur. That was the only thing he broke. Can you believe that?
I was a passenger. The driver was uninjured, and like I said, I had all that other stuff.
Well, I hope you get well soon, man. I mean,
Yeah,
I know
supposed
that's
to
a
get
lot
out
of
of here
different
Cinco
stuff
de
to work
Mayo.
on. Hey,
I'm gonna
Cinco de
go-
Mayo. I swear all my guardian angels are Mexican. I know that sounds stupid, but I swear they are. I had an accident on Cinco de Mayo, and I should have died, but I didn't. And it was on
This hospital
Cinco
has its
de
way. I'm
Mayo.
leaving here. I'm leaving here in a body bag or a friggin' straitjacket, one of the two. So.
No, you're gonna walk out of there all good, man.
Whew. They are testing me. They are testing me. They are testing me.
Dang, are you serious?
Yeah, they are.
COVID? I mean,
Oh, no,
sorry.
no. Nothing to do with any of that. It's just the things they keep doing to me. They just, 6 weeks of IV antibiotics, and then, but they can't prove that what they're doing is actually working on me. And that eventually I'm going to have to continue to keep having antibiotics. And still, there's no guarantee that it's ever going to work. But here I have to sit. I can't go home and just do what I want to do. So.
Well, you can actually self-check out if you want to.
Yeah, then that kind of screws up my case, possibly, and I don't want that to happen. So.
Yeah, I get you.
It's not that I want the money. It's just that after everything I've been through, pain-wise, financial-wise, I'm not walking away with nothing.
Hey, sometimes it's the principle of the matter, you know?
So.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, I'm sorry you're having to deal with that crap. Hey, I have a question for anybody here. Is ladies' night not tonight? Or did I miss ladies' night?
We couldn't hold it because you weren't there. We had to cancel everything.
Well, sometimes ladies' night starts really early and it's over by a certain time, so maybe I missed it.
Yeah, you missed it.
Okay.
Yeah, I got here like a little before 8. It was just kind of ending right then, so it ended like around 8 o'clock.
Okay, thank you, Dana. Because I was like, I'm really bad about getting on at the right time to join ladies' night, and yeah, I'm sorry I missed it.
I'm sorry if I stepped all over it.
No, you didn't step. It's over. Dandelion just said it ended about 8 o'clock, so that was like 2 hours ago.
Oh.
You didn't step all over it.
Jenny was here, Level Up was here, and then we also have Sincerely Brittany, who I think just recently joined. She's still here, so we got to talk to her. That was nice. New lady for ladies' night.
Awesome.
Oh, and then we also had an Australian lady who was here earlier, which I can't recall her name right now, but I think she was probably fairly
Was
new.
Was it Becky?
No, it was not Becky. I know Becky. This was a new person. I think her name started with the K. I can't actually. You know what? I could probably find out who it was by going back and looking the audit log because I gave her the tie me down kangaroo sport row.
I know that.
See if I can find her.
I know a couple of ladies from Australia.
Kizzaroo.
Okay, see, I don't know her.
Kizzaroo.
I know a couple of ladies from Australia, but I don't know that name, so she must be new. Who knew?
Yeah. Well, hopefully you'll get to meet her sometime.
Maybe next Friday. Hopefully she'll come back.
I'll try to come next Friday. I couldn't get here till late because my son had a replacement baseball practice for another day when it was like freezing cold and they canceled it. So maybe next week I'll be able to come. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe me too. Me too. I've just been busy mowing, weed eating, and then trying to get stuff together in the house, and just been. I hope all of y'all are preparing and stocking up on stuff, not in a weird buying way, but just be mindful, getting some canned goods and shit.
Well, GE Platypus, that makes sense why he was here tonight then, anyway.
I have no idea what that means.
Are you trying to say that he wanted a soft target for his rhetoric?
Exactly.
I missed all that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that's because you're a soft target. Oh, sick burn.
Not.
I'm not really that soft of a target. I may come off as a soft target.
No,
but
I mean it's always been his MO for as long as I've known him. So
he comes in on the women's night, so he can he's like, oh, they're ladies, so we can attack.
Yep.
Well,
exactly.
I know most of the ladies on our ladies' night, they can bring their shit, especially Jenny.
Absolutely.
So he's stupid if he thinks he's coming in on a soft target. I may not know all my facts like Jenny or a lot of y'all. I don't know my facts like a lot of y'all, but
I don't know any of
it. They're in there somewhere. They are, but unless it's brought to my attention, it might pop out, and I'm like, oh, I got that file somewhere in my brain. I generally don't like to focus on that kind of stuff. I'm really a weird plain earther because I don't like to focus on those things because I'm like, I try to put them out of my mind, to be honest with you. So it makes it hard for me to argue or not even argue. I don't actually like to argue. I like to have a civil conversation with people. And so the fact that I like to put that crap out of my brain because I'm like, I know that's crap. I don't want it in my brain. It makes it very difficult for me to have a good conversation, a debate, if you will, with somebody that thinks the earth is a globe. But if I get pushed to shove, those thoughts come back into my mind. I'm like, oh yeah, well, blah, 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 whatever. But I really don't like to retain that information. Is that stupid of me?
Life's too short to get twisted up on the details.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I'm like, I got way too many other things to focus on, like
God bless you, sister.
Getting some plants in the ground. I'm working my butt off trying to get some plants going and just trying to sustain
That's what it's
my
about.
schedule.
That's what it's about.
Yeah, you feel me, bro?
I definitely feel you.
There's so many people, they live in cities and towns and they think they can't do nothing for themselves. But they can. I don't care what kind of space you got. You can literally, I know you're not going to be able to grow a freaking huge garden, but you can still grow some stuff. Anything you can do for yourself is better than nothing. I encourage everybody, if you have any kind of ability to grow something, just do something.
I thought I would be a fisher of men, and I was just like, I'm not even gonna waste my time. I just want to fish.
Oh yeah. I've been planting fruit trees. Last year I planted 3, and I'm gonna plant at least 2 more this year.
That's awesome. Hey, I will give you a little tip. When you're planting your fruit trees, throw some eggshells in there at the base of the roots and a banana peel or a couple of banana peels, because they will feed off that and it will make them have a good, healthy root system too.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't do that with the other ones, but the other ones I planted, they did very, very well last year.
That's good. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of work. I mean, I didn't think I'd have to dig that big of a hole, but some of them were kind of big.
Well, that's awesome that you got you some fruit trees. But I'm telling you, I've got this it's called a Nutri-Blender or something, and I put all my eggshells in there and I grind them up till it's powder. And when I plant something big, like when I planted my blackberry bush and my grapevine, I put that in the soil, mixed it up real good before I planted them, and they super thrived. And I also planted with it at the base of the root some banana peels, because of the potassium and magnesium. It just like really helps them start off a good start. I know if Helio's here listening to me, he hates talking about gardening. So I'm sorry, Helio, if you're listening.
No, I like that tip. I planted a peach tree with my son last year. We did not put any eggshells in there, but if I plant anything more like that, I'll remember that. I do put eggshells in the compost, but I don't grind them up like that. That's a good
Oh
base
yeah, I grind mine up, girl, to powder, and I'll even sprinkle it. Like when I go to like water my plants and stuff, I'll sprinkle it even on top of the soil, because I grind them up to like its finest powder, and I'll water it in around them because it helps the root system. The roots need that calcium. I mean, you don't have to do that. The soil provides a lot of stuff anyway, but I like to give them that extra boost, you know. So, what did you plant? You said you planted a peach tree or apricot tree?
Peach tree, yeah, because my son really likes peaches. And then the poor boy, he wanted to plant another one with his peach pit that he was eating. So we read, after he tried just putting it in this, because we other things like apples and so on, avocados, lemons, we've planted just from the food, and they just sprout when you put them in the pot. But I had that peach pit in there for a while, and then we finally looked up and we found out you have to put it in the fridge, to like simulate
it being cold.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so we did that, but then somebody threw it out. So I got to get him another one. Then we'll have to put a big sign on it that says, "Do not throw out this peach pit."
And apple seeds are the same way. They like to sprout in a cold environment.
Yeah. So it's still an experiment to try to make one from a peach pit.
Do you live in a hot environment?
No, I'm in the Midwest, but we can grow peaches here, and probably not as good as they grow down south, but they do grow here.
And you said avocado?
Oh, well, the avocado, no, just is a house plant. We just sprout those for fun, from the avocado pit.
Yeah, I'm growing an avocado tree too, and I'm in Texas, but I put it, it's in a big bucket, and I put it outside.
Hey, Could I ask a question about the peach tree? Where exactly in the Midwest are you? Because where I live, they sell peach trees, but I just feel like they would not do well doing these. I live in southern Minnesota, and they sell them, but I don't. I just feel like it would be a waste of money and effort and
It
time.
could have to do with the Great Lakes because I live in Michigan and they definitely grow peaches around here. I mean, like I buy peaches from the farmer, and we got peaches off this tree last year. And it's still. I just went out and checked. It has buds on it this year. I mean, it made it through the winter.
What I've always heard is if you're going to grow peach trees, especially if you're up further north, plant them on the east side of a hill because that will protect them. If you have the ability to plant them on the east side of a hill or the east side of a structure, because it will protect them from the northwest wind. I don't know. I don't know if that.
Okay, I didn't know that either. Gosh, next time I'm going to plant something major. I'll have to check with you first. You've got all these pointers.
I don't have any peach trees, but that's what my dad always told me. He's like, you got to plant on the west side. I mean, on the east south side of your house, and if you have a hill, plant it on that side because they'll do better. But I don't know if there's any truth to that, girl.
Oh, I don't see why not. I mean, yeah, protecting it
Get
from
yourself a farmer's almanac. Farmer's almanac will help you. You're going to grow anywhere in the United States, just get one of those, and it'll tell you when to start growing it, how to grow it, and give you some tips on it. It's really handy. Just so you know.
I hate trying to find everybody's names on here because scrolling on this, it's like
It's rookie.
That was rookie.
okay, rookie, 1973. That tells me how old you are.
It sure does.
You're just a couple of years older than me.
Maybe that's not when he was born. Maybe that was the best year of his life.
Maybe that could be true. I was born in 1979.
I could call myself Dandelion
Good year.
2022
That was a
because
damn
it's
good
been such an amazing year. Just kidding.
Quantum Eraser's in here. Is that actually Quantum Eraser? Or is that just somebody calling themselves
No,
Quantum?
he's here. He's just deafened, so he's not going to hear you.
Wow. I love Quantum Eraser.
Yeah, he comes in here. You haven't been in here when he is talking.
Yeah, like if that's the Quantum Eraser talking about like
I think
the
there's
double
only
slit
one.
experiments and all that.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Oh, hopefully
Hey,
we'll get to
Rookie.
talk to him.
Did I get the newest Farmer's Almanac or an older one?
Either one will work. I mean, they update them as you go, but I think if you've got one from last year, it'll still work.
Do you get me, sunshine? It's a good line of his.
Sunshine helps. Yep. Water, sunshine, and dirt. That's usually all you need. Maybe a seed or two. You know, that's usually
Hey,
4 things is all you really need.
as far as the Farmer's Almanac goes, does it update? Does it actually update you to weather modification?
Yeah, sort of. But, you know, they don't really say it like that. They just say, you know, weather permitting, stuff like that. But
because
they're still keeping all the weather on certain averages. So that's what helps you out. But you could have a bad year and have like kind of rain. Like we had rain here in California. We had this rain at the wrong time and it killed off like part of the strawberry crop. So now all the strawberries that normally are grown here, about half of them are gone. So now they're going to be more expensive and there's going to be a shortage of them around. So they won't be around as long.
Well,
Stuff like that, you know what I mean?
I heard the same thing about almond crops. in
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
yeah, like a lot of farmers were literally just chopping down their almond trees because they were like, we can't even irrigate to keep them alive, so they just literally took them out.
Oh wow, I didn't hear that. But yeah, I guess that that has happened here in California. But I mean, they just usually switch to some kind of crop that doesn't take as much water temporarily, and then when the water shortage changes, then they go back. So it's not always a bad thing. But
Well,
I mean,
where I'm
farming.
here
I don't know a
in
lot about farming. I
Texas,
just know that there's certain things that guide it. Like
do
the weather,
y'all
and then there's other factors.
is this saying something that goes around everywhere? March winds bring April showers, and April showers
Well,
bring
it's more
May
like
flowers.
knowing when the time of year is to plant certain plants. Like potatoes, you plant them a certain time of the year. Tomatoes, same thing. If you plant them too late or too early, you won't get as good of a crop. But if you plant them just at the right time and they start to mature at the right time of year, and you got the right amount of sun and water, then you'll get a really, really good tomato crop, right? As long as you don't get bugs, you're good, right? And then there's potatoes. There's all kinds of different things depending on the pest that you're dealing with and the place that you live. But it'll tell you like in what region that you live in and how to affect how to change the little factors in order to know when to actually plant it. It'll say plus or minus so long or what. It'll say a month or early or whatever. It'll actually tell you anywhere you live in the United States supposedly. If you live somewhere else, then you probably want to get one from that area. You know what I'm saying? But they usually
Oh
I've got
yeah,
one. I don't know where it's at. It's around
I'm
here
very
somewhere.
familiar with the Farmer's Almanac. I'm
But I
very
bought it and
familiar.
I read through a lot of it and I was like fascinated at what's in there, like all the different information. You know what I mean? I was
Oh
like,
yeah,
oh, I
it
didn't
is
know that
pretty
people
good.
wrote this stuff down for that long. That's crazy. It's pretty interesting.
It is pretty cool. A lot of
I
people
learned a
don't
lot since I
even know
started
what
coming
the
in here.
Farmer's
You know that?
Almanac is.
It blows me away what I've learned in the last year I've been coming in here. And well, even right before that too. But I mean, since I came in here and I started doing all the research and listening and paying attention and learning and investigating, I've learned so much about science and nature and the Bible even. I've learned all kinds of things. Like stuff I didn't think I would ever like waste the time to learn.
I feel you. Same here. Same here. But I've been doing that since 2015, 16. Like soaking in a lot of people's knowledge because, like I stopped watching TV in 2015 and just really started listening to what real people had to say about gardening and different things and flat earth, government. that's a biggie. And really I've cut ties with a ton of crap that I used to feel very emotional about and now I feel my life is like so stress free, but at the same time I feel stressed about certain things, but it's a lot less stressful because I don't worry about all the politics about crap. Yes, I still understand I do have to deal with the politics of crap because a lot of people are doing crap that affects my way of life. But I'm done with the whole worrying about who am I gonna put here and there and or voting, let go of that a while ago. I'm sorry that's so off topic. Apologies, you guys. I'm probably fixing to get server muted.
My tomatoes have white spots on them, but they're pretty new.
That's actually not untypical. My tomatoes they were yellow spots. They weren't white. And I don't know if that's some kind of deficiency or something. I'm not sure. Does anybody know what caused that?
When I looked it up, it said of just kind of like either underwatering or overwatering, or just it's an unhealthy attribute. But I don't know. They were doing really good, and then they just started getting spots.
I mean, I'm sure they're still fine to eat. I know tomatoes like to have a continuous water source. So that might be it, because I ran out of water to water my plants with that year that mine got the yellow spots on them. And so I think that's what happened, where I wasn't able to water them like they like to be. And then if a rain comes and they get overwatered, they will literally split, because the tomatoes will get all that water in them and they will split. So you don't want to overwater them, but you don't want to underwater them either. So that might be an underwatering issue. I don't know.
Has anybody in here looked into the back to Eden gardening with using wood chips as a way to like retain moisture and add nutrients to the soil? Or anybody know anything about that or done it before?
I've done the wood chips. I didn't actually use the back to Eden gardening. I watched a couple of those videos. I didn't retain any of that information, but I have used the wood chips, and I like doing that. Like, I had when I did that with my garden last year, it was all wood chips everywhere, and my tomato plants did excellent. But that's pretty much the only thing that did great. My cantaloupe plants did okay. So
And then
I really
also like, do you ever plant? Do you plant all your stuff like next to? Like, do you categorize your garden? Because I've seen stuff where if you plant different vegetables or things next to each other, like different kinds, they'll do better. They'll like kind of feed off each other or something. I don't know if that's true, but I was just wondering if anybody else has tried it.
You're talking about there's a name for this. I can't think of it. It's like
Is it called permaculture?
Well, it's
Or no, is that different?
it is permaculture, but there's another name for it where they're like
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt. We have Jonathan in the chat. Anyone wants to interview him shortly? Maybe VC Verify.
Oh,
Thank
he's in
you.
the VC verify room.
He's now in the live stream voice tech.
Oh, okay. I see Jonathan. He's muted. Jonathan,
Oh
nice
shit,
to
sorry, I'm
meet
not
you.
micing. My bad.
You want to unmute Jonathan and talk and tell us about yourself? You just got to click that little button at the bottom of the screen.
He doesn't have much time. He said he will come back later in, so if he's not gonna mute. I'm just mentioning it out.
Yeah, if he doesn't want to join the chat right now.
Yeah.
well, get to beget, you know. We're actually pretty off topic about what this live stream's about, but I don't have a problem with that. But if the moderators have a problem with that, let us know. I like talking about gardening because, we're living in a world where we need to be self-sustainable, and I think it's important for us to share each other's knowledge about gardening because I don't know how to garden everything, and I
Well,
want to grow my knowledge in that personally.
yeah, I don't mind talking about gardening or listening. Gardens work only on flat Earth.
That's right, brother.
Yeah, we live in a giant garden.
I like to say we live in a giant atrium garden. It's beautiful and self-sustaining in all
self-sustaining.
aspects.
Yeah.
Everything that was put here was put here for us to use, and it recycles itself naturally. And I'm talking about everything.
Yeah.
I don't think, like a lot of people are like, well, water, we got to ration water. No, gas, we got to ration gas. No, oil. All these things recycle themselves through the beautiful cycle of what we call our beautiful home Earth. They all recycle themselves. There's nothing, in my opinion, there's nothing that is not unrenewable. It's all renewable.
If I
Everything is renewable.
If I take an aquarium, I fill it half with sand, and then I pour some water in it, and then make a fire on top of the aquarium, on the sand in the aquarium. That fire will not be pumping the water through the aquarium. The water will still be at the bottom below the sand. It will keep the sand humid. And at that place where the fire is burning, there will be a little bit less humidity in that spot. And you will have water evaporating from that place. But it's not gonna fall back into the aquarium. It's not a perpetual thing. The way they explain it to us, that I just don't understand. How is it possible that we have water shooting, gushing out springs from mountains? It's coming from underground, but from where? Because that water has to climb all that mountain if it's coming from the ground. And I don't see the water.
Right, and that's also
Hold on a
implying
second. Hold on a
there's some
second.
sort
I
of
gotta
pressure.
whoa,
Whoa, whoa,
one
whoa.
second. I gotta ask Kepi, you got a question.
Yeah.
That Jonathan guy, you talked to him?
Yes.
What's his status?
Yeah, I told him I welcomed him, and I brought him here because I saw you.
I give him BC verified or not? Just yes or no.
No, I didn't. I can't do that.
No, should I?
No, I brought him here so someone can interview him. Maybe.
Oh, you didn't do it?
Yeah, and also talk about the rules. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I'll do it. Never mind.
Cool, thank you.
But I totally agree with you, man. Like, how can science explain in their worldview of the world being this globe, how does water spring out of a mountain and come down the mountain? And this is a very good point of this is like defying all logic
all
of what,
physics.
and I do believe in science, but this defies physics.
Yeah.
And or at least it does for what we've been told. So there's got to be more of a logical, because I'm all about
Yeah, it
being
doesn't make
logical.
sense.
And it doesn't make sense as far as what we've been told in school, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I live in an area that's surrounded by freshwater springs, and we're like over 1,000 feet above sea level. So, you know what? That just to me doesn't make any sense at all because the water is being forced up by something. There's some sort of pressure,
Yes.
or not. 'Cause I've seen them in person. You know, there's a campground nearby where I live, and you can just walk up to this big cauldron, and it's just gushing water out. You get free, clean drinking water any time of the year.
Water
Ice
doesn't
And
go
that makes no
upwards
sense of
unless
what
it's
we've been
pumped.
told, does it?
Yeah, water doesn't
It doesn't
go.
make any sense.
It's not shooting upwards unless it is pumped. You know.
But what is the actual pump here on
Yeah,
Earth?
that's
What
the
it is
question.
doing that?
Yeah.
Because it obviously is happening across the plane. Because where I used to live, which is only like 30 miles away, we had springs flowing up out of the ground, and they fed our tanks.
Yeah.
Naturally fed tanks. They never went dry. And we also had our well water to the house that I lived in was, we hit water at 11 feet, and we were living at about like 1,300 feet or something above sea level.
Yeah.
How is that water right there? It was an aquifer, of course, you know.
Yeah,
But
it
how
has
does that
to go
work?
Yeah.
How does that work? Why are scientists not talking about this? Why is nobody talking about this phenomenon that all of us experienced and explain this to me on a freaking globe? You know? Because if gravity is an actual thing, that water should not ever come up above sea level. It shouldn't happen.
If we had a molten iron core and lava, I would say the oceans would be all boiling. You know, if we had an oven beneath our feet. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. It's this is my whole point. This is everything we've been talking about just now is proof that everything is beautifully designed. Everything has a purpose. It does its thing. It is a beautiful system that has been set up by a truly amazing creator that we can't even imagine how to create it ourselves. You know, it's so beautifully designed. I don't know how anybody could be an atheist, because what we've just spoken about, these things alone say there's no way this is just like happenstance. These things have been designed. Like you said, why aren't the oceans boiling? You know, because they're
And
not supposed to be. Everything is being held into place
yeah.
in its order.
I have a house in the mountains and I have many springs around me. And in the summer, when it's like 40 degrees Celsius, very hot, uh, I go to these springs and the water is ice cold.
Yeah.
And if they say that there is this lava heating up and creating pressure and heating the water inside the earth, how does that water comes out like ice cold? You know?
Do you think okay, I should say it this way. I don't think I will ever know in my lifetime
Yeah.
how things actually work here. And I don't think I'm intended to. Actually, I don't think I'm intended to actually know how things work here 100%.
Yeah.
I think I can try to learn some things, but some things there is just no way where, and this is the problem with scientists, they want to try to know everything.
Yeah.
You can't know everything. Some things will be a mystery till we die. And even when we die, when I die, am I actually going to care about these questions? You know?
Yeah. Well, we pretty much understand quite a lot about the air and the sky, but the mechanism which is below our feet has is less known, is much less known. I mean, what these geologists tell us is just stories, nice stories, theories, speculations. They never presented any dynamic system, functional system, or mechanism to actually explain how this underground water cycle works. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think well, it's all very theoretical. That's
Yeah.
all they can do. Deepest hole that has ever been drilled into the earth, I think, was in Russia, and I think it was a little under 9 miles, maybe not even 9 miles.
Almost
Like
8. Almost 8.
all that's what.
Not
See, me
even
and my
8.
husband were just talking about this last night.
Yeah.
He said it was almost 9. I was like, I thought it was like 7 point something, almost 8.
7 point something. Yeah.
And that's the deepest hole that has been drilled into our earth. And so, like, how can that's not even if what science tells us, that's not even like getting into the crust. That's not
No.
even
Scratching the
because
surface.
they tell us the crust is so many miles deep and this and that,
Yeah.
you know, and
Wasn't
that's
that a
not
long
even
time
like
ago too when they did that? Wasn't that like back in the 70s or something?
I want to say it was in the 60s.
Was it really? Anyway, continue. I'm sorry to
And we
interrupt.
still have not gone deeper than that. So, you know, like, and even today that hole exists, and they say that they can hear screams and stuff coming out of it.
What was it? The Cola Deep borehole or something, or the
Yeah,
one
the
of
cola.
those? Might have
Don't
found
believe
that.
everything you see on YouTube.
People do say that hell is in the heart of the earth. I wonder where it would be.
Yeah. Below our feet, obviously.
But you
Well,
really
you know,
think it's only 7 miles
Below.
down? Come on.
the
Maybe
old
further down than
the
that. But the
old
screams are so loud they just surge all the way up.
Any idea what the dimensions of the hole are besides how deep it is, but like how
Wide.
wide?
Oh, that.
It's really wide. It's very wide.
Acoustics must be very good there. Would anybody like to drop
That
all the way
hole is
down for science?
very, very wide at the top, but as it got down further and further, it started getting so dense that they had to go through smaller and smaller drills.
Well,
I don't
By
even
the
know.
time they got
I
down
don't
there, by the
even
time they
know
got
how
down there,
they.
like a couple inches, I think, or like a few inches in diameter.
I don't even
well,
know how they had it so wide at the top. Because my husband worked in the oil field for a long time, on a drilling rig, and like 17 years. And that's not how you drill. I have no idea. That sucker is wide to big. How did
no.
they get the drilling rig to go down, down, down?
I
I have
tell
no
you,
idea. That
I
like
tell you
blows my
what's
mind.
going
What are you
on.
talking
There's
about? You
the
talking about like 10
cola.
feet, 6 feet? Like how wide are we talking exactly? Like roughly?
We're talking about hundreds of feet at the top.
Are you kidding? Seriously?
That cola, the cola borehole, it was a mine. They extracted stuff from there. So they did this cone shape entrance, yeah. But it doesn't go 1 mile deep. All that hole that you see, conical hole. But at the bottom, they brought a drilling machine with these connecting pins, and they started drilling down to see if they can still find any valuable resources. So they were prospecting because they already extracted stuff from there, and it got depleted. So now they were thinking, oh, maybe we can find something more valuable, deeper, but a cheaper way to actually uh, see that was to drill a hole instead of digging up.
Yeah,
It's
I
much
gotcha.
cheaper. Yeah. So, and they started drilling. They kept drilling, like, let's see now how deep we can go. And they didn't found anything interesting, nothing valuable, but they drilled, yeah, almost 8 miles down deep.
And that's a long
And
way to drill. If
yeah,
y'all, if anybody's in
also,
the oil field and you know drilling,
yeah,
that's a
yeah,
long way. Like
yeah,
holy shit, we're talking years on
yeah.
this.
Many people were like engineers and stuff, as they didn't had first-hand knowledge. Nobody knew before. They were saying, "Oh, we found diamonds in this mine. We dig up or gold filon, and they follow it. They extract all the gold or whatever." Um, and now some or geologist or engineer, he's coming up with. He had a dream last night that if he starts digging another 1 kilometer deep down, he's gonna find some treasure. But digging up 1 kilometer, it takes a lot of excavation and a lot of trucks carrying all that excavated dirt. And that's why they had this conical shape, because they had the spiral roads on it. It's just like a mine.
It
Yeah,
is like a mine. And
yeah.
somebody, I don't know who it was, to ask how wide it is at the
It
top.
was a mine.
It's
It was
super
a mine.
wide.
Yeah, yeah,
It was crazy
yeah,
wide.
yeah.
I I said hundreds of feet, but it's way bigger than that. I mean, do you know how big its opening is?
It's hundreds of meters. I'm not sure how much, but yeah, it should
It's
be
big
like
enough where it's got
5
roads going
kilometers,
around it to
something
go
like that.
down. It's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, this thing is massive, and if you've never seen it, you should Google
Yeah.
what is it? Just Google the deepest hole drilled in Russia, and look at it
Kola
because
borehole.
it's called the
Kola
borehole.
borehole. Kola. The
Kola
cola.
borehole.
Yeah, borehole.
It's insane.
Yeah.
And the only other deepest spot I know is the Mariana Trench that is naturally
Well,
occurring,
yeah,
which
we
is
know the Mariana Trench, but nowadays the oceanic oil platforms, those machines, this is what they do. They drill holes, and how do you know that they haven't been drilling even deeper? Because if a company finds something very valuable at some depth, yeah, and in one spot they see that they can keep drilling, and they find huge oil pocket resource, they tap into that, and they control now the tap of that resource, and they say, yeah, okay, this year we will provide this much because we don't want the world to have, they control the whole world, those people, actually, the energy that we
I
use.
understand that, man.
Yeah.
Listen, my husband had friends that worked over in Saudi Arabia. Listen,
Mm.
the oil field over there is so insane. They have it's so crazy. Literally, the oil you don't
Yeah,
even have to
it's,
put you don't even have to
you
put
have,
a pump. You don't even have to put a pump on it.
yeah,
That stuff will flow right out of the ground when they go hit it. It just starts flowing up, and it keeps flowing up. They gotta cap it off so that it won't
yeah,
keep flowing out. That's if they hit that stuff, it flows and flows and flows. People say, "Oh, we got these shortages of this and that." We have no
yeah,
shortages of nothing.
yeah,
It's just uh diplomacy of how people our governments are going to run that crap. Okay.
yeah,
And we have these same resources here in America. You have the same these things are everywhere, but it's the governments, like you said, it's who's going to be in charge of what and how
yeah,
they say
Right.
it's going to happen.
It's in so much abundance, so they have to fake that it's like a rare resource that eventually we're gonna run out. But all that's just a lie, so they can inflate the price of it. You know what I mean? I used to know a guy that actually worked for an oil company, and he'd travel all over the United States. And he told me that all they did was they would go drill for oil. Once they found the oil, they'd shut everything off, cap it, and then they just move on to the next place. Nobody's even pumping this
yeah,
oil
yeah,
that they're drilling.
yeah,
They're not even using it. They're just finding it and then they cap it.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, that's listen. And I know a lot of people are like, "Well, green, green, green." You got oil is especially here in America how we process the whole process of it is way cleaner than a lot of these other countries. And it's put here for a reason, isn't it? Why is it there? Our Father created this for a reason, for us to use it for something. And I listen, I'm
I
like
don't
you.
know. Maybe this is actually
My
the fuel.
husband worked in the oil field for 17 years. And he worked in a few different areas of the oil field. When he first started out, he worked in the drilling rigs, drilling for oil. And then in his later life, he went to reentry wells. And they would go into these wells that were supposedly dry. There was nothing in them. And they would go reopen them. And they were flowing and they were like brand new wells. This is why I say everything is constantly renewing itself. Our world that we live in is constantly replenishing itself because that is how it was beautifully built. And what you were talking about, dang it, I just lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry. Anyway, I'm just saying everything replenishes itself. That is the beauty of
Yeah,
our
that's
world.
true. Yeah.
And I remember you were talking about how they like to say these things are unrenewable and non-renewable resources.
Oh yeah,
The Rockefellers are the ones that started that back in the day. They coined that for oil because that's where they were getting their money. And they said it was fossil fuels. Fossil fuels because all the dinosaurs died. Well, they made these make-believe dinosaurs died, and that's where we get our fuel from. And that's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. I'm just gonna call it like it is. It's all bullshit.
And you know what? Like gasoline that we put in our cars, if you think about it, it really doesn't cost these oil companies anything to produce gasoline because it's basically just a byproduct of making anything out of oil. When you heat oil,
Gasoline
the
is a byproduct.
condensation,
Yes.
yeah, yes.
Absolutely. Just like plastic is a byproduct of corn. A ton of our plastics that we buy and ethanol being put into the gas, that is a byproduct of corn being processed, of different process of corn. This is how we get plastics. Ton of plastics are made from corn and petroleum. They're mix them together. These are all byproducts of corn and petroleum. And most people don't know this. All these tree hugger, green loving people don't understand where their products come from. It's so exhausting to really think about it.
Yeah.
All these byproducts that people, if they want to do away with all these things, well, what's going to happen to all your byproducts? You don't want those either? Yeah, we want those byproducts, but we want to get rid of that. But if you get rid of that, then you don't have these byproducts that you like. It's just like they don't get it. And they're wanting to go to coal. Coal is way worse of, I don't know. No, these people are insane and they don't know what they're talking about. That's the biggest
Well,
problem.
coal and oil the dead things and the plant life that decayed, um, is very funny how it's fueling. It goes in the ground, it sinks in the ground, where it becomes this oil fuel, which is a very good um,
source,
fire keeper. It keeps a fire burning. It burns very well, very good. And we have this concept of hell being beneath our feet, underground. you know, the hellfire is actually fueled by this oil which we extracted from the ground. Someone could
possibly.
see it like that too. Yeah.
In the old, I'm sure most of y'all are familiar with old Hebrew, how they used to draw heaven above with the dome over it, and the firmament over it, and then the land masses and oceans, and then Sheol was below it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in Hebrew, Sheol was what they called hell, what we call hell, but Sheol was just what was beneath the earth. And there's got to be something to that. I do agree with you in that aspect. Because Sheol has kind of like oil in its name, Sheol,
Yeah, it does.
And every depiction I've seen of it, Sheol, it looks like the black goo, it's black goo coming up towards the earth. And so I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe we're not supposed to be.
That's the petrol. The black goo is the petrol that we use. We tap into hell. We take this thing that burns very well, and we use it to power all our machines and cars, and and even heat our homes with it.
And let me tell you, I love every aspect of my existence, of being able to live like I live with all of those things. But at the same time, I think to myself sometimes, maybe we're not supposed to be doing it this way. And not because I'm a tree hugger, which I love trees, but I'm saying this is sometimes I think, are we supposed to just be not having electricity? Maybe I'm supposed to be living like the Amish. Sometimes I'm like, oh, man, I just don't know.
If I understand you, where I think I understand where you're coming from, and what you mean is, like, it's great. I love all these modern conveniences that we have today, but at the same time, there's a drawback to it, in that it makes us too comfortable and lazy.
Yeah.
Life in the world would be perfect if we had no wicked government. And this government is actually set in place by the leading world's corporations.
You're talking about the World Economic Forum?
Yeah. Back in the days, the big companies started taking over the world's governing systems of all the countries. So, and monarchies and kings were a governing system which was exactly opposite to this business concept, business prosperity, you know, and yeah, no corporation could have been born and survive in a monarchy, you know. They stand no chance, so they had to do it in remote places to become big, large entities, and then they took over uh, countries. And once they took over a country, then they own the governing system that governs the people, and they control the army. And now that they have an army which they control, they command, they supplied that army to grow big so that they can start attack everyone and invade, you know, and up to the point that there's no piece of land left in this world which hasn't been taken over by these corporations.
You know what's interesting about everything you just said is everything you just said is true, but it's also a complete facade. Like, yes, that all
Yeah,
that is
I was
true,
thinking the same
but
thing.
but it only happens because we're allowing it to happen. Like, yes, they can order a military to go here and do this, but if those soldiers
Yeah.
said no, there's nothing they could do, which is awesome and painful at the same time because it you know what I mean.
Well,
It really
But
sucks.
this is
every
where the
soldier has.
brainwashing comes in for these military people that they will go do this. Like right now, our conflict we're having, with Russia and Ukraine.
You
In
see,
this is I'm gonna just put this 100% straight out. Our
Tread
our
lightly.
the media here in America is saying they've been talking about this, since it started. This is so wrong for a huge country to attack such a small country, and this is why we got to step in. Well, what has the United States been doing for I don't know the last 60 years, or I'm sorry, more than that, since like Vietnam, you know, we Syria, Iraq, everything United States has been doing, we go attack all these small countries. What? Why is this any different? Where Russia's going to try to come over and take over Ukraine? What's the big difference? What's the freaking difference? Can somebody tell me that?
well, it's to keep
They're profiting off it. That's
people's no, it's to keep people's minds busy.
Well, I agree with you at that. I do agree with that. But there's no difference with everybody's like bad, 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 bad Russia trying to take over Ukraine, which used to be part of Russia, by the way,
Yeah.
when it was the Soviet Union. And they're
Well, actually,
like so
The Kiev is where Russia was born. Actually, you know, that's the heart of Russia, not Moscow.
exactly, and literally, so I don't actually
Yeah.
have a problem with the Russians trying to take back part of their country that used to be their country. And
Yeah.
but the United States, they can go over to Syria and bomb them and do all this terrible stuff.
Yep.
And
Yep.
and nobody has a problem with that. This little bitty country, United States, they can do anything. Nobody says shit about it. Are you
You know
kidding
what
me?
else, too? You know what the difference between those conflicts are? is United States is the only country that will go somewhere but bomb the hell out of it, and then we will flood their government with our money, tax dollars, to rebuild it. And we also, like right now, we're flooding money into the Ukraine. We didn't have anything to do with that. Why do we have to pay for the rebuilding of Ukraine for what Russia did, allegedly? I don't see any other countries ever stepping up when we bomb the hell out of a territory and say, hey, we're going to fund and rebuild this. You know, no other
Hey
countries do that.
guys,
But
let's just talk more about Iraq, because that's not going to get the live stream in trouble. And, that was an atrocity too. That was also an atrocity. 9 years, $3.2 trillion, 1.1 million Iraqi civilians.
And literally, like, what was that thing we had? The drone attack that killed a ton of innocent people, and like, what?
9/11 for 3.
Yeah. These things
Listen,
make
I'm just
you
saying,
feel like
all of
you're
this
part
crap.
of the history.
This is
Yeah.
all just crap to keep us distracted here, there, and yonder. And they like to keep their war machine going, making money, money, money. That's all they're doing. This is they don't give a shit about those people over in Ukraine. America.
Don't forget Iraq, though. Operation Iraqi Liberation, OIL.
yeah, I was gonna say we can't, like, we gotta be careful because it's the live stream. So there's
I'm sorry.
that
I will
subject
stop
is
using.
super
I will
touchy.
stop using
Yeah.
certain terms. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
But y'all all probably understand what I'm saying, and
I do.
I'm just bringing this up to point out to
We can move
people
down
that
into
might be
Chiller
just
somewhere like that to
listening
talk about it if you want to.
to wake them up that don't buy into this wearing masks for certain country, because it's all a facade. It's all this is all a play. This is all a play, and you're on a grand scheme of a play, watching it play out, and
There's no such thing as the
I feel
Russian
like I just
government,
sound like
Ukrainian
Kamala Harris.
government, American government. They're all in unison. They are all one.
Yeah, they're all one. They're all friends. They're all friends, and they are using their people as pawns because all the people think what they're telling them is actually happening, and they're using it as a Ponzi scheme to pull off something. I don't even know what they're trying to pull off right
Yeah.
now, to be honest
It
with
doesn't
you.
even matter. We'll never know. We will never know the truth about. That's why I don't even like jumping down rabbit holes as much as I used to love doing it. I don't like doing it anymore because I know I'm not going to get to the truth. I'm not going to learn certain things. I'm not going to learn the truth about 9/11. I'm not going to learn the truth about JFK. But I do know one truth that is verifiable and you can prove, and that's that the Earth is flat. That's the only rabbit hole that we actually.
And
Honestly,
you can also prove they all are friends with each other because they signed that agreement where we cannot go to
talking about Antarctica. Yeah,
Antarctica.
Treaty.
They all have agreed. Oh, they're all peaceful with that, but let's go to war with each other in our own countries. Yeah, whatever. Bullshit.
Yeah. Well, what did George Orwell say in his book 1984? He says something about war, and part of the reason why they do it is to, it's to like break humanity down to make sure that they keep one population under control and to keep the like people. They're not as creative. They can steal the most creative minds, and instead of trying to create the new greatest thing to help humanity, they're off in another country killing people. I think George Orwell says some kind of crazy nonsense like that, but it makes sense.
It does make sense. Listen, I will tell you, I used to be a very creative person, very artist, poetry, songwriting, all kinds of stuff. And since I've become an adult and having to do adulting crap, a lot of that has like left me, and I can't get back to that place where I used to be of being creative because all this crap I have to deal with of like what is going on in my world, even though I know it's all just complete bull crap, it still
Yeah.
distracts my mind so much that I cannot be creative anymore.
I know what you
And
mean. I think that's a natural process of getting older and wiser. It becomes harder to enjoy the things that we once used to enjoy like as like games, like video games or certain movies or whatever. We find it harder the older we get to really sit down and let go and just be careless in our mind and be free in our mind to enjoy like a silly game or a puzzle or a painting. I know what you mean. It's difficult.
it's way difficult for me, and it used to not be so difficult, but you know, it's and kudos to all those guys out there like you know, Zane and uh musicians for truth and ton- all of them guys that still are being creative with their music and stuff, you know, like they are still creating things, and
You shouldn't
I'm
give up though. You should really talk to your creator about it and really you should really try to like work hard at it because regardless of what's going on outside of, you know, outside, it's not going to change tomorrow, right? There's not going to be some big awakening and we're all going to get patted on the back for, you know, it's not going to happen. So you should try to, if you enjoyed it that much, you should really try to get that outlet back because that's, I think, a part of our experience here on this flat earth too is trying to maintain and balance, you know, all this stuff. You gotta still, there's still good in this world and we can still find a way to be happy and we still have to, you know, you gotta keep going. And I
yeah, I
envy
know,
people
man.
like if you're creative and you can draw or you can like because I can't do that. I don't have a creative bone in my body. I can't draw. I can't paint. And I've always been so just I don't want to say jealous, but envious of people that can just draw or paint. I've always wished I could do something like that, and I can't at all. So if you have any of those skills, please don't give up on that.
Well, I used to do tattoos. That was my thing. I mean, before I did tattoos, I like to do charcoal drawings and painting, and my husband bought me a tattoo kit and all this stuff because he wanted tattoos, but he didn't want to go to a tattoo parlor, so he was my guinea pig, you know. And I I did I probably gave him at least 30 tattoos and a few other people, but
That surprises me to hear that from you because aren't you? I mean, you're a pretty religious woman. Am I correct?
yes, I
Because I
know.
always thought that. So yeah, isn't tattoos like kind of like, you know, not a
Taboo.
sin or like a, but I always kind of thought like that was like something that you're not really supposed to do.
Yeah, my grandmother was very appalled by the fact that I was doing tattoos, and I also have a lip ring, a note, and an eyebrow ring, and you know all this stuff, and but I don't wear any of that anymore. So let me just tell you, that was a phase I went through where I did that, and I don't do it anymore.
That's what always scared me about tattoos is you can get into a phase where you're big into tattoos, but then once you're out of that phase, you're still stuck with the tattoos.
Yeah, and I only actually have 2 tattoos, and I gave both of them to myself, and they're in places where nobody would ever know I have a tattoo, you know?
Yeah.
Unless I'm wearing shorts, because one goes down my leg. But, yeah, I am, what you would call a religious person. I grew up Church of Christ, which is so tattoos are like so like no.
Right.
But I'm not Church of Christ anymore, but I'm still a religious person. You've heard me. I like to refer to the Father as Yahuwah and Yahusha is the Son.
Yeah, we've had a couple of talks about that late night. I remember.
So I am a religious person. I don't even like using the word religious in the term because most people ping that as a certain thing, and
Right. Yeah, that's why I was hesitant the way I asked you. Because I knew that about you already. I was trying to be careful about how I worded it. But I didn't know how else to say it. But it's
yeah, no,
interesting too
you're
because
fine.
all my friends, like growing up, they all got tattoos and all had tattoos, and I was never able to bring myself to get one because at the time I could never think of anything that I'd want to put on my body that I could live with for the rest of my life. But now that we're sitting here talking about it, I'm thinking I gotta get a flat Earth tattoo.
Well, funny thing is, a lot of the tattoos that my husband actually asked me to give him were scriptures. So, like he's got one on his right hand that says, I can't, I can't remember exactly what it says, but basically he says, it says, my enemies will be put at your footstool at the right hand of my son, or something like that. Basically it talks about putting down the enemies by the right hand, which is the Son. The Son will put down the enemies. And
Is your husband a biker by any chance?
no, he's not a biker. He used to ride a motorcycle, but it was a ZX11, so you wouldn't call him a biker.
Okay.
He's a rice burner biker. Oh, totally different.
But you said you gave him 30 tattoos, did you say?
Yeah, he's got a huge belly of the beast wrapped, like it goes around his chest and around his back and everything, and it's like down his arm. And the tail of the beast is the Mizuno symbol because he loves baseball. So we put the Mizuno symbol on his tail because that's a perfect tail for a dragon, right?
Yeah, sure.
Do you even know what the Mizuno symbol is? It's like a
No.
roadrunner looking thing. It's like a roadrunner looking thing. I have to look up
Okay.
Mizuno.
Speaking of dragons, the Bible has one part where it says whale, and then another part where it should say whale, it says dragon. Somewhere there's like a dragon and whale interchangeable.
I wonder if that's a translation of weirdness about maybe the Leviathan. Possibly.
Hang on, what was it? A dragon and a what? A whale? We talking about dragons and whales? Is that what's up?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay, so you know what a dragon and a whale together is? A wagon.
Well, what do you think the Leviathan was?
Nice.
Do you think the Leviathan is some kind of mysterious creature, or do you think it's actually what it
Word
says?
that describes a story, a character in a story.
So you don't think the Leviathan was actually a beast in the ocean?
There's no way to know that.
I personally like to believe that there is a Leviathan still living in the ocean. That's why I will never put my toe in the ocean.
If you were shown that there isn't a Leviathan, if you were shown every inch of the earth somehow in this life, would you still be? You'd probably still be afraid to go in there, huh?
Yeah, because I'm scared of sharks too.
Yeah.
I've actually never even been to a beach.
Well, I'll tell you, it doesn't curve.
That sounds like Bigfoot to me. Like, oh. Bigfoot seems like ridiculous to me.
Hey, my husband actually saw it when he was a child. Lived in he was like probably 10 or 11, and they lived in a double wide, and so it was up on stilts, kind of high. And do any of y'all know what Easter chickens are? Probably not. But down here in the South, you can get Easter chickens. They're colored like blue, pink, and yellow. And
Yeah, they're naturally like that too, right? They're colored.
I don't know if they're naturally like that. I think you actually buy them. I think they dye them.
Yeah, who's painting those birds?
I don't know. But anyway, his parents bought some chickens and they had them in a coop outside his window. And the coop was probably, I don't know, 2 or 3 feet off the ground, up in a cage right outside his window. And something walked by that stood taller than the coop. So he said it was like 7 feet tall. And it was just coming to check out chickens. But he was a little kid, he was like, and he said the shit out of him.
Yes. Yep, that sounds scary. I got mugged once when I was a kid. It's the only time I've been mugged, when I was like 9, 8, maybe.
9?
Yeah, they were kids. I was mugged by neighborhood kids. Some shit. And I didn't live down there. It was next to my dad's church where he was deacon. And yeah, I got my shit rocked. Not really. I didn't have any money on me or anything, and they checked me, and I was like, I can't give you anything. So they took turns punching me in the belly and left.
So they didn't get to score.
No, but they got to punch a rich kid in the belly. So
Oh,
I felt like I did them a favor that day. They had some anger to get out, and you know what? Who the fuck am I? Yeah, give me a couple gut punches. It's only gonna make me stronger.
So
I got jumped by a few guys one time, and they were so drunk that they thought they were hurting me. It was pretty hilarious.
Yeah, those are fun.
I was like, all right, guys, I'm just going to go now. See ya.
So you don't want to finish up. Got it. All right, I'm going to take off then. You guys good you want a cab? You can call a cab? I'm surprised I haven't died talking shit at bars. Real talk. That's real. That's super real. I've been in hundreds of bars. Tons of them. And talk a lot of shit. Never really... I don't know. Maybe it came back to me in other ways.
Glat, was it you asking me about the tattoo thing?
No.
That might have been me. Dude, when you was talking about... you just reminded me of something. Back when I was big on the whole 9/11 rabbit hole, there were so many... I almost got beat up so many times trying to talk to people in bars about that. Oh,
yeah.
Jesus. So many times.
It's like saying, hey, dude, I can't come up with anything that's not that offensive.
A lot of it too, it'd always be somebody that either had a family member in the military or be a dude in the military, and I'd be like, "You're missing the point of what I." They'd automatically assume that somehow I'm against them.
Exactly. Well, and G-Dubs didn't help when he was like, "You're either with us or you're with the terrorists."
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, right.
No, it's not how shit works, bud. But okay. And then it got planted in everybody's subconscious.
Yeah, sure it is.
That's how they get you. That's how they get
you. That's all false patriotism.
Dude, trust me. All we need to do, and they've been saying it for years, dude, just get rid of the TVs. All TVs. You can use computer monitors and all kinds of other stuff. Get rid of cable TV, TV in general, okay? Gone.
Cell phones
bye-bye.
too now.
No, because listen, I'm talking, people have, it's very convenient to have a TV in every home, and TVs aren't that expensive now. In 2, 3, 4, 5 homes in the house, so that you can constantly have the television running in your whole house. Now, you can only do so much with your cell phone, so You know what I mean? It's fine. You got to charge it. It's annoying. It's small. Who gives a shit? You're not going to spend you're not going to spend 2 hours getting ready in the morning fumbling with your phone when you could just have a TV blasting through the house. You see what I'm saying?
But I say phones because the youth right now that are being targeted, they don't watch TV. And they get everything off their phone. All their news, everything comes off their social media accounts and from the phone.
So here's the fix. Get rid of all social media platforms. And like make them illegal. You know what I mean? Like fuck them.
I'm okay
they don't
with it.
deserve to be here anymore.
Dude,
We know that.
well, then I couldn't be here talking with you. What are you talking about?
We'd find another way.
This is a social media platform.
I understand. I guess this isn't. I mean the conglomerates, the Facebooks, now the Twitter. It's been Twitter the whole fucking time, and Instagram.
I've never been on Twitter or TikTok. I used to have Facebook.
I'm not saying you, hon. I'm saying most of the world right now.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, but I'm just saying, I disagree with you. I don't think the answer is to get rid of all those things, because you get rid of all those things.
What good are they serving? What good? You can email anybody you want at any time. Call them. You can use your phone. You don't need Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. You do not need. It's not necessary. It never was, never had to be, so it isn't. Does that make sense?
But to say to get rid of them is to get rid of people having freedom of speech.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not in the slightest. You still have freedom of speech. Just listen. They obviously abuse their power with private social media companies, even a publicly traded one. So fuck them. They've all messed up too bad, right? Sorry, you didn't do it right, guys. So either take a break or fuck off forever. I'm not kidding. How many lives are ruined because of social media? Oh, I do my business through it. You could do your business on the internet without Facebook. I just,
Yeah,
it is what it is.
I don't have any of those things. The only thing I have is YouTube. That's it. I have YouTube, and I come here on Discord sometimes.
Yeah.
That's it. I left Facebook. I still have a Facebook, but it's only because I can't delete it because I don't remember my password.
You know how many people I've argued with on Facebook, and because it got heated, they'll never talk to me again? Really and truly, and it was just an argument over a fucking computer app. You see what I'm saying? That's how retarded that shit is out there. It just needs to go. We've never needed social media. And Discord, we find a different one. Because, they're coming down on some fucking restrictions anyway. Discord thinks they're allowed.
I have family members that haven't talked to each other for years because of some bullshit Facebook post that got taken out of context and all blown out of proportion.
It would never have happened that way. How many people's careers are fucking ruined because of social media shit? I mean, the list goes on. When was the last time Facebook... How many
kids have committed suicide because of Facebook?
Fuck yeah, dude. Yep.
Well, that's why I left Facebook, because I left it like, I don't know how many years ago, but I left it because I was tired of all the bullshit. And I was like, this is just way too overwhelming. I don't need to deal with this. Everybody talking bullshit. And when I went to try to delete it, it wanted my password and I couldn't remember it. So I still have a Facebook page, but I can't
they
even.
make it really hard to get rid of it. They really do. Yep.
I just like to point out something. It's not
anymore.
It's not technically Facebook. Like you just said, like Facebook makes people or has made people kill themselves or something.
No,
I just want to point out
those are Facebook pages that were created, and some people committed suicide as a result of those Facebook pages.
No, yeah, but my point is they committed suicide because they're crazy.
They may not have committed suicide. Listen, they were given a platform to complain and have other people say, yeah, you know what, if you gotta go, you gotta go, and whatever, all this. Bro, Facebook killed those people. You're not going to get me to say anything else.
Well, what I'm saying is it sounds like you're trying to say that the cause of a problem that you're illustrating is an inanimate object.
No, it's a symptom of the problem. But the symptom didn't need to be there in the first place. It was a catalyst. Facebook was a catalyst. That person could have gotten serious help in the time they were wasting precious moments on the fucking internet about it, complaining.
Well, the most simple way I can say this is let the chips fall where they may.
No fucking way, bro. Get in there and help this person. Sorry, I'm gonna take a break.
And that's where TikTok's going is, and I don't have TikTok, but I watch TikTok on YouTube, and that's where TikTok's going too. A lot of these people are, it's going in the same way of what you were just talking about. TikTok is crazy. I don't know why anybody would want to be on there.
I don't think everybody that's committed suicide because of something to do with Facebook, it's not because they're crazy. I mean, young teenagers commit suicide because they get bullied at school, and then they would go home and all their friends are online, they're all on Facebook, and then they'd go on Facebook, and now they're being bullied at home too, so there's no escape.
Yeah, so step off.
I'm just going to point out
step
though,
off of
it's
Facebook.
like you're illustrating a problem, but you're illustrating a problem. But not only are you not illustrating a solution that's clear, but I think there may actually be no solution to the problem that you're talking about. I'm just going to point that out. Worth pointing out. Like there are problems out there, but there are no solutions.
That's why he said
Well, to
all
be
of these
extreme.
platforms should be deleted because of these children. When they come home, they want to escape, but then they go to Facebook or all these different platforms trying to escape their life that they're being bullied in, and then they still get bullied in these platforms. I think that's why he was saying all these platforms should just be deleted. But
yeah, but I don't think that's. I think that's too simplistic of a plan, and I don't think that's an effective response to solving the problem that you're illustrating. I sincerely doubt
I
that what
agree.
you're
I
describing
agree
is
with
the
you.
actual proper response.
I agree with you because these children need to be dealt with in a different. I don't think the solution is to delete all of these platforms. I think the solution is somebody in these children's lives need to actually be stepping up to the plate. Where are all these parents? Where are all these parents to these children that need to be dealing with these problems in this child's life?
That's another big problem. Isn't Facebook? They might have changed this, but I think when it first kind of rolled out, you had to be over 18, I think, to make an account. And a lot of these platforms, you're supposed to be an adult, but nobody regulates that. It's not, and then parents will create an account for their children, and it's like, no, they should not be on these sort of platforms. Like, you know how many stories I've read of underage girls signing up for dating sites and, talking to adult men.
Grown ass men that shouldn't be talking to a child.
Right. And they don't know a lot of times that they're even talking to a child because they think they're on a safe site that's only adults can sign up for. But that's not true because nobody's regulating any of that.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, you're talking to a mama that is 43. I get it. I'm like, there's so many things going wrong right now. There's so many things going wrong right now.
I met a girl once that told me that her mother actually told her to sign up for a dating app when she was like 15 because she was bored and lonely and didn't have any friends. And her mom was like, why don't you join one of those dating apps? Can you imagine?
No.
I mean, talk about just sending your child out to the wolves, it's crazy. It's happening every day.
Well, a lot of people like to talk about, I don't know how to put this. Back in the day, my grandparents, probably your grandparents, my husband's grandpa was 21 when he married his 16-year-old wife, which was Granny forever. But back in the day, that was okay.
Yeah, that was common.
Was very common, and sometimes even younger, you know.
How long did they stay together?
He died when he was, I want to say 86, and she lived to be 87.
Right. And they were together that
And
whole
I was
time?
also going to say, in those days, people didn't get divorced like they do today. They stayed together.
Yeah. And what's weird is, here, y'all hear me out, okay? Because you're gonna probably be like, well, that's bullshit. Because a lot of people, I know there's a lot of people talking about, well, a child, they're still a child because we're told a person is not an adult till they're 18. Well, my granny, my husband's granny, she was an adult at 16 back in the day, you know.
Yeah.
And in their eyes, you know.
Well, and also,
And
if you think about it,
I'm just
girls.
saying, you know, there's this. You look at the divorce rates today. People are not getting married till they're like in their late 20s or whatever. Back in the day, people, an older man would marry a younger woman. You know, he was self-sustainable or whatever, married a younger woman or a woman of his own age. They live, look at all of our grandparents. They lived together and died together. They never got divorced, blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying, what if there's some kind of correlation to this of uh, growing, literally growing together? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody?
Well, yeah,
I
like
know
I think it's interesting too that
this is
all the
controversial, but I do
I
think
know.
there's something to this.
I think there's something to it too. And all the girls that I know, all the friends that I have, they've all admitted to me that when they were teenagers, they all had a experience with a much older man. Every one of them at some point, and it and they don't like have any weird feelings about it. It's it's odd, but at the same time, it's almost natural in a way when you think about how we mature from that, like, you know, teenage years. Girls, they mature in like relationships and mentally way faster than teenage boys do. Teenage boys are still, you know, they just
Yeah,
don't get it. They're not on the same level as teenage girls in
exactly.
that
And I'm
those
not
teenage
saying
years.
I'm not I'm not trying to perpetuate older guys going after younger girls. That's not what I'm saying. I'm
Oh
just saying
yeah, me neither.
it seems like there's, if you just look at the patterns, our go back to your great grandparents and grandparents and look at the age differences of marrying and things, and how they stayed together their whole lives because they grew together from their own maturities. You know, just like you said, men mature at a later age, women mature somewhat earlier. And I think all of these divorce rates are because people are marrying at a later age. And I don't know. It just seems to be some kind of correlation there.
I know I've noticed myself that people don't really get married anymore. They kind of just live together and are in a relationship. They don't really see a point in creating a marriage. I don't know. I don't understand it really, but
You know, I'll be
that's
honest with
just
you.
how
Right
it
now, in
goes.
my own life, I'm currently engaged, but I'm having serious doubts about actually getting married, because what are we doing it for? So that we can file taxes jointly and bring the government into our relationship? Like what?
I get that, like that point, like why get the government involved? But honestly, like if you think that marriage is important in the sense of creating that like inseparable bond, I feel like you can also still get married and make it kind of like a marriage within like just between the two of you versus getting the government involved.
I
Like my parents,
agree with that 100%.
Right.
You
Hold
go
on.
back.
yeah,
You can go
my
back.
Hold
parents,
on a
I
second.
can't remember when it started, but used to, when two people got married, it was
you just
only
put it in the
in.
Bible, right?
It was put in the Bible, and the government had nothing to do with it. And then here comes the government. They're like, "Hey, we're gonna have marriage certificates now," and so they got involved in
Marriage
it.
licenses. Marriage licenses. So
So
Hey, so let me ask you
research.
this:
this is
so
a
if we
whole
decided to go a
different.
different route and have some sort of marriage ceremony that we agreed on and that we believed in and kept the government out of it, is there some kind of like then thing that we can sort of acknowledge and put out there? So if anything happens to either one of us, like if she's in the hospital or if I'm in the hospital and on life support,
Yeah,
that
you
we
can
can
each
still make
have your
right of
own.
decisions.
attorney.
You can have right of attorney and or just a handwritten document by each
Yo,
one of you
real quick,
saying
why did they initiate marriage licenses in the United States anyway? Who knows?
it's just a tax thing. So
Wrong.
no, it's all about.
Wrong.
What
No, it
is
isn't.
it about then?
Okay, I'll tell you. After the emancipation of the blacks, they were afraid that blacks would start marrying white women. So they wanted marriage licenses so they could decide who gets married and who doesn't. Before that, just like you said, marriages were just done in churches or families. You could get married just by having a Bible and a witness. And that was held to be a marriage.
And
Yeah,
that's
my
how it
parents
still.
told me.
That's how it still should be.
Yeah, I was told that you used to just be able to write it down in a Bible, and then it was like a legitimate marriage if you both wrote it down and inside of a Bible and you kept the Bible. That just counted as being married.
Same as birth certificates. Birth birth certificates came into law in the 1913 or something like that. And used to, anytime a child was born into a family, it was written in their family Bible. It was recorded like that, like a witness, just like you said with the marriage. These these are all our chains of enslavement to the USA or wherever the hell you live.
Well, I was born in Freeborn County, and Freeborn means born not of a slave. So I don't care what you say. I'm not a slave.
Whatever. You're a slave, man.
Hey, the gentleman that said what was that called again? I'm sorry. I want to write that down about the whatever you need to be able to still make decisions for each other if you're not married.
Power of attorney or right of attorney or something like that.
Right of attorney.
Power of attorney.
Yeah, so like for me, like in my situation, my dad is like kind of older and disabled, so we're
You need
working on
it.
getting me to have the power of attorney over that, so like that way, I can make some sort of decision like that. So it can work in a lot of different ways, and there's a ton of ways around, like the whole marriage thing and like just being married to somebody and not getting the government involved. It's like
I
I'm a
was gonna say,
single
what if?
father and I don't live with his mother, and we haven't been together for years, and the government, they tried to put me on child support, and that was not like what we were trying to do. We didn't want any involvement with the government, so we had worked it out ourselves, but they still did it without her even knowledge of it. They started taking money out of my checks. And she had to go there and tell him, like, hey, what's the point of this? You know, like
Yeah, the state likes
we
to
have a
step
private
in.
agreement.
The state likes to step in anytime they feel a need to, because you know why? They scam a little bit off the top of everybody's child support.
What? No.
Oh yeah, they
scam a
tax that
lot.
shit, man.
No. You guys want to know? I'll tell you. So Title
Well, hold on
4D.
before you. Let me ask this real quick before we go off on a tangent about the power of attorney. If you were to do that, so do you have any idea what would happen then? Let's say the marriage is going south, and it's not working out. What that seems like kind of sketchy. If she has power of attorney over me, couldn't
What?
she?
Yeah,
You
that
can
could
revoke
totally.
it anytime you want.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can just okay. I
As
got you.
long as you're alive and coherent, you can revoke power of attorney anytime. I mean, of course, if you're dead, you can't revoke power of attorney, but as long as you have a coherent mind, you can revoke power of attorney.
Oh, you can revoke it in your will. So you can still do it after death, sort of.
If you have a will, yeah.
Yeah, you need one of those too. Not saying
Hey, my
she's gonna
friends,
kill you, but
I'm gonna have to say adieu. I love you guys. I had a really good conversation with y'all tonight. This was really fun.
Are you bowing out?
I'm bowing out. Had a long
Have a good
day.
night. Thanks for the information about trees and stuff. I
Yeah,
appreciate
please.
that.
Anytime you plant something, put some banana peels and some crushed eggshells. Those eggshells will make those
Oh,
roots grow super strong.
Well,
I
I'm
was
planting. I
listening to
got
that
an apple
conversation.
tree
I
and a
wanted to
cherry
ask him
tree. I'm going to
something
be
about
planting them
trees.
tomorrow.
Well,
Damn.
go get you some bananas
I
and
got all the stuff already.
Hold
throw
on,
you
before you go, don't go yet. Let me ask you something. Do you know about Dutch elm disease?
about what?
Dutch elm disease?
I do not.
Okay, never mind then.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I can't help you with that. I'll Google it and look it up, but you probably have already done that.
Is that spread by the emerald ash borer, or is that something different?
That
I
may
don't know
not
that
be
much.
some. That
I'm
may
sorry. Go
be
ahead.
that may not be something that is in my area of where I live. It might be like a regional thing.
Yeah, I think it's mainly up where I'm at, Minnesota, Wisconsin, this area, because we got a lot of elm trees. It's basically it's a disease that our elm trees get, and it completely can wipe all of them out.
Yeah,
I
isn't
know.
that
I know.
spread by a certain insect, or am I wrong?
I thought it was like a fungus, and I think it can be spread by insects, but basically, I was just
What's
going
it
to ask
called
her if
again?
she knew anything
Well,
about it. I
if
was
it's
going to ask.
something with the fungus, I would say you should mix up some 3% to 6% peroxide. Like put like maybe a cup in a gallon of water and pour that around them, because if it's a fungus, that the peroxide should take care of that.
Oh man, this stuff looks gnarly. I'm looking at pictures of it.
Well, what
Because
I was thinking is, where does something like that, like, was that created in nature? This is just it seems odd to me that, because I never remember hearing about it when I was a kid, but now it seems like where I live, all the trees are just infected with this disease, this fungus, this disease or whatever. And it just seems odd to me.
well, I don't want to use any specific
Oh,
terms.
it is spread by beetles. In
I
the
would
in
definitely try to use peroxide. Super cheap, super cheap. Try putting some peroxide out around all of your stuff, but dilute it and water it out.
I'm on like 40 plus acres, so that'd be a lot of damn peroxide.
Peroxide is like, for a big ball of peroxide, it's like 50 cents to $1. And that one thing of peroxide could probably treat.
So maybe the emerald, or no, sorry, maybe this Dutch elm disease is a way of like controlling the amount of elm trees there is. I don't know. Maybe it's just like a way, like, hey, there's too many elm trees. This fungus gets more of a foothold from eating off from them, and then it spreads more because there's so many. And then eventually the numbers go down and the fungus can't survive anymore, so it goes away. But I mean, that's just speculation. So
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is it like a natural organic process, or did this come from somewhere else?
it was first identified in the Netherlands in 1921, so it is more recent that they've known about it. But since then, it's been found in much of Europe and North America and in parts of Asia. So I mean, after it was identified, then they're like, oh, hey, that's over here too and over there. So it seems to be pretty common to be like in different areas in different parts of the world. So I mean,
wonder if it was spread over here from them Asian beetles.
this is spread from, it says, bark beetles, and it's spread through their fungus, or through their, spread the fungus through when feeding. And it can go through roots. I guess it can go through, like, if two trees are next to each other, it'll go through their roots.
And also, vinegar's super cheap. Vinegar could be something you could use as well to help treat it. Because it's an antifungal and bacterial.
I'm so curious to learn about this now.
I mean, I'm just troubleshooting here with you, man. I don't really know. I have used the peroxide stuff, and I've used the vinegar as well for doing different things, but those are the only two things I could put forth to you to use, possibly as a natural cure to help your trees do better. I don't even know. Because I dish out a bunch of stuff on my stuff. I've got the diatomaceous earth. I've got my Epsom salt, and I use a lot of stuff on my plants.
Oh yeah, no, actually, this Dutch elm disease it's actually pretty bad. It's fucking shit up. It's been fucking shit up. But that's just according to one website. I don't know how accurate these statistics are, but according to this, it's saying that there's like in Minneapolis alone, there's over 30,000 publicly owned diseased trees, and they're trying to remove them to control it, but they'd have to remove 83 trees a day. And it was spread to America back in 1931 when a furniture company in Cleveland, Ohio, unwittingly bought infected logs from France.
Well, I would just say
Who knows if that's true?
do not knock these natural cures. I'm telling you, because they do work in a lot of happenstances. You know, they really do. Sure, something might have brought something in that the plants don't like, but you can cure them with literally peroxide. You said it's a huge area. It doesn't take much. It doesn't take much at all. Peroxide and vinegar are super
Oh, you know what?
cures of a lot of stuff.
You know
'Cause you know,
what?
peroxide is H2O2. It means it's going to give more oxygen to the plant. It helps it thrive. And the
It would
vinegar,
just be, it'd be impossible for me to walk my entire uh, land and try to hit, get to all the trees. That would be.
I
Ooh, there's been a
understand.
while.
I gotcha. I gotcha. I don't know how else you gonna get a crop duster. What do you want to do? What else solution would you suggest?
Well, I don't think there is a solution. I was just wondering if I was curious what your thoughts on it were, and if it was natural or something that was, created possibly by man.
I think
And
I
I
think
have
just
no idea. I've never heard of it.
I looked into this a little bit, and it seems like elm trees are a harbor for beetles, and they just attract a lot of beetles that just carry a lot of other infections for other plant life and stuff. So, I mean, I would consider the majority of the elm trees dying off maybe a good thing if the beetles that are attracted to them are spreading other diseases to other trees too. So, it could be possibly helpful, but still, I mean, I'm not very good at researching, or I feel like I'm not. So this could, I don't know how reliable these sources are. Gardenery.com, gardening know-how. I don't know. But
Hey,
it does say this. I found on the University of Minnesota website. It says that Siberian elms are resistant. So if you want to help control it or save the elm trees, try to identify Siberian elms or something. So,
all right. That being
but
said,
all of them I'm gonna give up on. I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
stop talking about
bow
this. It's way off topic.
again now. I love you guys. Good night.
Good night.
Night, Shauna.
Anyway, sorry for getting everybody way off track.
Back to flat Earth. Tomorrow,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go out and put out some markers. At one halfway point across this lake, I'm gonna be doing an observation on. I'll put one marker there and one marker on the other side. Get the coordinates down and everything. Just make sure I have everything prepared. And I'm gonna try and attempt it on Sunday if I can get proper conditions. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It looks like I'll be able to do it Sunday with the weather and the temperature of the water. Everything looks good, but I've never done this before, so.
Okay, make sure you get enough data to satisfy all Globers on your first try.
That's what I
make
want.
sense?
That's what I want.
Wow. So you're going to have to film hours and hours of video. Take from two or three different elevations, observer height, 3 or 4 different lakes. Okay, and you're really going to need to lean into this one because unless this is the most impressive flat Earth observation these people have ever seen, they're not even going to look at it. They're going to say,
care.
"Oh,
I don't.
an observation."
It's not for. It's not.
I
for
know
the
it's for you,
Globers.
and you're gonna once again confirm that it's flat. It measures flat, and the globe math is done. It's off. It's completely, dude. What a small world it would be. So anyway, yeah, just record a ton of shit. Make a 5-6 hour video and make it the only video of your whole thing. They have to watch the whole process. And do it like Glober edition, and then do a private flat Earth edition.
I was thinking about titling the video, proving that the Earth is a ball, or proving that water curves or some shit, and then just going out there
Water
and being
curve test, yeah.
And being like, oh, wait, yeah, there it is, just fucking, because they always make these dumbass videos making fun of us, so we might as well,
well, yeah,
sit back a little bit.
I agree. But I don't know. Keep the. This is my opinion. Keep the video, adult, and don't fuck around. But make a video and make sure that everything is seen and the observation is clear because of all of this data. I wrote a bunch of shit down. I took a lot of pictures. I did a lot of video. I did all this, that, and the other thing. And then you'll present it, and the Globers once again will be like, "Whatever, you didn't do enough. You didn't even take this into consideration."
I got in a few weeks here, I'm going to Missouri, and there's a huge family reunion on my dad's side. So I want to bring it there and have like a little bit of a presentation, like maybe like kind of like a science fair type shit with my video and just like my everything I've gone through with it. And then I have another one in the fall with my mom's side of the family, you know. So it's like I'm just gonna show them like, hey, I proved it, you know. And there's already a few flat earthers in my family because of me. So, you know,
Hey, at
I'm
least
not.
there's one other than you.
Yeah, I mean,
At least
there's a
there's you.
few.
Shit.
There's a few actually.
Well, good.
So
That's great.
yeah, well, I'm loving it, and like I brought it up at Easter, and I said at the table while everybody's eating, I'm like, I'm gonna do an observation, a scientific observation, and like my brother-in-law's like, oh, what are you gonna do? You know, I'm like, I'm gonna prove that the Earth is flat once and for all myself, you know. And I'm just like,
Not with a
and
mere
then
observation, but yeah.
one of my aunts is like, oh, geez, haven't we gone over this already?
Wow, it sounds like your family's still pretty cool and chill about it. My family would like hate me for weeks if I brought it up
Dude,
at
my
the dinner table.
grandparents are like 80 years old, and they're starting to question it because my mom started believing it, and she started talking to them about it. So like they're
And
starting
what'd
to
they
question.
say?
They want to then they're coming to me asking me questions, and I'm like, hey. I'm like, you got to look into it yourself. I'm just here to tell you, you know. This is something you gotta look at the
you're
evidence.
there
You
to
can't
plant
just expect
seeds.
me to give you all the answers.
Right, you're a seed, and you plant other seeds and hope for the best. It's kind of how a fungus spreads, no?
Fungus is
Fungus
actually
breathes
really,
itself.
really interesting.
Yeah, it breathes itself into existence. Crazy.
Right. Well, I mean, well, no, not in a
You know what I
sense.
mean?
Yeah.
Spores are
In a
everywhere
sense.
in the air. They're just like it's
Right.
It's.
There's millions and
I don't know how
millions
to
of
say it.
spores in the air, and once two spores connect with each other and they have the compatible genetics, then they land. They have to land in the right conditions. Also, fungus really does amaze me. I've done a lot of research into like how they work, and you know, just everything with them. It's just like
Well, they're
crazy.
important.
And then watching or like going and hunting for mushrooms and just like seeing all the different kinds out there. It's just crazy.
Yeah, man, everything has fungus all over it, one kind or another.
Yeah, I mean, it's in you can swab the wall in your house and put it in a petri dish, and you'll have some nasty shit growing.
For sure. That's what makes it so cool that our bodies can handle, it can decipher most of it and be like, yeah, this is whatever. I'm not going to let this into my body.
Hell yeah.
Let's talk about that tree fungus, though, real quick, before I bring it back to flat Earth. The tree fungus, to me, is just another step in the horizontal ladder, because it's just the same shit over and over and over. Every fungus that ever exists has already existed and is just coming back around to exist here again during this time. Apparently, it's supposed to show up and do some shit to some trees and feed some beetles, and then who knows what else it's supposed to do down the line. But just because trees are dying doesn't mean global warming. Does that make sense? It doesn't mean humans made the fungus out of some fucking trash bin somewhere that invented a new fungus. Get the fuck out of here. No, humans have nothing to do with the trees dying because of a fungal infection. Changed my mind.
Oh yeah, and since we started talking, about spores and stuff, you just like brought that in my head. That fungus could have been gone, not even existent for like 1,000 years.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden comes back.
Finally connected and landed on an elm tree.
How big are fucking spores? Microscopic, bro.
Yeah, right. That's a good point. That's a really good point.
So anyway, that's my take on it. So, flat Earth. Why is it flat?
Flat Earth fungus. Flat Earth fungus.
or like this crew of people, we're flat Earth fun guys.
We're
Flat Earth fun guys.
We're just spreading, man.
Well, like I said, fungus. I mean, your flora in your gut is basically fungus. You got to have all that shit. Pretty crazy. That's all I wanted to say. I love you guys. I was getting heated earlier. Love you, Orion. That's all I got.
Oh man, I got kind of irritated earlier. I was like, hey, what, you know, and then, like they were trying to do some moderation. I'm like, oh shit, I like overreacted.
So have any of you guys carried out experiments?
I haven't personally, but I have observed the ocean, and water does seek its level, and the horizon is horizontal, which means flat. So, I mean, if as far as experiments go, I'm going to be doing an observation. I don't know if you call that an experiment, but I'll be recording with a Nikon P900, and I will be seeing around the supposed curve, or the alleged curve that is supposed to be there.
Where do you live? Where do you live, Conrad?
I live in Minnesota, and I just happen to live right next to a lake that's about 3 miles across, and we get plenty of days where it's clear, completely flat, you know, no wind, and yeah, I mean, I know it's not going to be a black swan observation, but with a Nikon 6 inches above the ground, or above the water level, it should definitely see around that alleged curve, like I said.
Yeah, it's Minnesota's beautiful. We should put you on an interstate down to Chicago, take you to Lake Michigan, and have you look across Lake Michigan and Chicago, like like so many people have done. But I know that's quite a trip for you from where
Well,
you live
I'm
to
going to
Chicago.
Missouri. I don't know if there's anywhere along the way I could do it. I know it's the kind of the wrong way, but I'm going to Missouri here in a few weeks. I think they might have a big lake somewhere along the way that's bigger than this one.
If I lived anywhere close to Lake Michigan, like I used to, I'd go up there, because back in 2000, when our kids were young and we were meeting friends, we met at Indiana Dunes, which is the most southern part of Lake Michigan. And we met there, and it was late July, early August, and I got there and on the beach, and I looked to my left, and I saw all of Chicago, and the Chicago skyline, and I didn't think anything of it because I was an indoctrinated Glober back then, and
right.
And traveling around, it's about 33 to 35 miles to the Chicago skyline, but as the crow flies, it's about 22 to 25 miles. But then you just get on Route 12 and go east and go up to Michigan City and look there, and then get on 94 and go up to Benton Harbor, Interstate 94, with Benton Harbor, which is 54 nautical miles across from Chicago, and at 54 miles, all of Chicago should be gone, because the Sears Tower, which is the Willis Tower, is 1,450 foot tall, and with the little antennas to stick up, it's about 1,700 foot tall. And so at 54 miles, that's over 1,800 foot of curve. So if you can see anything of Chicago from Benton Harbor, then obviously the Earth is not curved or bent, but you can see all of Chicago, and that would be an awesome picture to take with your camera. I mean,
Speaking back to that, when you said you didn't think anything of it because you're still indoctrinated. I've actually had the pleasure of witnessing 2 supposed spaceships go up into some sort of vacuum that doesn't make any sense. But anyway, I watched it the first time. My first question was, why isn't it going straight up? Why is it going out towards the sea? And I was told right there, well, it has to go at an angle so it can go through the atmosphere. There was such a good explanation that with all that indoctrination, it just made perfect sense to me. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay, I didn't question it. Then the second time I saw it happen again, and I was older, it was a few years later, and I was still pretty young though, maybe 10 or 11. And I watched it again, and I paid closer attention to it, and it really just looked like it went up and then curved and went right back down. It didn't look like it went out into space. It's just like, And I always had questioned that after that point. And then what do you know it? About 8 years later, maybe 9 years later, found out the Earth was flat. Made perfect sense then. Like, yeah, they're just bringing it out into the, possibly the Bermuda Triangle, or somewhere out at sea where they'll be recovered, and
And
Yeah.
who even knows that those spaceships are with the Apollo people in them? Who knows if they were even in there? I mean, it just might have done that
Oh yeah, no,
automatically.
I mean,
Yeah.
imagine the safety with that. They blow up all the time. They never put people in those things. Maybe sometimes, maybe once or
So-
twice. Or
What do you guys think? Like, I'm genuinely, I swear I'm not trolling. I'm very curious, actually. What do you think of, like, Antarctica? Do you obviously it sounds stupid for there to be an edge or something, right? Or I don't know. Does anyone have any ideas like what would happen if you went to Antarctica?
you get arrested. You can't go there by yourself. You got to go. If you go there, you
Yeah, I'm
can
talking
go
about
there
if.
by like.
Yeah, but there's no way they can monitor all of it.
To me, there's a some sort of barrier. That's just me. This is like at this point we can't say for sure
Yeah,
because
so
no one
you
can
you
go
believe
there.
in maybe like a dome, like a firmament dome over the
Yeah,
Earth, maybe.
Yeah, that's just my personal belief, but
'Cause,
we
like,
can say
genuinely-
that there is a barrier, and we're in a container because we have the gas pressure. So you can't have gas pressure without a containment. So there
Okay.
has to be some sort of barrier between us and whatever's on the other side.
I'd like to get an expedition and go there.
Oh man, I want to go see what's at the North Pole. Like, why is there a magnetic force pointing everything towards the middle? I feel like the Antarctic Treaty and all that is more of a distraction to get people like, oh hey, yeah, what is going on at Antarctica? Are there Nazis there? There's all sorts of conspiracy theories. But there's like when you talk about the North Pole, there's some stuff out there, yeah, of course. But to me, there has to be some sort of something there that's causing the compasses to point to the north. So I'm really interested in what's at the North Pole more, and the Northern Lights. Like, what's causing that to happen? To me, it's just very intriguing, and Antarctica, it just doesn't really interest me as much because it's like, I don't want to see what's at the edge. I want to see what's in the middle. Why is the compass pointing us there?
Well, I want to see what's at the edge because it would prove to me beyond a reasonable doubt that the Earth is flat.
Well, have you ever looked at the ocean? Have you ever been to the ocean?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you can. Have you ever watched a boat disappear from the bottom up? That's what they say, that it's going over the curve.
I never stared at a boat in the ocean.
Okay, so in school they tell you that that's how they found out that.
Yeah, I hear about refraction and all of that. I know there's the globules have their explanations,
For
right?
refraction to happen, you need two media. I'm not really good at explaining this, but basically, refraction is when you put a pencil in a cup of water, and you see the bend, the distortion there. That's
Yeah, I
because
know
you're
what
looking through two
refraction
media.
is.
That's because, when you're looking out at the horizon, where's the other media? Where's the other media?
From what I know, refraction is just light bending, and usually that's caused by it being slowed down by something, whether that be gas or something else.
Hey, I'm not really
now
good with this light bending argument. Is there anybody else in here that can like talk to this guy?
that's what refraction is. That is what refraction is. Like even I'm pretty sure even in flat
Yes,
Earth
but for
people say that's
refraction to
what
happen, you
refraction
need
is.
two media. You need two media for it to happen.
Okay, but that's irrelevant, right? Because rather,
How is that
even if I
irrelevant? How
look
is
out
that
into the
irrelevant? You're
ocean,
trying to claim
because even if I
refraction.
look out, no, because even if I look out into the ocean and I can see all the way across the world, right? There's two
You
interpretations for
realize
that.
that the
I
way
want
our vision
something
works,
that's
you cannot
beyond a
see all the
reasonable
way
doubt.
across the world.
Yes, I know that. I'm talking in like, say if I had a telescope or something, I know that.
Still, you cannot see across the world with a telescope. There's limits. There's like moisture in the air. You know, there's haze. Eventually, you get to a point where you cannot continue to see. We have used thermal imaging to see. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about then.
Yeah, my point being is that it's not like proof beyond a reasonable doubt for me that there's flat or not.
Okay, so
Demiurge?
what's your best proof that it's a ball?
Hello.
I'm not saying it's a ball. Yes,
Coming in
T-Wad?
too low, bro.
Yes, Demiurge. You said refraction is light going through something. Is that your understanding of refraction?
No, I said refraction is the bending of light. Typically, it's whenever it's slowed down, and that's from it going
Slowed
through
down
something such as gas or
going through something.
yes.
That's incorrect.
Yes.
You need an angle of incidence.
Is it?
You need an angle of incidence.
Okay, but T-Wad, no offense. But this is irrelevant to what I said.
But you're wrong. I was just correcting you. I'm just pulling you up there. You need an angle of incidence, and you also need a differential in either the same medium or two differing mediums, like was pointed out by Conrad.
Okay, that's great. But like I said, I want to go to Antarctica so I can get proof beyond a reasonable doubt if the Earth is flat or not. So
Other ways
me
to prove
looking
that
at
the
the
Earth is
horizon
flat.
is not. It's not
Making
sufficient for me.
look at the black swan. Go look at the black swan.
Okay. Check this out, Holmes. Your idea is that because refraction exists, I can't be sure what I'm looking at because light could be curving around the ball. So how could I possibly know it's a ball? Well, that's interesting. The problem is that it doesn't bear up to evidentiary scrutiny when tested. So the U.S. government chartered some universities to measure some lasers, different wavelengths, which should refract differently. If the curve model that they claim, the standard lapse rate that supposedly brings the observations up to your eye around the curve existed, then that means that because the differential refraction in the wavelengths of the lasers must exist in that media that's curving, the lasers, they refract differently, would arrive at the target 20 meters apart from each other. But they didn't. They all hit the target. That means that this refraction necessary to defeat observations that supersede the globe model, doesn't exist. Okay, so refraction isn't saving anybody from these observations. Now, the black swan is lightweight stuff. Okay, black swan just proves that the horizon is not a geometric location, so that's gone. Okay, now we've got 25-mile laser test. Six feet elevation height of the laser on one side, 6 feet target height on the other side of a 25-mile body of water. Hit the target. With all factors varied in, that's a differential between the globe model prediction of 2 orders of magnitude. That means it's falsified. Okay, you want bigger numbers? Okay. How about 250 miles mountains away from a 9,000-foot elevation height, well above any refraction of the water surface? A mountain 250 miles away, okay, supposed to be, based on curve math of the Earth, 1 mile below the curve of the Earth, the top of the mountain. Yet, you can see the entire mountain all the way to the base. including the town and the water line. There's supposed to be a 3 mile tall hump of water in between it. Where is it? It's not there. Okay. So we have a horizon that's not geometric. We have a laser test done by the military, chartered by the military, done by universities that show that refraction doesn't exist. And we have hundreds of miles of observation showing that there's no hump of water between point A and point B.
I'd like to read about the 25-mile test.
Sure. Post it for you right now. Hold on.
I think if people haven't seen the documentary Flatten the Curve that came out February 22nd of 2020, it's available both on YouTube and BitChute. Flatten the Curve, the documentary. It goes into quite a bit of length on radar. Radar is basically radio waves, and radar doesn't bend. Radar was created to go in a straight line or line of sight, and that documentary, which is 90 minutes long, deals with radar quite a bit.
I'll definitely look at that too. I appreciate it.
The end of the documentary, it has a 5-minute song that gives the credits, who made who was participated in making the documentary, but it's a nice song, and it also tells a story about the first 2 people that actually went up into a helium gondola, and reached for the stars, and what their conclusion was when they came back down to what the shape of the Earth was.
Yeah, we also got a website with hundreds. We got a website with hundreds of observations that supersede the globe model.
What's the website?
I'll post that too. Oh, hold on, I didn't put a space. 1 second.
Another thing that you guys might want to add to the whole conversation is you talked about all these observations. You've got, this web page full of them here and full of them there, and this and that, and this is all fine and dandy. But where are the ones that the globers say show curvature, that show the opposite, that benefit or that support the globe model? Where are those observations? Where there should be at least some, right?
It's called their imagination.
Right. So in other words,
there's not a single graphic. Well, sorry, there's plenty of graphics, but there's not a single photograph that they can show that shows that the horizon is geometric, which is one of the core claims that they have. Right. There's not a single photograph that they can show that excludes the fact that we see beyond this alleged non-geometric horizon that doesn't exist in the first place.
Right. So, and I think that's just a huge point that should be made, is that, we have all these observations to show and measurements and everything, but there's one key factor here. There are none that support the globe model, not that I've seen. And so that, if that doesn't spark your attention to say, hey, wait a minute, there's something wrong here with this globe model.
I don't want to be strawmanned. I already said I don't.
No, I'm just
believe in either
point. That's all, sir.
Model.
Yeah, I'm just making a point, sir.
Yeah,
that's all. I just wanted that.
That's a good point.
That thrown out there, to say that the globers and people doing these tests, they'd never come up with the observations that support the globe model, and that's the only thing I was just trying to make. That point.
Have you ever been up in a plane?
Sure, many times.
No, not you, not you. Did you notice that the horizon was still at your eye level when you looked at it?
If I'm going to be honest with you, I don't remember.
Oh, you don't remember? Okay, well, when you're up in a plane, it's still at your eye level. And I just wanted to ask you, for the next time you go and fly, when you realize that, ask yourself how high you think you would need to be up to see that curvature. And once you realize that you should already be able to see it at that height, then maybe you can start to more easily understand where we're coming from.
And when you do that, just make sure that you know that the type of glass is actually plastic in the windows of the plane, and because of the air
and
pressures,
it's shaped.
you have all the air pressures that the plane has to go through when it goes up and down so many times. The windows, which are plastic, have to be a little bit curved.
Yeah, no, I noticed that a while ago, but I knew that was the window, so. Okay, well, these observations are very interesting.
Yeah, I've been in planes that, like,
it's good evidence for me, but I just feel like Antarctica is not out of reach. I know you guys say like you'll get arrested and stuff, and like I believe it. I believe it's off limits, but like that's so much land area. I feel like you could definitely get there.
We just don't want to see you get into be put in a prison in South America or Australia somewhere. See, we're looking out for you.
Then get disappeared. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll disappear forever.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
if I have access
that
to
sounds risky. Go for it though.
There has to be a way to do it.
Succeed.
If I could get satellite internet, spoof my location, and then just do it, like record it or something. I think that would be huge. So
what would you
I would like to do this.
Start a GoFundMe.
Yeah, what would you expect you seen when you got there? I'm just curious. What would you be looking for? You think would be the case? I know what I'd be looking for, and I know what I think I'd see, but I'm just curious what you might be thinking in your mind.
Yeah, like, well, I don't really know, right? I'd have to make, like, of course, the first thing I'd probably see is, like, ice, right? There's so much planning that have to go into this, but I'd have to have a way. I'm not a navigator or anything like that. I'm not an explorer, although I would hope to do this someday and basically be that, right? I'd have to find a way to make sure that I'm not just walking around the circle, right? Like I want to get to the edge.
Compasses don't seem to work too well there. That's a really good point. Once you're up on the land, how do you know which direction you're going? Because
exactly. So I need to.
That's a very good point.
I need to figure that out.
Yeah, once you get out on the ice.
Yeah, well, I mean,
why do you think you need to figure that out, partner?
What?
Anything about Antarctica?
Like the direction? Because that would be irrefutable proof.
No, it wouldn't.
There is no. It wouldn't. If there was like.
Well, what are you trying to prove?
To the edge of the Earth.
What are you trying to prove by getting to the edge?
I'm trying to see.
You said
if
it would
there
be
is an
irrefutable
edge.
proof of what?
Well, I guess of an edge.
And then what would you do with that information?
I would take that information and spread it.
So you're going to get to somewhere that may or may not exist. You're going to get to a spot that you don't know what the fuck this is really. Might be a wall, might be a barrier of some kind, or it might be nothing, but you might fall off to the edge of something. Listen, you're going to come back and tell people wild stories. Okay? They're not going to believe you. You'll bring pictures, and not only that, no one's going to let you get anywhere near that shit, bro. What does it prove?
Wait, hold on. There wouldn't be any maybe. There wouldn't be any maybe you could fall off the edge of anything, because we know that's not true.
Well, technically, you've never been to what the edge is or isn't, so you don't really know that. You're assuming because we're contained.
Well, I mean that in the ultimate sense. So I'm not saying that there is no such thing as a cliff. Obviously, if you go to the Grand Canyon, you'll find a cliff.
I'm saying he's talking about the edge of the Earth, man, or the.
I know. That's exactly what I'm talking about too. So what I'm saying is, like, there is no edge to fall off of into the vacuum of space.
I don't know. Have you been there, man? I don't know. We know it's not a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, but still, you've never been to the spot we're talking about. Do you understand how that works?
Yeah. No, listen, Glatt. So we know that there would be containment. So what I'm saying is, since there's no vacuum of space, there's nothing to fall off.
You could fall into a different part of whatever the fuck we're contained in, bro. I'm saying no one knows because no one's either allowed to know or no one's been or both. I doubt no one's been, but I'm pretty sure we don't know, and that's for good reason. We're not going to.
I'm just going to simply say that, that there would be a physical barrier out there, yes, but for their, what I'm saying is, I'm just saying to this guy, there's no like claim that we're a disc in this vacuum of space. That's
we can't leave.
That's just a propaganda. It's just a propaganda idea, a misrepresentation, a straw man argument put into digital effects. That's thrown out there.
We can't leave the pressurized containment as far as we know. But yeah, what I was saying about like, say we're a fucking huge island and the ice is even like a big ring, but it ends, after a while, and it's still a circle, and that then there's more ocean and more shit before we get to a quote unquote edge of the Earth.
So
who knows?
So I don't know. Like, obviously, I don't know.
Let me see.
I don't know what would be out there.
Hold on, brother. Did you actually say that you think you're gonna like take on some of this challenge, or really explore to think you can get to that part of the Earth?
I'd like to try. Yeah.
I wouldn't waste your time, partner. Wouldn't waste your time on that. You know why? Not because it's dangerous or impossible, because it's both of those things. It has nothing to do with the flat Earth. The Earth measures flat. And until you go and measure it yourself against the globe math, right? Measure for curvature, and you'll find there won't be any. Then come back and talk to us. You don't even need to.
And beyond that,
no. I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's healthy to discourage people going there to see something that
now I can hear
people have seen before and documenting it.
Yeah, I can hear.
I'm not smiling. I'm very serious right now. You're just telling me not to do it because I don't need to. That's not the spirit.
Actually, man to man, I don't want you to die
because no one has documented it.
Yeah, glad.
I'm willing to take that risk.
It's just political will. So,
I doubt it.
So I'm just saying, I actually agree with this guy. We should actually encourage people to explore places. But let's not be in denial here, guys. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? All right.
Yes,
so let's just not be in denial.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, let's not be in denial about the fact that we cannot freely travel over the surface of this flat Earth anywhere that we want to go. So a lot of these places we're talking about places where we're not allowed to go there. So the idea of talking about going there is kind of within itself kind of
silly. He thinks
he's
allowed to go there. Orion, he thinks he's allowed to go there.
I don't. I never said that.
Why the fuck would you try if you're not allowed?
Why the fuck would I listen to some arbitrary fucking rule?
People have already tried. People have already tried.
And there you go. I know you're not serious. The kid's taking a piss, guys.
I'm not a kid, okay? Just because you're fucking scared doesn't mean I am.
Here, let's take this back to whatever original question or thought or claim that might have started this. Like, does anyone have any particular question?
He wants to go to Antarctica to prove there's an edge. People have already tried.
And what would that prove about flat Earth? Nothing.
Yeah, and let's be very careful. We need to be hyper-specific with our terminology here. We don't say,
he's fucking
an edge is something you can
literally,
fall
everyone
off
here is telling me not to do it whenever this is literally something that a flat earther should do.
It's almost as you haven't shown up.
It's not a question of should or shouldn't.
The chat.
It's really quite irrelevant, though. Like, ultimately speaking, at least at the moment, and in regards to the actual surface of the Earth and what it really is, it is totally irrelevant. Although keep in mind, I'm not going to tell you that you shouldn't explore places.
The nature of the edge of the Earth, is irrelevant.
In regards to the surface of the Earth and what it is, yes, it is. I'm not saying it's irrelevant. Period. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying it's irrelevant. Period. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in regards to the surface of the Earth, yes, it is irrelevant.
Sure, I can agree with that. Yeah. But I think it's something fascinating, something that needs to be documented, needs to be exposed, and that I would like to personally experience and find out about. And I don't see why everyone's trying to discourage me.
Military force.
Well, here, let me explain one more thing a little further. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Conrad. But if this is something you truly care about, if this is something that is truly in your heart that you want to do, then I need to point out to you, you got a lot of work ahead of you. And when I say you got a lot of work ahead of you, I don't mean marching through the snow. What I mean is you need to get politically active and get people to understand that the Earth is flat and stationary, openly acknowledge that, and form a coalition to have the United States, our country, you and I, us Americans, withdraw from the Antarctic Treaty. So that's a very big thing to do, but that's the only way you're going to get done what you want to do. Just so you know.
No, I believe that is the worst way to go about it, because then I would be explicitly on their radar. It's too big of a power grab. I think I'd be much more likely to succeed by trying to slip in through the cracks. I don't think they have the resources to constantly monitor the entire edge of the Earth.
Oh, all I can say to that is
I think
good luck,
people
buddy.
could slip through the cracks.
Never heard of the United States
Navy? Yeah, I know.
Well,
yeah.
The Navy has a large fleet, and they're always sailing the ocean.
Yeah, I would say.
And on top of that, I need to point out another thing to you. So let's pretend for a second you managed to slip through the cracks and get, even just on the shoreline of some shoreline beyond the 60th parallel south. Like, with what equipment and supplies do you think you're going to make the extra odd number of miles out there to whatever end of the Earth there is out there? Like, I mean, seriously, do you really think you're going to get there? Do you think you're going to really accomplish anything?
There's a lot of planning that needs to be done, yes.
But my point is, though, is that the planning that you would need to be done can't be done because a group of people, a group of individuals with that kind of equipment moving that direction, you can't fly under any radar. There's no radar you wouldn't show up on. So what I'm saying is your plan is dead before it's even started, unfortunately.
But heck, kudos to you if you want to try and you get somewhere. Like,
I'm gonna try it. So.
Well, I think the one thing that probably should be the first thing that anybody that tries this should probably do is do some groundwork and get the Antarctic Treaty, read it so you understand it perfectly. To see, because there might be some stuff in that treaty that clarifies whether or not you actually will be allowed to step on your feet on that continent. I think if you really studied the treaty, you might learn some things that you might just go, oh, maybe that's not such a good idea. Or, oh, maybe, yeah. I think you should study the treaty. I think it's there to be done. I've seen very little of it, so I don't have any input there. But what little bit I did see of it, it was like pretty strict.
I think 150 miles or 200 miles from the wall to wherever you're going to get at, 10 degrees Fahrenheit to 10 degrees, below zero, with skis only, dragging everything that you can because you're not going to be taking any dogs or snowmobiles with you. And then when you actually get to the edge and you answer your questions, then you got to turn around and come back 150, 200 miles with your skis and, in 10 degrees or 10 degrees below zero. So I'm not an Eskimo, and I kind of like a little bit warmer weather than having to go 300-400 miles there and back in that kind of weather, having to tow my own stuff behind me on skis only.
Yeah, I've heard them talk of weather temperatures at 150 degrees below zero and wind at over 100 miles an hour. You go further out into that region, so
yeah,
it's a little more hostile than maybe what you're thinking there. Is all.
The lowest temperature ever recorded on our good Earth is 130 degrees below zero in Antarctica, and in the Arctic area, it's 90 degrees below zero. Because
okay, 130.
Yeah, Arctic is only like 300 feet above sea level, where the Antarctica is like 7,000 feet above sea level. So you're breathing lighter air too the whole time. So yeah, 150 degrees or 130 degrees below zero doesn't really matter, does it?
Not a whole lot. I wouldn't think.
You're going to be dead either way.
Pretty hostile, I would.
So you think it's impossible? No one should try it.
Pretty hazardous. That's all I can say.
I just like warmer weather. I just like warmer weather myself. So
with no intervention at all from the authorities, I still think it's damn near impossible, if not totally impossible, because of the hostile environment. There's no food, there's no water. I mean, there's no resources of any kind. Pretty soon you can only carry so many resources with you. You can only move so fast in those temperatures. Once you're in them temperatures for a week or two at a time, you might just get. You just might turn to a piece of ice, dude. I'm telling you, because I don't think.
What if
get those temperatures for that long?
So I have here's some other ideas. So like I need to plan this obviously. What if there's a easier way to do it than me physically walking all the way? What if I have some sort of drone or something?
I guess you got a drone that can fly,
or some sort of, some sort of vehicle that I could assemble when I get there.
I don't know.
How do you know the vehicle will continue that far into the snow? How do you know that the vehicle will be able to traverse that kind of weather? I mean, I'm just saying, like, how do you know it won't just go to be so cold that all of your equipment fails and there is no equipment that functions past a certain point, and you still haven't found the end, but it's just getting colder and colder to the point where you can't continue any further?
That's just
if that happened, then there'd be a failure. How does anyone know temperature thresholds for mechanical things, right?
Well, the point I'm trying to make in this scenario, this hypothetical scenario I'm trying to make, is that you wouldn't ever find any end to the Earth. If your equipment fails up to a certain point and you don't have any more advanced technology to push yourself further, then the end is something you wouldn't find, period.
Yeah, well then either in that situation I die or I go back and I try again.
What you would find would be the end of
when he was just arrested. 4 crew members arrested in waters near the border of Chile and Argentina. They didn't even get off the border. They knew where they were going. They knew they were planning. They already, just because you're talking about it in here, they probably already know you're planning it. If you've been thinking about it or researching it, they know what your thoughts are. They got your research history. They're gonna catch you before you even get close.
Of course they do.
You're never gonna get there. You're never gonna get there.
No, if and when I embark on this, I'm not gonna announce it like right here and then be like, okay, I'm gonna bring my cell phone, have me tracked, etc. Like,
can you tell me what you're beyond this fake expedition you're planning? What else are you here?
What? Why are you guys being so hostile? I don't understand this.
I'm not being hostile.
So for one, the expedition is not. Yeah, the expedition is not hostile.
So we can go back to
this is the Flat Earth Discord server. It's not all about debating. It's not all just about debating your very specific topics. I'm allowed to talk about the edge of the Earth. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Time out for a second. Time out quickly. Time out. Hold on. Quiet. So, Demiurge, Conrad was just simply saying what he just said because the line of questioning that you're going down and the line of hypothetical speaking that you're going down is something that mostly only really stupid, annoying troll globers do. You don't sound like a stupid, annoying troll glober. That's the only reason why we're letting you talk this far down this subject. I mean, you sound cool, man. You sound cool, so keep talking. But I'm just saying, like, just so you know, it's a BS subject to go down.
Talked about. It's really not, though. I've been here more than once, and I've talked about other subjects. For some reason, you guys are just super hostile about this, and I don't know why.
Well, because it kind of doesn't do any good, is the thing.
Like I said, you're never gonna get there, so it's pointless to even talk about it. Like, yeah, we can
that's cool. It's your
speculate on
opinion.
what's
I don't
there,
care.
but you're never gonna get there.
Yeah, cool opinion.
Pretty simple.
I mean, it's just pointless to talk about it until we can have like more knowledge about it, more freedom about it.
Like, do you have some sort of resources
It's none of your
to get a
business.
boat that's even capable of that?
I mean, here, let me make a little analogy here for you. Demigurg, listen to this for a second. Like, what you're speaking of is very similar to discussing what's inside of secret military bases. What's behind the fence of this secret military base? Well, guess what? We're not allowed to go in there. We're not allowed to find out. So talking about what's in there is kind of pointless, you know. Like we might as well talk about fucking Hogwarts.
This is completely different.
Hypothetically, if you ever get there, you're gonna be arrested. You'll be in prison.
My God, that's your opinion.
It might warn you of that. Is all I'm saying a minute ago. Read it. It might say.
Yeah, I acknowledge the warnings. We can change the subject, but like, I don't appreciate the hostility. Like, I don't understand why you guys are being hostile. Yeah, this.
Why did you just say that's
the tree.
his opinion that you'd be arrested? I don't understand where you're getting this from.
His opinion on the outcome. His opinion on the outcome of my expedition. He's telling me I'm definitely gonna fail. Definitely gonna get arrested. And that. Oh yeah, and he also said that I'm definitely like faking and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
I understand that. Look, dude, I understand that, but I don't get where you're coming from. Where you don't realize that is reality.
That's the outcome. That's what happens.
Do you know
to
what
people.
a risk is?
More than one person
there's a chance
is trying
of success
to.
and there's a chance of failure.
Are you
so
more?
if you if you would rob a bank, do you think you'd get arrested, Demigurg? If you, or how do you ever say that? If you robbed a bank, do you think it would be a greater? Do you think it would be above? Do you think it would be more likely or less likely that you would get arrested, especially if you didn't run? So you just robbed the bank and then hung out in front of the bank. Would you be arrested?
Oh, well, then you definitely get arrested. Yeah.
Yeah. So what we're saying to you is much like how it's possible to rob a bank and not get caught. Sure, it's possible. More than likely, you're going to get caught and arrested and thrown in prison. And if you do what you're describing, more than likely, you're going to get caught, arrested, and thrown in prison.
So
and you know
yeah,
what?
I agree, and I acknowledge
you.
that. But my digression from the bank example, right, is that a bank is a very small area. It's very easy to patrol, to monitor. There's so many individuals that have interest of that. When you're talking about the Antarctica, right? Yeah, you have governments, but Antarctica spans around the entire Earth. It's hundreds, thousands of miles. Okay, and then secondly, obviously not that many people, even in the government, would have access to Antarctica and the nature of that information and such. So I feel like it's much different than robbing a bank. But even if it was robbing a bank, right, an intricate heist could still be and have been successful. And that's what I was mentioning earlier. Now we don't have to keep talking about this. That's fine. Like, but I just don't appreciate like people telling me I'm trolling and shit. Like, I'm not. I had good conversations in here like the past few days. I've spoke to Indio, and some other people. Like, I'm not trolling. Yeah, I know what radar is.
I think a better idea would be to do something publicly. Honestly, like get public endorsement, get sponsorship.
Make it
make it really well known, and just so that everyone can see that it's just going to get shut down.
That's a good point. That would probably bring a lot of attention to it. People would be like, "Look, this guy tried to do it. If there's nothing to be scared of, why are they preventing him?" So on. Yeah, you're right.
Well, here's
but people have already done that, though. That's my point. Is people have already tried, and nobody really even batted an eye. They got arrested, whatever. It's like
yeah, but like,
here's one thing for
how
sure.
many people tried to sail the ocean and failed?
Right. Well, here's one thing for sure, Conrad. I did talk to you yesterday, and I've heard some of your conversations. And from when you first come in till now, for you to be this interested and thinking that you want to try and do this kind of expedition or whatnot, shows me that you are seriously considering the fact that this Earth and this plane that we live on is flat. I think it's a serious consideration of yours, and I think you've come a long way. So that's just my roundabout opinion.
Whoa, wait! Hey, I'm not the one talking about going to the
You're
to
not?
the North Pole.
Oh, who was it?
No.
I'm sorry.
It's me, Demiurge.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry then. I got mixed up a little bit there.
Yeah, and I am I am.
Were you a Glober
Am
or
I
a flat?
sober?
He's skeptic.
He's skeptic.
I'm a skeptic. Yeah.
Well, at least you've shown some interest. I mean, to put that much thought, that much possible effort into going to Antarctica. Someone that wouldn't even consider it being flat would not consider doing what he's doing. So, my hat's off to him, at least a little bit.
I mean, my point with it is you'd have to, like you said, it'd have to be a super planned out thing. And, like, do you have the resources to do that? Like, we're talking millions of dollars here. It's going to be expensive to do it the right way.
I believe if there's a will, there's a way. If that's what it takes, then that's what it takes. It is something I want to do.
That's the point I was trying to make to you. If there's a will, there's a way. But what I'm trying to make in regards to that is that we got to wake up a lot of other people to the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary. Overturn these BS treaties. Then there's enough will for there to be a way.
There is an aspect. Yeah, there is a social and political aspect to this that could be undertaken. You're right.
Well, there's
you
stuff
could spread
out
awareness,
there.
make a movement.
There's petitions and stuff out there to open up the Antarctic, but it's never going to get anywhere because, like you said, it's political. There's so many superpowers involved in this, so it's not going to go anywhere.
And that's why I was taking the discreet approach.
Well, I mean, the Antarctic Treaty, it's up for review in 2030 or 2040. I'm not sure the exact date, but it's going to be up for review. I'm sure that things will change in that area. It'll be different by that point. So, maybe they will open it up. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen by that point in time?
I need to study airplanes and such. Do you think they just shoot me down? I know a conventional aircraft it'd probably be too cold for a conventional aircraft to even go there. Do you think they would just straight up just fly up into the air and shoot me down if I went there?
Yep.
No questions. They would maybe get a hold of you through the radio and tell you to divert or whatever, go this way, that way. But if you don't turn, you're going down. You're dealing with the military, dude. It's
I think the treaty even states that much. If you don't, you've been warned. There've been people that have been warned to turn around, and if they don't, they're going to be shot down. I mean, there's been people that have experienced that. So, yeah.
There's audio recordings of it.
It's like solving a puzzle. There just has to be a way to do it.
Maybe, but not a.
Well, I mean, like I say, there has to be a way to get to the North Pole. I mean, I question that.
North Pole seems more difficult to me.
I want to do the same thing you're talking about, but with the North Pole. But realistically, I don't think that's ever going to happen. But I mean, maybe at some point in my life,
I think it could happen if you dedicated a large part of your life to it. I think it could happen.
I guess I'm not that dedicated to seeing it because I know one day I'll know everything. So that won't be here though.
What does that mean?
I'm just
think when you die you'll know everything.
I'm just speaking and just like my personal beliefs. So it has nothing to do with this conversation. But I feel like the same thing would happen if I were to try to go to the North Pole. I would be stopped by military because the most northern populated areas are military bases and military research facilities, whatever. That's the most northern places. So what's going to happen if you try to go there? Well, you're going to encounter that's your highest chance of who you're going to encounter. So I don't even think they even let you get close to that. That's just me. I don't know if there's even like a Antarctic or a North Pole type treaty, or I don't know if that's a thing, but yeah, man, dedicate your life to it. Go, and keep in contact. Obviously, you're gonna have to go under the radar at some point, though, because, like you said, you're gonna have to try and sneak through. So, you're gonna have to get a plan and kind of go ghost, scrub your identity, something like that. Because they're gonna find out your plan at some point and start tracking you.
So, what to these laser tests and such? What do the I don't know what they're called, globies. What are their responses to these? When it's pointed out that how the laser is not is bending not enough or too much. Yeah, not enough. What is their response? How do they try to counter that? They try to say that the experiment was set up improperly, that they can't verify it, or
Well, just so you know, it's not an experiment. Talking about laser tests, right?
All right, observation. What's their response?
Yeah, it's they pretty much just say the word refraction, and then just claim in a odd assortment of words here, odd assortment of words there, that the air is functioning like a fiber optic cable. And I don't know what to say about it. It's quite remarkable. I don't.
You're right.
I don't remember being able to look over a hill or any other kind of curved surface, with this method. I don't know of any demonstration of it. I don't know of any citation of it. But they just say it. Why QE keeps saying, bagak, refraction, it's like they just keep repeating it. Or I guess I guess I was thinking that's a chicken, but I was thinking more like a parrot. You just kind of parrot it.
Yeah, and you have to assume a perfect lapse rate between you and the target. It's ridiculous. That to think that it just happened to be so on that day perfectly. The lapse rate was perfect to your horizontal on that axis, and not in any other way. And they use it for all the observations and the black swan, and it's just their go-to. But if you look into it, it's not a legitimate argument. And plus, the type of refraction that they're invoking is terrestrial refraction, which relies on the 7/6 R formula, which uses the radius, which debunks. And
I actually love using their. I actually love using their 7/6R because like that's their most extreme form of refraction, right? And in most of the cases for flat Earth, even if you use that refraction, it's still not enough. So like I'll sync to their level and be like, all right, let's use Mick West's curve calculator and see what we get. And it's like, nope,
right.
It's not enough.
Exactly.
So, it's the documentary recommended to me earlier. Is it called Behind the Curve? Or what was it called? You guys recommended a documentary to me.
Leveling the Curve.
Leveling the Curve.
Yeah, it's on BitChute, and he said something else. I think it was maybe YouTube. Might not have been YouTube, but BitChute for sure. He said it was on.
Yeah, Behind the Curve is like a mockumentary in some way.
Or it might have been
I think I
flattening.
saw it. And it was terrible. Yeah. I want to watch this documentary that was recommended to me. I'm just looking for it now.
Well, there's really two good ones. Like if you're new to the discussion, there's two that are like pretty good for someone that's new to this discussion, which is Level and Level 2022. It just came out like a couple days ago. If you want the links for that, I can send them to you directly. It's not jam-packed with information where like it's for a beginner. Like if you're new to this idea, you can watch it and like
I want the most in-depth.
Well, if you want the most in depth, I think you just have to go through our Flat Earth. We have a channel. I think it's called Flat Earth something for beginners. We have like probably like a good 20 videos in there that are like they're all in depth to some point. So you'd have to probably watch them all to get like a full in depth of Flat Earth. But they're not like there's not one in video that's like to me that encompasses everything. They're kind of like scattered. But yeah, I could send them to you.
You want really in-depth stuff about like how stuff works, and just like be like beyond flat Earth, just like how it works, in just certain ways. Austin Whitsitt has some really good stuff on it. Whitsitt Gets It, that's his channel name. He talks about like electrostatics and just like he's got some really good flat Earth content, in my opinion.
Oh, what's it called?
It's like I look at it as more advanced. I don't know. He gets very like he uses a lot of big words.
What's his channel called?
Whitsitt Gets It. Here.
I can't find it.
Yeah, here I'll send the link in there.
Yeah, we have to post it because anything that's like flat Earth related is heavily censored with algorithms. Like if you type like if you're done,
exactly. When I was looking for
yeah, I'm sure
you guys
know.
said flatten the curve or something like that, and I searched for that, and it was all this COVID shit popped up. So
yeah, it's very heavily censored, bro. Like if you type flat Earth right now just on YouTube, you will literally get debunked videos of flat Earth. Like that's what the algorithm does. Like it does everything opposite of like what the actual flat Earth movement is trying to push. Like we're heavily censored. This is why this topic's really like, and that's why everyone has like a straw man idea of what like the flat Earth is, or what most flat earthers believe what the flat Earth is, because when people look up flat Earth, they go through all these like debunked, videos of flat Earth, or just like the Flat Earth Society videos, which we're not. Flat Earth Societies, most of us would agree that it's like a controlled opposition group that is like literally set in place to just kind of discourage people from actually looking into the real flat Earth, because they give the most ridiculous ideas of what they think the flat Earth is, and none of us even believe that. Like the only thing we can agree with the Flat Earth Society probably is that the Earth is leveled. That's it. But they have all these other ridiculous ideas, like the Earth is accelerating. It's like a disk in space, and it's floating up, accelerating up at 9.8 meters per second squared, and that's how we have gravity. And it's just all this nonsensical stuff, You really have to find a place like this just to get to know what flat earthers even think, because based on the algorithms from Google, YouTube, you get all this debunked stuff.
The Flat Earth Society started in 1971 just as a CEO group to counter any original good stuff. And my favorite is the 8 round planets with the sun, with the Earth being flat, and that's my favorite one.
Yeah, I just posted a channel in the chat. He's got a lot of stuff, like a lot of it's just a lot of different information, but there's a lot of good flat Earth information in there too. You just have to kind of sift through it. He did do a lot of like activism, where he was like, a lot of his more recent videos are him out on the streets with like a microphone and stuff, and like just telling people that space is fake and that the Earth is flat, and just giving them reason. He's just debating with people on the street and just basically activism, just trying to get the word out and stuff. But if you go like further back, he's got some like full streams where he's just talking just flat Earth. So he's got good stuff. I think he explains it really good, but that's just me.
If you go to the live stream voice text where he just posted Witsit, I'm going to post you a different channel. This is the guy you want to go to for science. His name's Quantum Eraser. He's very, very good with, what science is, defining what science is, sticking to the scientific method. And I just posted you his playlist that is science education. So there's a good video in there you'll probably come across. It's pretty long, but it's called Science versus Pseudoscience. That to me was mind-blowing, because I'm not gonna lie, before I heard what this guy was talking about, and I didn't take his words on faith. I actually went and researched what what a bunch of these colleges were claiming sciences and stuff like that. Like I fact-checked them, and what I love about this guy is that he sources all his material. So every time he makes a claim or says something, he backs it up to like some type of college or some university, And yeah, man, this guy is when it comes to science stuff, man, this is the guy you want to be listening to, at least in Flat Earth.
Thank you. This is great. I'm gonna go now and actually watch some videos and do some research. So I appreciate it.
Yeah,
man, sounds good, man.
Apologies if I sounded hostile towards you earlier, man. I'm just the thought of that to me, it doesn't seem realistic. So I apologize. You seem sincere.
It's all right.
So.
I'm not a shill or a troll or anything. I promise. I'm laughing now, but I promise I'm not. All right. Well, farewell, and thank you for the resources. I will be back.
Some of that hostility too is just because we get tired of hypotheticals a lot of times. That gets frustrating to us when people want to constantly do what ifs and hypotheticals. But no, you hung in there, man. Appreciate you coming in.
Yep. Farewell.
Just come back. How's that?
Well, if he's has that inquisitive mind like most of us did, that kind of brought us here, he'll be back.
Right.
Literally, that's all it takes, man, is someone that's like inquisitive about this information. You can't force it to people. Like it's just like I have a brother, right? And my brother, I've been trying to get him to watch like certain seasons of episodes of stuff that I like. And it doesn't matter if we're close and we're brothers. I can't get him to watch certain seasons of some type of like show I like to watch. I have to like I have to literally sit with him and watch the episode and try to see if he gets into it, because he doesn't even have the patience to try to see where it gets good, or So what I'm trying, it's the same with these people. Like they have to actually want to watch it and be inquisitive about it. Like, because that's how we all woke up, I think, right? We all got this information and we were like thirsty for it. We're like, damn, like this is interesting shit, even though I don't believe it. Like at the time, for me, I didn't believe Flat Earth right out the bat. I was like, damn, but this is really interesting stuff, because I'm learning things that I've never even heard about. Like I remember the first time I heard of buoyancy and density. I fucking didn't even know what that was before Flat Earth. I really didn't. Like I don't remember learning that in school, like buoyancy and density, you know. And I just thought that was interesting, and I looked into it. And then after I learned about buoyancy and density, I was like, where it originated from. It led me back to Archimedes' principle, and it's like, dude, I was just like drowning in this information, and I was just hungry for it, you know.
Yeah, I remember like watching some documentary way back when I was younger, and it made me question a lot of things because it was talking about how air acts as a fluid when you look at like how it circulates and stuff. And when you think about it, you know, like, yeah, that's why balloons float up, and you know, hot air rises, cold air sinks, and you know, same thing with like there's just a lot of different things out there, and like we're heavy. That's why we sink. We can float on water. Some of us. I mean, some people can't, but some people can. You know, it's just like why? How does that work? You know,
Oh man,
how's gravity not
everybody
Swimming
can
would
float on
be
water.
so hard, man. Swimming would be insanely hard.
Yeah, everyone can float on water. I'll tell you the trick. Just take a deep breath and hold that air in, and then you're buoyant. Like that's the trick to float, you know? It's just like if you add air to your stomach or your chest, then you become more buoyant, you know?
Oh, right. Yeah, no, that I never thought about that because I've always had a hard time like floating. Like I've tried like taking a deep breath. I've tried taking like a deep breath and that doesn't work. But I
Yeah,
can
it works for
swallow
me. I'll
air.
tell you why.
You know, like I could
This is
swallow a
when
bunch of air.
buoyancy and density made sense to me because I've been doing that trick where like I've noticed this. I'm like, okay, why can't I float when I have no air in? And this is when I was little. Cause I used to swim a lot. I remember I would like take a deep breath and hold that air, and then I took the deep breath in. So my lungs are compact with air. Like I made myself more buoyant, and I would float. And as soon as I would exhale, I would start to sink. And I'm like, what the hell? Why does it
Right.
happen? And I remember questioning myself when I was doing like, okay, I don't know how it works, but I know if I have air inside of me, like I take a deep breath, I'll float, you know?
Right, yeah, no, and you can like go underwater and you can just exhale and you can go sit at the bottom of the pool. I used to do that. I thought it was so cool. You can just go, you can exhale, get all the air out of your lungs, and then you can just sink right to the bottom. And, you know, you sit at the bottom of the pool. We go down, sit like in like the bottom of like a 10-foot pool, hold our breaths for a while, just sit down there, like mess around, see who could sit at the bottom the longest.
Yeah, pools are fun, dude. Because I remember I used to go swimming in a pool. Actually, I have a pool now that I'm older. I bought a house that has a pool, and I think it's at least 8 feet deep. And I did it just the other day. I let go of all my air, sank all the way to the bottom, and I'm like, it's just amazing how a pool makes you think of all these like ideas that are relevant to flat Earth. Like my eardrums felt like they popped as soon as I got all the way to the bottom. Like that's pressure, obviously, you know.
Yep.
The more
Yeah.
pressure, yeah.
I hated that. That's like, um, if you drop something. I remember like dropping something in like a 14, you know, like where you dive off a diving board. You drop something down there, like your goggles, and you have to go down and get it, and just be like, so much pressure. Is like, how do people free dive like 40 feet? Like that's got to take some practice and some insane skill to be able to like, I don't know, keep your cool under that amount of pressure. I don't know if you've ever seen that. People can like free dive like 40 feet in the ocean. No like diving gear or nothing. Like it's got to feel crazy. Like I've never been in a 40-foot pool. I've never been 40 foot deep in the ocean.
Yeah, I don't know how what's the deepest I've been, but it was pretty deep because I used to go to this dam that used to be right by my house where I used to live in Palmdale, California. And that dam was like the dirtiest dam you can go to. Like it's literally green water, and it's like you swim 5 feet under the water, and you can't see. Like the sunlight doesn't penetrate. That's how nasty that water was. And dude, when I was young, I didn't care. You know, I didn't think about it. I'm just like, oh, I'm just gonna go swimming, right? Dude, I jumped off this tree, probably 20 feet high, into this dam, and I got so disoriented. I was swimming actually down instead of up. Like I was that disoriented that I was trying to swim down, and I realized like, oh shit, like I might be going the wrong way, because it was so far. There was no light. Like, I couldn't even tell where the light was, and I just started swimming like where I felt was up, because I guess like even though you're in water and you're disoriented, if you settle down, you can kind of like get balance and be like, all right, like you know what's up, you know. And I just started swimming that direction. Then I started to see like a little bit of light, and then I'm like, all right. And I came out, and I remember I was like, fuck, I thought I was gonna die, man. Like that was the scary shit, you know, like. Jumping into the water, and you know when you dive in such velocity that like you kind of twirl in the water and you kind of disorient yourself. That's what happened to me.
Right. Yeah, man. I've never jumped out from like a high height into water before. I've never had that like opportunity. That'd be cool though. That would be cool. Very, very like exhilarating.
Yeah, it's cool as hell, bro. And I actually jumped with my feet down because I wanted to be able to swim up. But I'm telling you, I guess I might have went in at an angle because I twirled. I went in kind of weird. Like it wasn't like I went in with my feet, but I literally felt like I did like a whole 360 when I landed in, and I didn't know what was up or down because I went in deep, man. It's crazy.
How high was that dam at? Like how high was it?
I climbed a tree. I climbed because there was trees in this dam that I go to, and I'm assuming it was at least 20 feet high. You know, at least. Because it was a long ways, and it's crazy.